get something for you to stand on, babe.
How tight do they take this shop?
Well, right now it's pretty tight. And I'm sort of hesitant.
Hello and welcome to Henley Women's Regatta 2024. My name is Megan Chester and I will be with you over the next few days. We will be bringing you the highs, the lows, the races and those all-important results from this incredible competition. For many rowers, Henley Women's is the pinnacle of their racing season. The athletes and crews have been training hard for months now. We've been making preparations and arrangements, and we've been counting down the days, and now the moment we've all been waiting for has arrived. And let me tell you, this year it is going to be bigger and better than ever before. We've received a record number of entries for the third year in a row, which means that this year we have got 579 crews racing in this competition, which is incredible, and it's 32 more crews than we had last year in 2023. And as if that wasn't already enough, we, for the first time ever in Henley Women's history, will have over 2,300 athletes competing over the next 3 days. Now that is a lot of people, there's a lot of races, a lot of boats and blades and riggers and trailers and goodness knows what else. And so it really is all systems go down here on the river at Henley-on-Thames. So here's how it's going to work. We've got Friday, that's today, it's the first day and it's time trials day. We've got loads of time trials in store for you, and then this afternoon we'll move to side-by-side racing where crews will be battling it out head to head in order to get one step closer to those precious places in the finals. I will be here on the bank, and meanwhile James and the wonderful commentary team will be providing you with stroke-by-stroke analysis from experts. They've got athlete information, they've got statistics, they've got facts, they've got it all. I'll be greeting you each morning and letting you know what to look out for, and I will also be joined by some very special guests. And that leads me nicely on, because the first of these guests is here with me now. I am delighted to welcome Team GB medal-winning cox, Olympic medal-winning cox, Zoe de Toledo. Zoe, good morning.
Good morning,
How
Megan.
are you today?
Great.
Wonderful. So Zoe, you are no stranger to Henley Women's, and in fact you're an ambassador. You have the badge to prove it. What do you think is so special about this regatta? What makes it such an amazing thing to be a part of?
Well, I think, like you mentioned, it is the pinnacle of the season for a lot of the women and men who are going to be racing today. So it's something that people have been prepping for all year, and it's something that they are really at their top of the game of their game for now. But I think the thing that makes the regatta so special is actually the atmosphere that goes around it as well. It's very friendly, it's very encouraging. There's lots of opportunities, to meet, for example, us, the ambassadors, and to chat to your competition. So it makes it a really nice environment just to be around the sport as well. But on the water, you get that fierce competition to go with it.
Absolutely, and we can sense that fierce competition, that tension is building. You might be able to see the crews behind us getting ready for racing. What do you think the crews might be going through right now as they're preparing to race potentially for the first time at Henley?
So as they go up now to start their time trials, it's really important to be focused on what you want to achieve today, but also what you want to achieve over the whole weekend. And it's that first step into the start of your competition, really. And I think it can be quite difficult to gear yourself up for a time trial, because it's not like the side-by-side racing when your opposition is right there, you can see how you're doing. In a time trial, it's about going from A to B as quickly as possible, but on your own. You don't have other people to focus on. So it's a time to be internal, to think about your own boat speed, about how your crew is racing. But it's important that you put your best mark out there, because that's how you get into the next stages of racing.
That must be quite an interesting one from a coxing perspective, when you don't have that kind of immediate opponent right next to you. What kind of things can coxers do to really push their crew on in a time trial?
Well, I think the first thing is about being prepared. So you need to know what kind of speeds you want to be looking for when you race. You want to know what your crew's best rowing feels like, because ultimately you can only do what you've prepared. So if you know that you go out there and you've started, you've got onto a really good rhythm, and this is the best race pace that you can do, then you're going to be in the right place.
Absolutely. I was lucky enough to go on a course walk with Zoe and with the rest of the team at the winning cox yesterday. Can you tell me a little bit more about that and the kind of things that you were pointing out to coxes and steerspeople and coaches from all over the world?
Yeah, so the winning cox is a group of 6 coxes who have come together to try and create a mentorship, a community for coxes, really. And yesterday we had 70 Coxes, steers people, coaches from
Wow.
all over the world join us here on the riverbank. And we started at the boating area. We talked over navigation, getting up to the start safely, getting your warm-up done. We walked all the way up to the start. We talked about what it looks like at the start, what you need to be prepared for. And then we walked back down the course together, all 70 of us, going over the landmarks, going over the tactics, going over the steering, what the river's like. It was amazing. It was so good to chat to everyone, to get everyone together. It was a really, really great session.
It was really wonderful, and we've got races happening already. We've got crews going past us. You can see in the background. Absolutely incredible. Like I say, the tension is building, the excitement is building, and these time trials are going to be something quite special. What are you most looking forward to about today? What do you anticipate will be? Who are the crews to watch?
Well, I wouldn't start on the cruise to watch yet
Okay.
because there's always going to be surprises on the first day.
I'm jumping the gun.
I'm just, I'm nervous to call anyone out. But I think the thing that's really good to see on the first day is crews going out from the first stroke and really giving it their all. And like you said, there's a bumper entry this year, the biggest entry ever and the biggest entry for 3 years. So it's just going to be great to see all these women and men here competing today.
It really is. And like you said, we've got a bumper entry, which means we've got a lot to get through. And so I think we better get on with it. It brings me great joy to officially kick off Henley Women's Regatta 2024 and hand over to James Lee and the commentary team as our time trials get underway.
Championship one have time trials, or is just everybody straight through?
Which event, sorry?
The championship, is it?
go.
Locked in now. Breathe. Attention. Go. Press. Complete. Lengthen. Go. Shot. Stay. Jump. Stay. Jump. Stay.
University of Rhode Island, please come down to the top. Welcome to Henley.
Come forwards. Guess right side. Okay. Attention. Don't squeeze. Squeeze. Press. Build. Now with control. Control in. Control in. Control in. Now sit up. Now. Back at one second. Good. Right, I'll watch.
Okay, you guys will coming down.
Elbows ready. On this, go. 1 over 3. 2, now. 3, higher over 3. 2, 1.
Okay, Brooke, keep coming down.
Yeah, let's get ready. Okay, easy there. Back stops. Padding off. Ready. Easy tap 1. Padding off. Go. Yeah, find it, girls. 2 strokes. Landing. Ready. Go. Legs. Legs. 2. Legs. 3. 3 quarter. 3 quarter.
Okay, you'll keep coming down to the top.
Nice one, Hannah. Go.
Big Joseph, don't be shy, come down to the top, please.
Back stops. All eight. Ready? Go. All eight come forward. Get it done. Right up now. 1, 6, 5, 3. Easy there. Forward.
Okay, Big Joseph, come
Yeah,
on.
locked in. Legs buried. Attention. Go. Draw. 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 Okay, hands. Hands.
straight, then go.
Points, take a little tap. That's good. Sit it finish. Go hard. Alright, go ahead and let it up. Down, straight on shoulder side. Pass it back up and then we'll get out of here. Quick to the build, right? Let's take start with back towards row. Towards row. From the finish. Quick. Cross. No, not on. There you go. That's how you build.
My core straight. Hold at the back stops. Legs go to go. And neck. Relax. Nice. Okay, that's good. Keep going down. Roll tap, take. Keep going down. Go. Forward. Square up, Henley. Ready. Go. Lengthen. CD, don't be shy. Hold this on, please.
Go. Okay, keep forward to the back. Sit back, stop, sorry, back, stop, square and buried. Ready. Go. Right, girls. First stroke. On the legs for 3. Go. Okay, girls. Holding.
GCD, come down, please.
Legs start tapping around and join in. Good. Keep going, girls. Come on, one more. That's fine. Right, when it comes forward.
Slow down.
Square and buried. Right, my hand is coming down. Relax. Ready? Go. Twice.
Somebody. Now.
So keep coming up. UCL, come to the start, please. One more big positive. Not a trouble. Middle on the sky. Use about stand power back at once. Wide easy. Okay, come forward. Bad, a little tap. Tiny, tiny, tiny. Easy. Square up. Deep back. Ready. Go. Out. Very cool. Attention. We're good, it's okay. Easy there. Biting on everybody, coming forward. Deep breaths, blades spread and buried. Classic arm, shoulders relaxed. Lifting into the catch. Attention. Go. Squeeze there. Squeeze there. Hook, set. Hook, set. Up. Inch. There. Inch. There. Back into. Next. Go. Go.
I'll move over to that. Different stops. Square berries. Attention. Go. Heels. Heels. Heels attacking.
Ready? Stop that. Take up your students. Go. Left arm, right. Go.
come down. Attention, go. 4, 1. 4, 2. 4, 3. Wine 1. Wine 2. Wine 3. Wine 4. Oxford, come down, please. Boston University, go.
Right. Complete. Direct. Lincoln. Lincoln. 10 now, go. Feels ready. That's one. Good. 2 together. 2 together. 4 Hello, on the bench, do me a favour, could you spin that clock around so I can just see it? Thank you. That's stuff, everybody.
Brilliant.
Touch it. Legs straight. Go. Give your best attention.
Okay, Warwick.
Go.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the live stream for Henley Women's Regatta 2024. You have joined us as we are conducting the time trials at the beginning of the regatta. And we apologise for coming to you late on the start of the regatta, but we are trying out some new technology which we really hope is going to make this much more interesting and fun for those of you who can't join us here at the River Thames in Henley upon Thames in the UK for this beautiful regatta. So we've had the time trial so far this morning for the Aspirational Club 8 who are racing racing for the Copus Cup, and also the time trial for the Aspirational Academic 8, racing for the Colgan Foundation Cup. You join us as we are starting the time trial for the Aspirational Women's Quad, racing for the Chairman's Trophy. The time trial kicked off with crew number 47, a crew from Warwick Boat Club of Olivia Joyce, Mary Lack, Barbara Krause and Lauren Emily Lear. My name is Lizzie Chapman. I come from Sydney and I'm joined in the commentary box here by Ed Evans from the UK. So you've got some multinational experience here in commentary. I will bring you across now to Ed to let you know what's going on with these time trials for the Chairman's Trophy.
Good morning, Lizzie. Absolute pleasure to be here, as always, at Henley Women's Regatta. Glorious weather for these scullers who are making their way down the course now. On your screens now is that crew that Lizzie just mentioned, crew number 47 from Warwick Boat Club. This is a 1500 metre time trial, so the same distance these scullers will be racing later on today if they make it through these time trials to the side-by-side racing. And as you can see there as they come down, calm, composed, powerful. I think we've got a load of crews here that are ready to race. As we can see there, coming down, number 47, Warwick Boat Club. As so many crews in the UK have been this year by the torrential rain and flooding that we've had, they haven't been able to get on the water as much as they probably would have liked. This crew in particular, huge range of experience in the crew between 3 and 17 years. So a real testament to what a good community club like Warwick is able to do in pulling these athletes together and pushing them. And as they come past the camera now, yeah, I think this is a crew that's ready to progress.
And next in the time trial, we have at number 48 the crew from Mortlake, Anglia and Alpha, and that is the crew of Fran Corby, Gemma Cornish, Sophie Lloyd-Williams and Rebecca Campbell.
So you can see there on our screen the start line for these time trials. I believe that's Reading University. You can see there lining up on the start. We'll try and pick up as many crews as they go down the course as we possibly can, but Reading was disappearing out of shot there. Reading, of course, one of the only university programs in the UK to focus exclusively on sculling, renowned for their ability to move a quad very quickly. And there we are, as you just mentioned, Mortlake, Anglia and Alpha making their way down the course.
Yes, indeed. So number 49 will be the next off, and that's the crew from Globe Rowing Club in London. The crew of Naomi Doy, Charlotte van der Weel, Grace McMahon and Imogen Pringle.
Mortlake there on screen at the moment, finished second place behind our next starters, Globe Rowing Club at Popular Regatta, and finished last in the B final at Metropolitan Regatta. So again, another club battling with the tideway and its changing tides every day, but so far performing well.
And I think probably for those who are new to Henley Women's Regatta, just to explain that with the time trial, this is an elimination process. So people will need to be within the numbers allowed for this event. They'll need to race this time trial in the necessary time in order to get through to actually race later on. So very different to the way that regattas work in many countries around the world. So we've covered off on the names of the crews for the first 3 crews to go off. Number 50 is the crew from Durham of Anna Golightly, Rachel Wilson, Lillian Muscat and Gabrielle Maxfield. We're hoping to get these crews to you on screen soon, but I'll continue. Number 51 is Bath University, and that's Lillian Dufton, Elizabeth Poole, Ellie Folds and Emily Dunn. And Tideway Scullers were crew number 52. That's Amelie Wessel, Emily Rochester, Katerina Lincoln and Sophie Burkhart.
Bath University in the picture on your screen at the moment, one of the UK's start centres, so a real hub for up-and-coming talent as it will be progressing over the next few years. You can see, as so many of these crews are, well-drilled, experienced on the circuit. Lizzie, they know this course, they know the challenges of how the stream moves them around as they head down the course. They know they've got to get their line absolutely straight. And so far they look like they're having a great time.
So, number 53 will be the crew from Reading University, and that's the crew of Rosie Mamet, Millie Clench, Lucy Jarvis, and Anna Rose Turner.
Reading University, as we mentioned just a moment ago, perhaps the foremost university in the UK for sculling, dominant at every level in this sport. Swept up at Bucks Regatta as per usual. They're entering a whole number of sculling events here at Henley Women's and later on in the season at Henley Royal Regatta. You can see them moving down there. Lizzie, this is the crew that knows what they're doing. They're well drilled, they're experienced in the quads. The technical coaching team behind this university, renowned for producing some of the best results we've seen over the last few years. They know how to compete at Henley Women's. They know how to win. And this is a crew that I think will have their hopes quite high.
And we'll be watching them the whole way through. How exciting. So crew number 54 is the crew from Northwich Rowing Club. And that is the crew of Sophie Guy, Cara Brooke, Erin Murray and Jennifer Riley. And just coming onto the screen there now, is that the Army Rowing Club? It's difficult to tell that number. But Army Rowing Club, which is crew number 55, has no names listed. No names listed, so we'll need to come back to you with the names of who's in that crew.
Northwich Rowing Club on the screen at the moment. Again, Lizzie, it's a challenge. There's so many things going on when you arrive at Henley Women's. The atmosphere, I say this every year, it's one of my favourite events to attend, to commentate at. But you can see there, just a quick word from the stroke girl. Communication in the boat is key for this kind of event. And so far, I think they're doing exactly what they need to be doing.
So on So 56 now on the screen is the crew from Cambridge City, and that is the crew of Josephine Boyle, Yasmin Lakatos, Eve Strong and Emma Stewart.
City of Cambridge, of course, famed for training on the River Cam alongside a host of other clubs from Cambridge, 99, Rob Roy. They often run into the challenges. Henley, of course, is famed for being a pretty straight course. The River Cam is quite the opposite, bends everywhere you look. They'll probably go off cam a few times a year to try and get that experience, to try and drum up their ability just to nail that boat in a straight line. You can see there the determination on the stroke girl's face, clear as day. And yeah, so far I think everyone's having a great time.
Yeah. So 57, Nottingham University now coming into the course, and that's Nottingham University. Sorry, that is the crew of Josephine Boyle, Yasmin Lakatos, Eve Strong and Emma Stewart. Sorry, the Cambridge crew with Sarah Stafford Airy, Jessica Malcolm, Devon Pickover and Katie Price. So apologies to you, Cambridge. And here we go now with Nottingham University. Okay, so 59's on the screen. 58 is Eton Excelsior, I apologise. Alex Hicks, Claire Winkham, Megan Halstead and Stephanie Boardman. And 59 is the crew from Leicester Rowing Club of Lucy Cleaver, Lucy Blaze, Ryan Evans and Hazel Ward.
On the screen in a minute, we've got Army Rowing Club, number 55, making their way down the course. We apologise, we haven't got a list of names for the athletes in this crew. We'll try and get those for you as soon as we possibly can.
So here's our crew from Cambridge University, and again, the members of that crew are Sarah Stafford Airy, Jessica Malcolm, Devon Pickover and Katie Price.
So Lizzie, just as we wait for the next crew to go off the start here, which we're catching up with Canterbury Boat Club there. Another Cambridge-based club. One really on the rise over the last few years, under new stewardship from their coach. They've got a whole new fleet of boats, a brand new boathouse. They've been pecking away at sort of everyone in front of them, especially into the provincial club world. The provincial club pennants at Weehawr for their top 8 earlier in the year. I think a club with really high ambitions, and so far one that's absolutely delivering on those.
That Canterbury crew is crew number 61, and the members of that crew are Samantha Love, Amy Uger, Sarah York, and Willow Tucker. And we just before we go to 62, let you know that crew number 60 was Sheffield City, with the members Catherine Webb, Gabrielle Price, Mary Middleton, and Elise Weimer. So, crew number 62 is the crew from Loughborough, the Students' A crew of Mary Miller, Eve Thomas, Olivia Coxon, and Amelia Mack.
Worth picking up there on the Loughborough Students. This is the first time since becoming a completely student-run club that they've sent a boat to Henley Women's Regatta. Coached, run, and managed by the students. They've got a huge amount of ambition and a number of names in that crew who have gone on and have been in the past at the forefront of their sport.
So crew number 63. Oh, I knew there are so many crews from Holland in this, from the Netherlands in this regatta, that this is probably a commentator's nightmare, isn't it? But crew number 63, a crew from AASR Scull and USR Triton of the Netherlands. And the members of that crew are Gudine Neyens, Anne-Sophie Sererens, Ilse Koop, and Rena Engel.
The Dutch absolutely love coming over to Henley, the Henley Women's and the Royal later on in the season.
It reminds me of going to Ghent and seeing so many British crews.
Yes,
so we've come here and we have so many Dutch crews.
It's the classic back and forth. But whenever they send a crew, they're highly technically competent. They're able to always field a boat that is competitive. So really excited to see how these guys progress with the regatta.
And looking at those colours, that's another Norwich crew in front of us of Brianne Considine, Caroline Rayner, Elizabeth Johnston, and Olivia Caroline Doubleday, their crew from Norwich Rowing Club, number 64. And number 65, Leeds Rowing Club. I used to row for Thames Tradesmen, and we were always confused with Leeds Rowing Club because the colours are the same. This is Leeds Rowing Club, and the crew is Julieta Gonzalez, Emily Butler, Abby Davison, and Alice Cassidy.
You can see there on screen at the moment that Loughborough Students crew that we mentioned before. Lizzie, for those that are perhaps less familiar with rowing, there's no cox in this boat. How are they steering straight? Who's in charge of making sure that boat goes where it needs to go?
That is a very good question, and we haven't been given that information, but whoever it is will have a steering wire attached to the foot. So interestingly, in the UK it's often the bow seat or the two seat. In Australia, it's almost always the stroke seat, and to me that just shows they don't row on rivers. Very hard to steer from the stroke seat on a river. But yes, it can be in any seat, and this is a scary course to steer a quad in. As you mentioned, no cox, so one of the crew members is steering, and this is a straight course on a wiggly river. So it plays with your mind when you race down this course, and showing some real composure there. Crew number 66 will be coming up soon. That is a crew from RV Skadi of the Netherlands, and the crew is Sarah, Gita Postumus, Finette Shrivers, and Ika Bavelaar. 4 Dutch rowers from Skadi in Rotterdam, where the World University Championships will be coming up shortly. We have quite a few rowers at this regatta who are going to be competing at the World University Championships soon. Crew number 67 is a crew from Sheffield University of Lottie Davis, Molly Burrell, Araya Windle, and Sarah Durham.
We've got 3 consecutive generations of senior women's captains in that Sheffield University crew. Oh, wow. So a testament to the fact that the club is able to retain their top talent.
So crew number 68 was from Queen's University, ladies, and that is the crew of Alana Donahue, Jessica Marden, Frances Curtis and Amelia McAleer. And then we move on to the crew from Willem, which is again from the Netherlands, and the crew members are Luna Kuiper, Marieke Middag, Veerle Reinders and Nina van der Broek.
Two members of this crew competed in the World Rowing Under-19 Championships in 2023. So again, Lizzie, a crew with a huge amount of experience on board will be looking to put that to use on this course. Time trials, would you say these crews are going to find the time trial more challenging, or if they progress, is that side-by-side racing going to add another dimension?
That is such a good question. I've certainly, after years and years of coming to Henley Women's, know that some people just don't realise the importance of the time trial. A time trial, you are racing against the clock, not against a competitor, and it's a completely different mindset. So, yeah, I think that's the first challenge, to race the race, to get into the final bit, the thing you actually came for, and it's devastating if you don't make it through.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a record entry this year at Henley Women's Regatta 2024, which we're of course delighted to see, but it does make those qualification spots all the more valuable and the competition all the more fierce.
Indeed it does. So crew number 70, the crew from Twickenham Rowing Club, their A crew of Alexandria Bothamley Dakin, Millie Andrew, Emily Harrison and Rhiannon Doyle. And then the crew number 71 is the crew from Furnival Sculling Club on the River Thames of Lucia Cantor-Mira, Nicole Robson, Sophie Whelan and Christina Thorpe. And I think coming onto the camera now, the crew number 72, which is from Bournemouth University, Zoe Butterworth, Bethan Hickey, Nia Hill and Jaeger Andrew. Crew number 73, Leeds University's B crew. And that is the crew of Freya Baumber, Olivia Skilbeck, Lizzie Aston and Daisy Taylor. And our final crew in the Aspirational Quads, racing for the Chairman's Trophy here at the time trial, the preliminary race, is Kingston Rowing Club. And that is the crew of Ekaterina Golub, Paola Meneghetti, Isabel Cole and Gemma Boltwood. And the distinctive red and yellow stripes of Kingston Rowing Club.
Kingston, thank you, making our lives much easier with your red and white stripes on the screen. You can see there Kingston moving down the course, ready to try their hand at securing, as we were saying, what are year on year more and more valuable qualification spots as they try to make it through to the head-to-head racing, starting from 3 o'clock later on today. So if you're looking for these crews to go side by side, tune back in, stay with us all morning if you like, but tune back in at 3 o'clock to see these crews as they begin their campaign proper. Lizzie, I think we're going to move on to the pairs shortly.
Probably one of the most difficult of boats to row at Henley. At the course here in Henley upon Thames at the Henley Women's Regatta, the women's Coxless pair. So there's just two of you and you really have to match up well to race this course. They're going to be racing for the hopefully racing for the Redgrave Challenge Vase later on today. Crew number 75 is the crew from Leander Club of Amelia Standing and Juliet Perry.
These women's pairs in the championship category are at the absolute pinnacle of their rowing ability. The first pair you've just seen go down of Standing and Perry, arguably the fastest domestic pair that isn't heading off to Paris later on this year, so red hot favourites coming into this regatta. But the rest of this category is absolutely full of talent. I'm looking forward to seeing these athletes come down.
Yeah, crew number 76 is the crew from Thames Rowing Club, their A crew of Elaine Tierney and Solvig Imsdahl. So I think, again, very experienced rowers.
Yeah, Elena Solvig represented the USA at the Senior World Championships in the last few years in the lightweight pair. So moving into the openweight category always presents its challenges. You can see there, pair in standing of Leander Club leading the way for the Redgrave Challenge Vase in this time trial. as I was saying, moving into the overweight category presents its challenges. We're often facing into a headwind on the Henley course so far. Glorious conditions, not much wind here at all. But definitely something I have to bear in mind as they progress through the regatta.
Thames Rowing Club looking very smooth indeed there.
Yeah, Thames Rowing Club, crew number 76. Amelia Crocker won the War Reg Challenge Cup at Henley Royal Regatta last year. Both of them actually have got a massive trophy cabinet of their achievements in the rowing world so far. All the athletes in this event really are demonstrating
And
what's
isn't
possible.
that the most exciting thing about Henley Women's? You come here and you have people in the developmental crews who've probably never raced a regatta like this before, and then people who are so experienced at both multinational and side-by-side racing. Really exciting to have it all here in one place at the Henley Women's Regatta. Our crew number 77, from the USA, the Schuylkill Navy crew of Elaine Tierney and Solvig Imsdahl. Sorry, I mentioned that before, didn't I? So we're moving on to crew number 78 from Worcester Rowing Club, and that's the crew of Elizabeth Johnston and Eloise Folds.
So the first pair in this time trial for the Redgrave Challenge Vars, the Women's Championship pairs heading towards the finish line. That's a pretty relentless rhythm they're setting down there. They've clearly got their eyes set on some future races.
I think going back to your point about the time trial, they clearly know how serious this is and that they need to set down a good time. Very interesting looking at the results of the time trials last year and comparing them with the results of the knockout competition over the remaining course of the regatta. And the people who did well in the time trials more often than not were the people that really did well in the side-by-side racing. It sounds like an obvious thing, but it's not really necessarily, especially if you're not used to prefacing your regatta with the time trial.
Yeah, absolutely. People all too often try to game the system with some clever time trial tactics. They often don't work, so the advice is always to do your absolute best. You can see there the second crew in the Redgrave Challenge Vars time trial from Thames Rowing Club. Again, just about to cross the finish line there. Gunning for Leander, hoping to make their way through the competition as far as possible and with the most favourable draw.
And what's really interesting, so we've gone through some top international rowers almost. Now we come to Putney Town Rowing Club's A crew, crew number 79, Aba Carbu and Eleanor Warren. And they are really experienced at racing Henley Women's Regatta. So this is, of course, very familiar to them. But by the sound of things, the first time they've done it in a pair.
Yeah, a PhD and a medical doctor in that crew together. So clearly balancing challenging full-time careers with their rowing commitments, as so many of these athletes will. Many of these athletes are working professionals who give up their spare time to work together at their club to try and produce the fastest boat possible. And this regatta really is a celebration of all of those crews are able to achieve.
Crew number 80 is our B crew from Thames Rowing Club, the crew of Betty Payne and Alexandra Lepovska. And crew number 81 is the crew from Strathclyde Park, which is the crew of Amy Newton and Isla Wilding.
Isla Wilding, a hugely experienced athlete, rowing in the 1V for Brown University this year, winning the Ivy Leagues. Amy rowing in the Michigan First 8 as well. So two hugely experienced American athletes coming back to the UK to try their hand at the smaller boats. It's a challenge. It's always a challenge making that switch from a large boat where you're one part of one large machine to a smaller, much more intimate boat where actually, as you can see there, every tiny movement has a huge effect on how the shell behaves.
Well said. Crew number 82, that is the crew from Cambridge 99 of Rachel Lewis and Claudia Hermes. And I think on screen here we have crew number 83, which is the crew from Leicester Rowing Club of Molly Elsavali and Sophie Connolly.
Just to touch on that crew from Cambridge 99, in their first race as a pair, they won the club pennant at Pears Head this year. So a fantastic crew with huge amounts of talent on board, raw speed, power, everything you could need to win on the tideway. It's a different challenge. Henley Women's coming to this kind of event is unique, but so far they've demonstrated the ability to be at the absolute top of their game.
So coming down the course now, fast and furious, the remainder of the pairs in the championship event racing for the Redgrave Challenge Vase. Crew number 84 is from King's Canterbury, a crew of Tabitha Butterfield and Poppy Brooke Turner. Crew number 85, the crew from University College Dublin. There are plenty of crews over from there. It looks like they've got a great big tour over here from Ireland, and we're looking forward to seeing them race. The pair is Sarah Daly and Alison Daly. Crew number 86 is from Cambridge University, and that's the crew of Katie Hempson and Georgia Golly.
A hugely experienced pairing there from Cambridge University. Katie Hempson winning the lightweight boat race last year before making the step up to the open weights for Blondie this year. Georgia winning the lightweight women's race this year. So both ex-lightweights, both making the step up to the championship pairs category. The training program at Cambridge prepares you incredibly well for the boat race. It's always a bit of an extra challenge to carry on that momentum through to the summer. Under Paddy's stewardship, they've looked to try and reframe that narrative a little bit to try and become more of a club that's focused on all the races. And actually, so far, it's been going very well. So excited to see how Katie and Georgia can progress through the regatta. I think Katie's second time here racing at Henley Women's.
Exciting. Crew number 87, the crew from a composite crew from Cardiff University and Durham University of Beth Weaver and Antonia Warner. And then our final crew in the pairs event is from Pangbourne College, a crew there of Poppy Shepherd and Kitty Thomas. So our next event in the time trial is the Championship Lightweight Single Scull, racing for the Godfrey Row Sports Trophy. Off first is the sculler from the Tideway Sculler School, Alice Metcalf.
Alice Metcalf, a hugely experienced athlete. This is her first year stepping up from the junior categories up to the senior ranks. She was part of the scullers crew that upset, I think, all the bookies last year at Henley Royal Regatta to overturn the overwhelming favourites, Wycliffe, coming into that regatta to walk away with the win for scullers. So a hugely experienced athlete, a hugely talented athlete who I think will have a fantastic regatta this year.
Our next sculler, number 90, is Hazel Wake, who represents Oxford City. Our next sculler, sculler number 91, representing KRV 77 from Germany, is Pia Otto.
Pia Otto has been very relentless on the German domestic scene. She's a 13-time German national champion, looking like she's won every boat class outside of the fours. She was a silver medalist at the European Under-23 Championships in the lightweight quarter in 2020 and came third at the Heather Charles, again in the lightweight Cox 4 in 2017. So a massive playbook behind her to power her through Henley Women's Regatta.
And she is being chased down the course by University College Cork sculler Clodagh Nolan. Our sculler number 92, and with 93 on her back from Lee Rowing Club, Claire Burley.
We can just see there on screen the tail end of the time trial for the Redgrave Challenge Vase, the championship women's pair as they cross the finish line. And moving now on to 93, the sculler from Lee Rowing Club.
In that very distinctive orange.
Yeah, Lee again making our lives a little bit easier with a distinct unisuit there.
We've got we don't have that very many entries from the Antipodes this year, but our next sculler hails from Hamilton Rowing Club in New Zealand, Amy Robson. So good to see a couple of scullers here, one in the lightweight single and then another New Zealand sculler in the heavyweight single. And we have one double scull from Australia, but really not the size of entry we would normally have. And I can tell you, coming from Sydney myself, some of that will be the cost of coming over here. The flights are enormously expensive, and as is everything else once you come over here with the exchange rates being favourable, it's still very expensive. So what a shame, but hope to see a lot of Antipodeans back again next year.
Just see there, crew number 90. Here's a Wake approaching the finish line of her time trial in the single sculls. Relief as she crosses the line.
So our next sculler is sculler number 95, hailing from Durham University, Caroline Reichser.
Caroline knows exactly what it takes to win here at Henley Women's Regatta. She won the Haslam Trophy, that's the lightweight double sculls, in 2023 with Isabel Sellers, and has had a huge number of wins at Bucks Regatta in 2023, winning the lightweight single, double, pair, quad, and Coxless 4. So, again, Izzy, we keep seeing athletes come down who have domestically and internationally proven that they are at the absolute top of their game.
Yeah, indeed. Such a great opportunity for any rower to come out and pit themselves against the best. And as we've seen every year, I think, at Henley Women's Regatta, we've seen enormous talent come through just by virtue of the fact that they've got the opportunity to race somebody here or race a number of people here and get that experience. Side-by-side racing, just really different. We've got a representative from Cambridge University next. She has the number 96 on her back, and her name is Claire Cooper.
That makes two members of this year's victorious lightweight blue boat competing here at Henley Women's Regatta. Claire was in the 2 seats of the Cambridge boat that walked away to a very compelling and dominant display over Oxford University in their match earlier this year on the Tideway.
Next off from the start was the sculler from KSRV Njord of the Netherlands, Elizabeth Otterloo. And following her from Aberdeen Boat Club, Jennifer McCormick, number 98. We then have another member of the Schuylkill Navy Rowing Club of the USA, Riona McCormick. She's got number 99.
Riona McCormick rowed for Boston University in her undergrad years. She's a 2-time silver medalist in the women's lightweight 8 at the IRA National Championships. She made the move over to the UK, rowed for the University of London Boat Club whilst getting her Masters from King's between 2021 and 2022, and was a semi-finalist here at Henley Women's Regatta in the academic Coxless 4 in 2022. So again, another athlete that knows what it feels like to be on this course and what it takes to really refine your strategy and come away on top.
Also hailing from the USA, from Renton Rowing Club, sculler Arminda Phillips. She's racing with number 100 on her back. And then in a little quirk, we find that the next named single sculler, also from the USA, from Boston University Rowing Club, has number 200 on her back, just to warn everybody. And that sculler's name is Ella Ursan. So she'll be, even though she has number 200, she'll be fitting in with that time trial. And then we will go back to number 101 with the aspirational double sculls, which are about to start.
So that just brings shortly to a conclusion the time trial for the Championship Lightweight Single Scull, the Godfrey Roseballs Trophy here at Henley Women's Regatta. Just to run you down so far the events that we've had time trials for this morning, we kicked off at about 10 a.m. with the Aspirational Club 8, the Copus Cup. We moved swiftly through to the Colgan Foundation Cup for Academic 8s, before moving on to the Chairman's Trophy for Aspirational Quads. We've just wrapped up the Redgrave Challenge Vars time trials, the Championship pairs, and we'll see a conclusion, as we said, to the time trials for the lightweight championship single sculls. And Lizzie, I think we can see there the first of our double sculls coming through.
Yeah, we can. We have a massive entry here. So a very popular event to race in, the Aspirational double scull. So club level, and of course the Rosie McLaughlin Trophy, named after our beloved Rosie McLaughlin, who has been such a stalwart of women's rowing for decades, really. Number 101 is Northwich Rowing Club.
I think an absolute testament to the popularity of Henley Women's Regatta, a bumper entry here in the Rosie McLaughlin Trophy for
It's
Aspiration Double
fantastic,
Sculls.
isn't it? And number 101 Northwich Rowing Club is Mirella McGee and Elizabeth Dashley.
Both members of this Northwich double raced here in this event last year, but as part of 2 different doubles. They're coming together this year to try and best their result from 2023. Mirella's a stonemason and Lizzie works as a personal trainer. So varying careers behind them, but united by their love for rowing, as so many of us are in this sport.
Number 102, Hartpury University and College, the crew of Catherine Gardner and Eleanor Dash.
Hartpury University, so often a huge force on the domestic scene here in the UK. You can see there a characteristic, relentless approach that they have to their sculling. Technically highly competent. They'll be looking for a result to push them through to the side-by-side racing. It's going to be tough. We're going to have to cull quite a few of these entries in the Rosie McLaughlin Trophy. So everyone on the course, Lizzie, will be putting down the best time they possibly can this morning.
Yeah. Crew number 103, from the Tideway Sculler School and Thames Rowing Club, a composite of Kylia Engelsman and Christina Mattiotti.
Only separated on the tidal Thames by a few kilometres. London Scullers, Thames and Scullers, I apologise, 2 of the forces on, in particular, the senior domestic circuit here, coming together to produce a quad that they hope can progress all the way through.
And again, fast and furious, only 30 seconds between these crews as they set off. So our next crew is from Buell Bridge, crew with the bib number 104. The members of that crew, Sophie Pepper and Megan Harris.
This is the first time that Sophie and Megan have stepped into the double together, and it's their first time racing together. They've been sweeping all year and decided about 2.5 weeks ago to make the change to sculling to compete in this race. So again, demonstrating the draw. They do look very good.
Impressed.
It's clearly the two are highly compatible.
And I think, you know, Henley Women's Regatta is an iconic event, and an iconic event gives you an opportunity to step outside what you would be doing if you're chasing
Absolutely.
national team selection, let's say, and try something different. So exciting. We wish them well and looking forward to seeing what they can do. Let's hope they qualify. 105 hails from Nottingham Rowing Club, and that's the crew of Ella Bardsley-Taylor and Ella Weeks. I think the great thing about this event is we've got people who we don't know racing, some untried talent here.
No, absolutely. Ella joining forces to try and progress through as far as possible in the competition. We've said it before, Lizzie, but the time trial here is super important. And from the angle that we're looking at here, it looks like these doubles have got miles of room on the river. But actually those booms, the wooden planks and struts that we see outside of the river, present quite a challenge and can derail a crew faster than you could imagine.
Yes, so true. So on screen now we see the crew from Durham University, that is number 106. The crew members there are Charlotte Hubbard and Indigo Beecham. Come back to English pronunciation.
Yeah, crew 106 from Durham. Indigo Beecham, a member of the Junior Rowing News team, so shout out to her. I hope she's having a good race. Durham, of course, perhaps one of the top university boat clubs in the country, on the rise in recent years, constantly in a tussle with Newcastle University up in the north, but an absolute powerhouse of rowing in this country.
And we had Buell Bridge earlier, and to another more regional club, Broxbourne Rowing Club. They are number 107, and the crew are Sarah Jowett and Joanna Davies. 108 is Star Club from Bedford, I believe that's right. Yep, Star Club from Bedford, and that's the crew of Charlotte Moore and Freya White. And a big shout out to all the Bedford boys and girls who are usually great fun around these regattas at Henley.
Yeah, Henley Women's Regatta really is a melting pot for so many provincial clubs that we don't always see down the Henley stretch this time of year, but great to see so many of them, and we keep coming back to it, but the Rosie May Gotham Trophy is the place to be for so many of these clubs.
Yes, indeed. From Cardiff University, crew number 109, the crew members Kira Delaney and Menna Sutton.
We can see they're coming through crew number 106 from Durham University, rowing in their instantly recognisable Palatinate.
And next off, crew number 110. These scullers hail from De Montfort University, which I believe is in Leicestershire, and the crew members are Hannah Milnes and Lizzie Webster. So we've started off with beautiful conditions. It's just chopping up a little bit, isn't it? But these crews racing down the course, we're up to crew number 111, Norwich School. That's the crew of Florence Carter and Maisie Humphrey.
So Carter and Humphrey, the last race they did together was Henley Women's Regatta 2023. They've come back this year to try and better their result from then. And we've been together for the last 30 days. So everyone's up for a challenge as they approach Henley Women's. Exactly.
Crew 112 hails from Oxford City, and that is the crew of Tegan Hill and Joanna Heyman.
The city of Oxford really is the pinnacle of club rowing in and around the Oxford area. A lot of crews entered over the course of the weekend, so keep an eye out for those distinctive blades and unisuits as we head through the rest of the weekend.
And we had Globe Rowing Club earlier on. Here they are in the Aspirational double scull, hoping to race for the Rosie May Glothling Trophy as a result of their performance in these time trials. They are crew number 113, and their names are Caitlin O'Brien and Matilda Haynes.
Matilda won the pair's head in 2023 in the double scull and qualified in the quad for Henley Women's Regatta this time last year. Caitlin was previously a lightweight at Oxford. She's taken a few years out of the sport, but returns this year to come together with her friend to try and progress through these time trials.
Crew number 114 is from the University of London. Evie Gowan and Maddie Perry-Smith.
Evie and Maddie came together to form this double, and so far had success winning Popular Regatta earlier in the season. So a crew that knows what it takes to win, and we're hoping to put that into practice this weekend.
And in the black of Molesey Boat Club, we have crew number 115, Molesey Boat Club, represented here by Georgia Catlin and Claudia Alexander. Crew number 116, Cardiff University, and that's Caris Price and Clements Lucas Roast. And hello to Cardiff if you are tuning in to us this morning. Great to have you with us. And as you can see, we've got some fairly nice conditions here at the Henley Women's Regatta for our time trial. The preliminary races before we start racing proper, the side-by-side racing later on today. We have gone through some time trials already for the Copus Cup, which is the Aspirational 8, and the Colgan Foundation Cup in the Academic 8s. The women's quad for the Chairman's Trophy, and the women's double scull for the women's championship pair for the Redgrave Challenge Vase. And you join us as we are racing through Aspirational doubles, the Rosie McLaughlin Trophy event. Up to number 117, which is Warrington Rowing Club A crew, the crew of Susie Hall and Ella Stanhope. So crew number 118 is the crew from Upton Rowing Club of Isabel Drinkwater and Emma Padfield, and crew number 119, Windermere Rowing Club, which is Bridie Hamilton and Daniela Flemons. Bit of a story behind this, in it that it is the very first time that the Windermere Rowing Club have raced at Henley Women's Regatta. Hopefully we'll hear more about that later in the regatta, but a big shout out to David Kidwell and Tamsin Kidwell, some of the founding members of that rowing club. Just fantastic. It started in 2016. It's just a small club, and it's great to see their first ever crew here at Henley Women's Regatta.
Yeah, really, really exciting to see new clubs popping up all over the country, showing the health of the circuit that we have here in the UK. Lizzie, we're going to keep one eye on the Rosie McLaughlin time trials as we head down. We're also going to bring you some of the results that we have for the time trials so far today. So we'll begin with the Copus Cup, which was the first time trial that we had today for the Aspirational Club 8s. The crews that have qualified and we'll be progressing through the regatta in alphabetical order are Thames Rowing Club, Vesta Rowing Club A, London Rowing Club A, Nottingham Rowing Club A, Canterbridgian Rowing Club, London Rowing Club B, Agecroft Rowing Club A, Lee Rowing Club A, Oriel Kensington Rowing Club A, Vesta B, Royal Chester, and Marlow Rowing Club.
So we have crew number 120 making their way down the course. They are representing Avon County Rowing Club. Their names are Abby Rees and Victoria Cranwell. They are hotly followed by Warrington Rowing Club's B crew of Francesca Sinnott and Madeline Jones, crew number 121, and Oxford City's C crew of Olivia Fisk and Naomi Sharma. That's 122, and you see them on your screen now.
One of City of Oxford's many doubles racing in Henley Women's this year. They've pointed out in their notes to us that Sharma at stroke is 55 and Liv is 21, so a 34-year age gap between the two athletes in that boat. Age is no barrier in rowing.
So true.
We'll keep running you through some of the results that we have had so far. So the second event that we had go off this morning was the Colgan Foundation Cup. That's the Aspirational Academic 8s. The crews that qualified in alphabetical order was the University of Bristol A crew, the University of London, Edinburgh University, Newcastle University A crew, Exeter University A crew, University of Glasgow A crew, the University of Ireland Road USA A crew, the Newcastle University B crew, the Oxford Brookes University A crew, the St Joseph's University Rowing Club USA, Jacksonville University Rowing Club USA, the University College Dublin Ladies Boat Club, the USR Triton crew, ASR Nearhouse, Boston University Rowing Club USA, and University College Dublin Ladies Boat Club B crew.
Yeah, thanks, Ed. On the course, we've had start their time trial crew number 123, which is Birmingham University's crew of Evie Kendrew, their current president, and Iona Fraser. Followed by Gloucester Rowing Club racing as number 124, the crew of Poppy Shipley and Tierney McArdle. Crew number 125 from Bristol University, the crew of... Oh, sorry, I had got that the wrong way round there. The Gloucester Rowing Club crew, of course, is Florence White and Isabel Jones, and Poppy Shipley and Tierney McArdle are representing Bristol University with the number 125 on their backs. And then we have UR Aberdeen, the crew of Alex Castle and Sarah Gilhooly, racing under crew number 126. And 127 on your crew now, the A crew from Vesta Rowing Club of Elizabeth Collins and Alexandra Williams. Lizzie Collins, who did spend some time at Sydney University. So great to see her there, rowing seriously and rowing for Vesta Rowing Club, although they look very calm and composed.
Calm and composed is the way to get through what could be 4 or 5 rounds of racing if they progress all the way through the Rosie May Gotham Trophy for Aspirational double sculls. If you're just joining us this morning for the first day of Henley Regatta 2024, a very warm welcome from Lazy Ned in the commentary booth. We're on the Aspirational double sculls, the Rosie May Gotham Trophy for time trials at the moment. We're just bringing you some updated results from the time trials I've had earlier today. The Chairman's Trophy for Aspirational Quads. The crews that qualified in alphabetical order were Warwick Boat Club, Moorlake Anglia and Alpha, Globe Rowing Club A Crew, Bath University, the Tideway Scullers School, the City of Cambridge Rowing Club, Nottingham University, Canterbridgian Rowing Club, Skull and Triton Composite, Leeds University, Skadi from the Netherlands, Sheffield University, Queen's University Belfast, Willem, Twickenham Rowing Club, and Bournemouth University.
And racing on the course at the moment, we have the crew from Eton Excelsior, their A crew of Sophie Carr and Laura Hartwell, racing as number 128. Crew number 129 are from Derby Rowing Club, the crew of Lizzie Wilkes and Eloise Thurman. Crew number 130 hail from Bath University, Carenza Hards and Ickman Gill. And crew number 131 from Agecroft, Corinne Hatton and Kiara Holt.
And just to bring you up to date with all the results we have so far, the Redgrave Challenge Vars for championship pairs. The crews that qualified in alphabetical order were Leander Club A, Thames A, the Schuylkill Navy High Performance Collaborative University Rowing Club A, Worcester Rowing Club, Putney Town Rowing Club, Thames Rowing Club, Strathclyde Park Rowing Club, Cambridge 99, Leicester Rowing Club, University College Dublin Ladies Boat Club, Cambridge University, and Cardiff University Durham University Composite.
I think you can probably hear from the background noise that things are hotting up here at Henley Women's Regatta in more ways than one. The sun has put its hat on and come back out again, and we also have the crowds now starting to fill up the banks as crew number 132 take off, representing the Loughborough students, the crew of Liv Lee and Grace Davis. And we were saying earlier, this is the first time we've had the Loughborough students here at the Henley Women's Regatta.
Yeah, delighted to have them here, and a testament to their ability to run the club themselves, entirely student-led and coached. It'll be really interesting to see how they progress through the regatta.
Indeed. Crew number 133, the crew from York St John of Jessica Makin and Millie Healy. And this is where I want to reach for my Facebook and say I believe that's Juliet Makin's daughter. So great to see, as we often do at these Henley regattas, the offspring of those who rowed before coming back and showing the second, third or fourth generation. We've got quite a few universities from the USA competing here at the Henley Women's Regatta, and one of those is Jacksonville University. Crew number 134 is their double scull crew of Mackenzie Terinsky and Emily Podvia.
Yeah, it's fantastic to see such a diverse international entry. University of Jacksonville there on screen at the moment. Lizzie, I think it speaks to the calibre of Henley Women's Regatta that so many US crews decide to make what is an expensive and time-consuming trip to come over to the UK and show off the best athletes that they have.
Yeah, and they certainly look as though they are putting York St John under pressure there in this time trial. You'll see that they're using both sides of the course in order to try and avoid collisions, but it's because it will become side-by-side racing once these time trials move to the knockout competition. Oxford University are our next crew, crew number 135. And our rowers there are Hazel Bott and Indigo Buckler. Back to the USA, and we have University of Rhode Island A crew racing as number 136, the crew of Abigail Galeda and Emma Brookins. And 137, which are just coming onto your screen now, another Dutch crew from Proteus Eretes in the Netherlands, Laura Kempen and Leonore Bos.
The Proteus crew that you have on screen at the moment are lightweight rowers from the Netherlands. They're competing at the moment, or were early on in the year, for the lightweight double scull national championship title.
And crew number 138, Molesey Boat Club, always fierce competitors. And in the aspirational double scull this year, their B crew is Layla Rafferty and Emma Graham.
Molesey Boat Club, of course, one of the dominant forces on the UK circuit, famed for producing Olympic athletes such as Mo Sabihi, who go on to do great things for the UK on the international scene. And you can see there, Lizzie, that the training, the program, the coaching structure they have in place produces crews year on year that are able to perform at the highest level.
Yeah, indeed they do. Fantastic squad there, a great place to row on your pathway, on your journey to competitive and representative levels. Crew number 139, another crew hailing from the Netherlands, this time from USR Triton, Naomi van Dijk and Hannah Koopman.
Fantastic to see so many Dutch crews over here competing at Henley Women's Regatta. Always a favourite for them, so pop over here for this event and potentially leading on to Henley Royal Regatta later in the season as well. The WC on screen at the moment just started racing together. They started rowing together in their formative years in a Cox quad and have stuck together and are now at the height of their career competing at Henley Women's Regatta.
Very exciting. Crew number 140 are from Minerva Bath Rowing Club. They're A crew of Kerry Harben and Rachel Stitt. They're quite distinctive colours they're wearing. So we'll remember that crew.
Again, helpful for us here in the commentary
Yes.
position. This crew from Minerva Bath is comprised of half of Bath's Development 4 entry at Henley Women's Regatta last year. Rachel and Carrie switched from sweep to sculling 11 weeks ago, so they're clearly up for the challenge, and so far they look like they're enjoying it.
And always a familiar sight here at either of the Henley Regattas, ASR Nereus from the Netherlands. Their A crew racing in the Rosie McLaughlin Trophy event for aspirational doubles is Floor van Vuren and Dortje de Groot. Crew number 141.
The crew there on screen, number 136 from the University of Rhode Island in the USA. One of the many American crews that we have competing this year at Henley Women's Regatta for what is a record-breaking year in terms of entry numbers for the event.
Yeah, just really fantastic, the high level of overseas entries. I know we have a record entry. I think we have a record number of overseas crews as well this year, don't we?
Yep, it's a huge testament to the place that Henley Women's Regatta holds in the hearts and minds of rowers, both domestically and overseas.
I don't know about Ed, but I'm getting quite a few messages from familiar names across the world. Just want to say a big thank you. It's wonderful that you're all joining us here for the live stream. Obviously, Ed and I trying something a little bit different this year, along with the whole crew here under the new chairman. Naomi Ashcroft, already doing a fantastic job, and she has big shoes to fill after Naomi Riches and Miriam Luke, and a new production crew here as well. Fantastic to see so many people. It really does feel as though we've long put COVID behind us, doesn't it? And everything has really ramped up. Coming down the course now, we've got crews number 142, which are Sheffield University's aspirational double of Rose Sinclair and Eleanor Elsey. Crew number 143, which is the another Dutch crew, the Groninger Studenten Rodewingen Eger crew of Ulrike Kaipus and Wietske Anema. Crew number 144 from Oxford City, their B crew of Catherine Ferris and Sylvia Gattas. And crew number 145, the Royal Navy and Royal Marines ARA, Madison Ballinger and Sophie Lewis.
We've seen increased representation in Henley Women's Regatta the last few years from the armed services affiliated clubs, following on from the King's Cup that we had at, I believe, the 2018 Henley Royal Regatta that kick-started the re-emergence and rebirth of the Army Rowing Club. So great to see them still growing strong.
So crew number 146 hail from Toowong Rowing Club in Queensland. They row on the Brisbane River, and the crew members are... just a complete... Gabrielle Geldard and Jemima Powell. So Gabrielle, a under-23 heavyweight sculler, and Jemima, a lightweight under-23 sculler, coached by Alex Field. A very experienced development coach there, for coaching at under-23, under-21 and World University Games level for Australia, and bringing his protégés here, no doubt, to Henley Women's Regatta to try something completely different. And I think during the course of the regatta we'll see there's quite a few Aussies rowing over here, but not necessarily rowing as Australian clubs. And our final entrant in the Aspirational double scull, another Dutch crew, this time from AASR School, the double of Mabel Foster and Martia Glass.
And Lizzie will keep one eye on the conclusion of that time trial before we move on to the Aspirational singles, the Bernard and Pauline Churcher Cup. In the meantime, just to bring you our latest set of results, this for the Godfrey Row Sports Trophy. The crews that qualified and will be heading on to the side-by-side racing later in this regatta are in bow number order: City of Oxford Rowing Club, Kolno Reining von 1877 Germany, the University College Cork Rowing Club, Lee Rowing Club, Hamilton Rowing Club New Zealand, Durham University, Cambridge University, KSRV Nord from the Netherlands, the Schuylkill Navy High Performance Rowing Club, and Boston University Rowing Club USA.
Yeah, we've had the start now for the time trial for the Aspirational single scull, where these scullers hope to be racing for the Bernard and Pauline Churcher Cup later on today. The sculler to lead off is Jennifer Bailey from Mortlake Anglian and Alpha Boat Club, sculler number 148. And she is being followed by Naomi Holland, who's representing Upper Thames Rowing Club, with sculler number 149 on her back. Just coming on to the start now, from Molesey Boat Club, Imogen Parker Elms, sculler number 150. Camera 5 would be good. Thank you.
Caitlin Armstrong from Molesey Boat Club on your screen at the moment, heading down the Henley Women's course. The wind's picking up a little bit here in the Thames Valley, a little bit of a headwind for the scullers as they try to set their fastest time, trying to secure their place in the side-by-side racing that will follow from 3 o'clock today.
So yeah, good strong showing there from Naomi Holland, and then Caitlin Armstrong of Oxford City. And then we have our sculler number 152, a club name that was very unfamiliar to me, Martlet Rowing Club. We have Pippa Briggs representing, but my understanding is that it's an alumni club for the University College Boat Club of Oxford. So great to see them starting with a single scull.
Yes, absolutely. Oxford, of course, one of a few universities in the UK with a thriving rowing scene made up of, I believe it's over 30 college boat clubs. They normally compete in the Oxford Summer Torpids, the bumps races that they have towards the end of their university term, but some of the top performers from some of the clubs will go on away from the broader Oxford University Boat Club, will go on to compete here and at the Royal later on in the season. So great to see representation there from the colleges.
And just watching there, Naomi Holland of Upper Thames as she makes her way down. There's a really strong tradition of those Oxford rowers then as they leave university coming out to clubs like Upper Thames, where they then move into that whole atmosphere of having essentially composite crews where you row with people from other universities or who've learnt to row at school or at club. Upper Thames, a thriving club, and we're going to see a few of their crews later on in this regatta. They're based here on this stretch of river where the Henley Women's Regatta is held.
Naomi Holland of Upper Thames Rowing Club won pairs head as a lightweight in 2022 and qualified to represent Upper Thames in the Princess Royal at Henley Royal Regatta in 2022 as well. This year, she has had a set of results that I think put her in a good place to push through this regatta. She finished third in the B final of the women's singles on Sunday at Met Regatta just a few weeks ago. So fresh off that result, she'll be looking to better and qualify for this, the Bernard and Pauline Churchill Cup for the Aspirational Single Sculls.
Just catching up with crew numbers. So 153 is our sculler from Walbrook Rowing Club, Rennie Myberg. And sculler number 154 is from Mortlake, Anglia and Alpha. Actually, their A sculler. It was their B sculler that kicked off the proceedings. And this is Jade Gowan in number 154. 155 from Scotland, from Strathclyde Park Rowing Club, the sculler Sarah Haps.
Jade Gowan very narrowly missed out on qualifying for this event in 2023, so returns to make amends for what was a frustratingly short campaign at Henley Women's. Strathclyde Park, of course, famed for having the use of Strathclyde Park rowing lake up in Scotland that often plays host to some of our top domestic events. They'll be well used to sticking within the buoy lines and hopefully within the booms on the Henley course.
So 157 is our sculler, again from the Queen's University Ladies Boat Club. They're in Dublin, I believe, and that is, I think we've missed somebody out here. I will go back in a second. And that is our sculler, Clara McClements. Yes, we've missed out mentioning Mika Rosenfeld from Buell Bridge, who went off as number 156. So apologies to her. And 158 on your screen now hails from Bath University. Her name is Harmony Noy, and she's sculling under number 158. Number 159 has just gone off, representing Oxford City Boat Club. And again, what a big entry they've got. This is Harriet Haysom.
Harriet Haysom, another sculler returning to Henley Women's to try and better her previous results. She qualified for this event in 2023, but we'll be looking to make her way deeper into the regatta. In her day job, Harriet's studying for a PhD in chemistry at the University of Oxford, having previously trialled with OUWBC in the 2022 season before the women's and men's boat clubs combined into what's now Oxford University Boat Club.
Number 160 hails from Newark Rowing Club. Her name is Lucy Blair. Great to see Newark here. And she is followed by another sculler from Ireland, this time from Neptune Rowing Club, Niamh Kilgallen.
Again, strong representation from the Irish clubs at Henley Women's Regatta this year. All four corners of the UK have coalesced here in Henley on Thames.
Great to see. Sculler 162 is from Leeds Rowing Club. Her name is Holly Bentley. Next off, number 163, another sculler from Leeds University, and that is Amy Lavelle.
Lizzie, it's a long line of singles coming down the course at the moment. We've seen some larger boats go down the course so far today, kicking off with the eights. The single is, in my mind, a completely different beast. How are these athletes going to be coping with essentially being completely by themselves on the water?
Yeah. It's so different, and you are able to have your coach cycle down the towpath, but the crowds that we're getting at Henley Women's Regatta is starting to get a bit like Henley Royal Regatta in that it's a little bit perilous cycling down there. So it can be a lonely old job being a single sculler, but it can also be immensely satisfying, because if it goes well, it's you that's made it go well, and if it doesn't go well, you've got to figure it out for yourself. So we mentioned Amy Lavelle from Leeds University, 165. She is followed by the sculler from from Reading Rowing Club, Jessica Shepherd, 164, and 165 from ASAR Nereus of the Netherlands, Valerie Arends.
Yeah, another representative from the Netherlands coming over. Always a popular event across everything from the eights, the fours, the quads, the doubles, the pairs, and the singles. You can be sure of some Dutch names on our commentary roster.
Yes, indeed. Not looking forward to that. 166 coming up. That's our London Rowing Club sculler, Frances Seeley. So, Durham University coming off next. Number 167, our sculler, Sophie Parks.
Durham University, of course, we've mentioned several times this morning. One of the powerhouses of northern student rowing here in the UK. A club struggled over the last few years, but recent results at Bucks Head, Bucks Regatta, and some of the broader events, Women's Head of the River, for example, have shown that the Purple Palace is heading back to its former glory.
Great to hear, and of course, also great joy for Cambridge University Boat Club, who have a sculler here, Alice Baines.
Alice Baines, one of the spares for the Cambridge University women's squad this year. Of course, the Cambridge University women have won every boat race, I believe, since 2018, if not a little bit before that. Hugely successful program. Currently under the stewardship of head coach Paddy Ryan, who, as we mentioned earlier, is trying to broaden the club's perspective and looking to events like Henley Women's to enter their athletes into. And Alice Baines, I'm sure, will be keen to progress as far through the regatta as possible in her custom-painted Felipe single scull.
Ah, very nice. And of course, from the pathway outside the elite side, the performance pathway, the club Leeds University, they have another sculler in this. This is Katie Walker, racing under number 169. Closely followed by Grosvenor Rowing Club's sculler Ellis Tubb.
Katie Walker from Leeds University is on her way back after an unfortunate injury that took her out of rowing for a little while. It is not uncommon for rowers to get injured, lower back problems, rib stress fractures, unfortunately. Fairly commonplace in our sport.
It is indeed. It's just a fact, really, that at some point you might well sustain an injury, and it's more about preventing that, particularly in rowing and women's rowing, by doing strength and conditioning work outside of the boat. As we can see, for those who are not very familiar with rowing, you are sitting in that piece of plastic on rather an unstable surface, much like trying to sit on a Swiss ball with your feet off the ground. So very important indeed to do strengthening work and balance work outside of the boat. Things like nutrition and stretching, very important indeed in order to maintain your ability to keep rowing and prevent injury. And then, of course, once it happens, really important to not get back too early and to take it really steadily and seek what is very expert help these days around the world in how to come back from rowing injuries. It's amazing what the physios in particular have been able to do in terms of protocols. On this, we have seen 171 go past from Exeter University. That's Catherine Hinton. And now from Agecroft Rowing Club, 172, Natalie Chow.
A bumper entry this year in the Bernard and Pauline Churcher Cup for aspirational single sculls. Some of these crews will unfortunately be knocked out before the side-by-side racing coming later on today. If you're just joining us this morning for the Henley Regatta live stream, a very, very warm welcome for Lizzie and myself in the commentary booth. Us and the rest of the team will be taking you through the time trials that will be running today up until 2 o'clock for a brief lunch break, after which we resume side-by-side racing from 3 o'clock onwards. Please do follow along on the live stream as well as on our social channels for all the latest from Henley Regatta here in Henley-on-Thames.
So, our competitor number 173 in the Pauline and Bernard Churcher Cup race for aspirational singles. From Bath University, we have Freya Ridge, number 173. And from Bournemouth University, number 174 is Naomi Davis. 175 hails from York University, and that is the sculler Molly Rippon.
On screen there, Molly Rippon of the University of York making her way down the course. A slight adjustment there on the steering. You want to stay clear of those booms. You can see there from this perspective the course looks wide, welcoming, comfortable. But for those scullers that are on the water, those booms either side can present a real challenge to make sure that they're not falling foul of what can be a race-ending collision.
Yeah, indeed. So from Strathclyde University, we have sculler Jessica Gillett. Have I mentioned... Sorry, no, we don't. We have Veronika Vonikova, racing under number 176. And then from Marlow Rowing Club, we have Jessica Gillett, racing under number 177. 178 is from Molesey Boat Club, and that is Giselle Coulter. And our final sculler in the aspirational single sculls in this time trial hails from Sudbury Rowing Club, and her name is Sophie Brown.
As we keep one eye here on the tail end of the time trials for the Bernard and Pauline Churcher Cup, we're just going to bring you the latest results that we have from the time trials here this morning at Henley Women's Regatta. The results for the Rosie May Gothling Trophy in bow order, the crews that will be progressing to the side-by-side trials races later on today are Norwich Rowing Club, Harbour University and College Boat Club A, a composite with Thames Rowing Club and Tideway Scullers School, Burebridge Rowing Club, Nottingham Rowing Club A, Durham University, De Montfort University, the University of London, Molesey Boat Club A crew, Cardiff University B crew, Warrington Rowing Club A, Gloucester Rowing Club, Proteus, Triton, Grona Studentering Riverina and Eiger from the Netherlands, and the Toowong Rowing Club from Australia.
That's good. They didn't make that trip in vain then. Good to see our only Aussie entry, at least starting the racing, and we wish them well for the rest of it. So in the time trial, we have moved on to the aspirational lightweight single scull, racing for the Fiona Dennis Trophy. Our first sculler off hails from Hollingworth Lake, and her name is Leanna Daniels.
Leanna Daniels qualified for this event last year, but fell afoul of the draw and was knocked out in the first round of the competition. She'll be looking to step on this year and make her way further into the competition.
I think that would make you really, really desperate, wouldn't it?
It would give
make you train very hard indeed.
It would definitely give you the motivation to come back stronger.
Alice Pictul is our next sculler. She's from Upper Thames Rowing Club, who obviously race on and row and train on this stretch of the Thames River. She'll be in the familiar dark blue and white. Number 182 is from Reading University, just a little bit further downstream, and that is Isabel Lancaster.
Isabel Lancaster placed 4th this year at Bucks Regatta in the Championship lightweight singles. And more recently, she finished 1st in the lightweight category on the Saturday of Metropolitan Regatta. This is an athlete to keep an eye on as the regatta progresses. She'll be looking to make her way deep into the regatta and may even have a title fight on her hands. You can see there on your screen, crew number 177. Jessica Gillett of Marlow Rowing Club making her way towards the finish line. One of the last crews in the open weight single sculls this morning.
So racing down the course in the Aspirational lightweight single sculls, crew number 183 is our sculler from London Rowing Club, Devin Ward.
Devin learned to row at Darwin College in Cambridge whilst he completed her master's degree in biochemical anthropology. She's currently undertaking her PhD and has been all over the world and has been able to row in Gibraltar, Arizona and Toronto. So a well-travelled athlete here on the course.
She is indeed. Some fascinating pictures on the screen there. Chasing these lightweight single sculls will be our championships 8s. I think that's quite a scary prospect. So good luck to our lightweight scullers. From Exeter University, sculler racing under the bow number 184 is Sasha Hallowell.
Just to keep you abreast of what's coming up over the next few hours here at Henley Women's Regatta, after we wrap up the time trials for the Fiona Dennis Trophy, that's the Aspirational Lightweight Single Sculls, we'll move through the events onto the Championship 8s, the Ron Needs Cup, followed by the Avril Velicott Cup for the Championship Coxless 4s, the Aspirational Club 4s, the Leicester Trophy, all the way through several events up until about 1:30 this afternoon for the last time trial of the morning, which will be the Frank v. Harry Cup for the Development Cox 4s. There'll be a lunch break, and then we'll be back on air at 3 o'clock, taking you through the side-by-side racing this afternoon at Henley Women's Regatta. If you're just joining us this morning at Henley Women's Regatta, a very warm welcome from Lizzie and myself in the commentary booth. There's a very brief break in racing until 12:10 when the Fiona Dennis Trophy for Aspirational Lightweight Single Sculls will head down the course. If you're not familiar with Henley Women's Regatta, this is the foremost women's regatta in the UK, Europe and arguably across the world. We've got a huge bumper entry this year, more entries than ever before and more international entries than we've ever seen on the course. So far this morning, we've had 5 or 6 different events time trial their way down. We'll carry on with those time trials this afternoon through till about 2 p.m, after which there'll be a brief break in racing, and then we'll return at around 3 o'clock for side-by-side racing, which will kick off the battles that we expect to see through the rest of the weekend here at Henley Women's Regatta.
enjoying all these. I'm going to take that. On you, Jamie. He's funny, though. On you, wait for it. On you still. Wait for it to have a chop. There you go. Yeah. Off right there, rowing. Early, go back on with you, mate. Off you. So, on you, Jamie. Lovely. Just take one comment before the first row. No practice with this one. Everyone's telling me they want to practice with this one. Have you got like your bag of photos? Should we say no? Right. Still with you, Jay. Yeah, fine. Lead them through. No worries. Thank you, mate. No worries. Coming to you next, Jamie. On you. That is awesome. Me. Kind of what? Off you, Jamie. On you, Ollie. Sorry, Jay? On you, Jamie.
I've got him, I didn't have time to put him on, they're in the rucksack on this. But anyway, it's health and safety because they're like really knobby ones with leather soles, it's very dangerous ones. Just thinking about my own health and well-being.
4 minutes. I understand, I want you to come up nicely, there's no rush. 3 minutes, there's no rush. No rush, that crossword, 3 minutes.
Welcome back to the afternoon session on Friday the 21st of June at Henley Women's Regatta. We are starting off the afternoon with the Aspirational lightweight single, the Fiona Dennis Trophy. This is race 8 to 12:10.
So on your screen now is the first few crews of this category, the Aspirational lightweight singles. That's the Fiona Dennis Trophy. And then in this event we have 20 crews going for 16 positions, so it's not the most competitive of time trials we have today. Racing in front of us we have one second, we have Leanna Daniels from Hollingworth Lake Rowing Club. We have Alice Pickthall from Upper Thames Rowing Club. Isabel Lancaster from Reading University. Devin Ward from London Rowing Club. Sasha Halliwell from Exeter University. Emily Granicher from Twickenham Rowing Club. Katie Cooper from Lambton Rowing Club. Rebecca Wearmouth from Derby Rowing Club. Sorry, correction, Rebecca Wearmouth from Lambton Rowing Club. Heidi Taylor from Derby Rowing Club. Amy Hallett from Dart Totnes Amateur Rowing Club. Leonie Kennedy from the University of Surrey. Zara Gautier-Price from Grosvenor Rowing Club. Catherine Jackson from Worcester Rowing Club. Carrie Griffin from Twickenham Rowing Club. Helen Gilbody from the University of Birmingham. Anna Bradley from Marlow Rowing Club. Chloe Redmond-Bell from Durham University. Farah Jaidi from Fulham Reach Boat Club. Caitlin Bloom from the City of Bristol Rowing Club. Samantha McCormick from Queen's University Belfast Ladies Boat Club. And that's it in this event. And that looks like number 184 in front of us. That's Sasha Halliwell from the University of Exeter. She came fourth at Bucks in this event, so I'm sure she'll be looking to do quite well. And she also finished sixth fastest lightweight on the Saturday and Sunday. And just going on your screens now, 186. This is Katie Cooper from Nottingham Rowing Club. This is her sixth time entering Henley Women's in the single sculls. Apparently she's wearing some lucky socks picked up by her nieces, but I can't quite see those in my pictures. She did quite well at Met Regatta, coming in fifth in this event. And she made it through the time trial last year, being knocked out in the first round. And now 187, this is Rebecca Wearmouth from Lambton Rowing Club. And Lambton Rowing Club was founded very recently, actually. It's only 2 years old, and they row on the River Wear up in the northeast. And just coming over the finish line now is 182. This is Isabel Lancaster from Reading University. She came fourth at Bucks Regatta in the championship lightweight singles category, and she won the lightweight category on the Saturday of Met, so potentially someone who will be progressing through to the racing. And now 188, this is Heidi Taylor from Derby Rowing Club. And she came 4th at Met Regatta, so again, someone who's probably going to make it through the time trials.
On your screens at the moment we have number 184, and that is Sasha Halliwell from Exeter University. Can you hear me now? Was that down the live stream as well? Apologies to our viewers, this is the first time doing this. So on your screens at the moment we have at number 189, this is Amy Hallett from Dartmouth Rowing Club. And that is number 184, Sasha Halliwell from Exeter Uni, just coming up to the finish line, giving it her all in the final few strokes of her time trial in the Aspirational lightweight single.
Yeah, there we have 191. This is Zara Gautier-Price from Grosvenor Rowing Club. That's based up in Chester. Shares the family name with the Grosvenors, who the Dukes of Westminster. For those of you paying attention to the news, they were recently married at Chester Cathedral. And Zara raced last year. She made it through the time trial, being knocked out in the first round. So hoping to improve on that result from last year.
And this is number 186, coming up to the finish line. This is Katie Cooper, representing Nottingham Rowing Club.
And now 192, this is Catherine Jackson from Worcester Rowing Club. Rowing in this lightweight category, she came 3rd in the lightweight category on the Sunday of Met. Just say that.
So currently on your screens we have number 193, and that is Carrie Griffin from Twickenham Rowing Club.
And just seeing some pictures again of Heidi Taylor from Derby Rowing Club.
And representing Birmingham University on your screens is number 194, and that is Helen Gilbody, known as the Mighty Lighty of UBBC. She had an A-final appearance at Bucks Regatta 2024 and the women's lightweight inter-single. She finished 5th, just behind Sasha Halliwell, and the same again happened on the Saturday of the Metropolitan Regatta, where she placed 7th. So we've certainly got some tight racing on our hands here, so it'll be really exciting to see the results come through from the time trial.
And a moment ago we were just seeing, I think it was Leonie Kennedy of Surrey, number 190, overtaking someone further up the rankings, so she's clearly having a good scull. And in front of us now is 195, correction. That's Anna Bradley from Marlow Rowing Club. And again, she did quite well, coming 4th at Met Regatta.
And on your screen here is number 192, and that is Catherine Jackson from Worcester Rowing Club. Now, I think, Charles, that Catherine is actually my dog's vet. So, you know, she's balancing a full-time job here, rowing as a lightweight, rowing at Worcester Rowing Club, so a lot on her plate there.
I mean, the commentary team here at Henley Women's is so well connected. Who knew?
We have lots of fun facts up our sleeve.
We're just seeing 196, that's Chloe Redmond-Bell from Durham University. When we're not talking about people's vets, we are talking about the rowing. And
no, it's a lovely stretch that you've got down in Worcester as well, full of twists and turns, but a really nice stretch of water down there.
I'm afraid I've never been, but maybe that's I shall have to add to my bucket list for next year's regional regattas.
Worcester Regatta, a great tin pot regatta. It's fantastic. Would recommend.
And yeah, we're seeing 197 there. That's Farah Jaidi from Fulham Reach with a handwritten bow number. Improvising in the face of adversity there.
Improvise, adapt, overcome, hey?
Yeah. And it's great to see Fulham reach there, the really amazing boat club that's been built, you know, in such a river that's got such longevity and long-standing clubs to see a new club relatively recently, about 6 years ago, here on the river, racing with the top names as well.
No, it's fantastic.
And just 198 there, that's Caitlin Bloom from the City of Bristol Rowing Club. And I think if we're seeing Caitlin sculling up the course, that means we should be shortly seeing Samantha McCormick. There she is, from Queen's University Belfast Ladies Boat Club. She's the last sculler in this time trial. So we've got through this event pretty rapidly. Samantha's started rowing at Queen's as a novice in 2019, and she's been the captain there previously. She came second in champ lightweight double at Bucks Regatta this year, and the first in intermediate lightweight quads. And she's rowed for Ireland at the home championships there. And just in the background as well, that looks like Caitlin Bloom from City of Bristol.
And on your screens now we have number 196, and that is Chloe Redmond-Bow from Durham University, here coming into the final few strokes of her time trial. She's going to start jacking the rate up, really taking it home. And that wraps up the Aspirational lightweight single, the Fiona Dennis Trophy, as we start to see some of the championship eights take to the course. This is the Ron Needs Cup, race 9. So get yourselves ready for the championship eights.
And this is probably, arguably, the most competitive event in the regatta. Again, we've got 16 places and 20 crews going for it. So, you know, for most people, they might be seeing this as a bit of a warm-up if they're confident in their speed. But it's a really unusual event because it's got a confluence of people who are under 19 medalists, under 23 representatives, people who've been to GB trials, previous Henley women's winners, Bucks gold medalists, that sort of thing. So you've got the best of club and the best of university all coming together into the top event. In fact, the final, if I remember last year, was Brooks, top university, versus Thames, top club. So hopefully we'll see some really great rowing on our screens.
And it's also great to see the overseas crews coming over. You know, there's been a lot of Dutch crews and also those crews from the USA. It's been fantastic to see them make the trip over to Henley Women's and make the trip down the course.
Yeah, I was actually at TSR Vidar, which is in Tilburg in Holland, and it's amazing. They had a whole mural on their wall about their ambition. They painted the Henley course. And their slogan was Vidar win Henley 2024, although they've only entered the visitors this year, so maybe their ambitions have been curtailed. But
Well, we've got the women proudly representing their club here in the championship eights.
So it looks like we've had Thames Rowing Club just go through. We'll hopefully catch up with them a bit further up the course. And just lining up for the start now is Oxford Brookes University. So this is Claire Feerick, McKenna Simpson, Rihanna Sumpter, Nicole Kozak, Martha Birtles, Brenna Radnall, Ariana Fording, Grace Richards, and Cox by Beatrice Argyle. And this is likely going to be their remnant crew, I suspect.
Yes, I believe it is. And it's been fantastic because Chris Tebb, I believe, has stepped over as the coach for Oxford Brookes, taking over from Hugo Gulliver. So it's great. You know, this is his first season as head of the women. So hopefully they've had some fantastic results so far this season. They're racing out in the Hollenbecker, I believe, the Dutch 8. So it's been really cool, and it'll be really exciting to see what this 8 can do.
And I'm afraid this is beyond my area of expertise to commentate on, but I wouldn't rate his steering as particularly smooth. We're just seeing Durham line up now. This is Isabel Sellers, Mia Vickerman, Daisy Jackson, Megan Hadfield, Anna Grace, Izzy Kennedy, Meredith Oakes, Ella Baden Darrington, and Cox by Casper Gray. And I believe this is the crew that won Bucks Head Championship 8s and came silver at Bucks Regatta. And here we are. Here's some shots of Crew 201. This is the Thames Cup 8 we were talking about. So that's Katie Matali, Jane Hardy, Rachel Heap, Helena Barton, Grace Johnson, Lydia Cronin, Darla Matthews, Anna Terry, and Cox by Darcy Burkett.
So Katie actually used to row at Brooks. So it's awesome to see her in the bow seat of this Thames cruise. So she'll be giving it her all. She'll be wanting to put a fantastic result in against Brooks here. A little bit more fuel to the fire, hey?
Absolutely. And I think that crew only came second at the Heineken Regatta to just the Dutch National 8.
Oh,
so
brilliant.
They're really fast. Just seeing Thames B, I think, just row past. That's made of Eve Carrow, Brooke Preston, Hannah Roberts, Tara Grimsley Moore, Francesca Lidlow, Millie Hopkins, Phoebe Hayden, Sina Caroline Schaefer, and Cox by Lucy Thomas. And in fact, we're just seeing also on your screens, that was the Leander B crew. Maybe we'll come back to them in a second.
I've just been handed the results for the Bernard and Pauline Churcher Cup. So I've got the list of the qualified crews for that event. We've got crew number 148, Mortlake Anglian Alpha Boat Club. Give me 2 seconds and I would just get the names for those.
And while we're waiting for that, we've got crew 202. That's the Brooks University A crew, rowing past, I say. Looking very sharp. Very powerful. I mean, the Brooks program is it's very impressive. They managed to get, it used to say that lightweights were technical and heavyweights were powerful, and Brooks seems to have made heavyweights row like lightweights, which, as a former Newcastle alumni, makes me always a bit sad, but that they're so fast, but also really impressive to just be delivering those results year after year.
Yeah, we've got yourself from Newcastle and myself from Brooks. So I remember our old rivalry going
indeed.
back in the day. Brooks
Yes.
versus Newcastle at Bucks.
Yeah.
So yes, I've just got the time trial results for the Bernard and Pauline Churcher Cup. This is the aspirational single. So the crews that have qualified here are crew number 148. That is Jennifer Bailey from Mortlake Anglian Alpha Boat Club. Next up, we have Naomi Holland from Upper Thames Rowing Club. That is crew number 149. 150, that is Imogen Parker Elms representing Molesey Boat Club, is qualified next. Followed by 151, City of Oxford Rowing Club, Caitlin Armstrong. Next up, we have got Pippa Briggs from Martlet Boat Club. We also have Walbrook Boat Rowing Club, Renee Myber will be joining them. Crew number 154, Jade Gowan from Mortlake Anglian Alpha Boat Club. Strathclyde Park Rowing Club, and that is represented by Sarah Haps. Queen's University Belfast Ladies Boat Club, Clara McClements. Neptune Rowing Club Ireland, which is crew number 161, Neve Kilgan. Crew number 166, Frances Seeley. 167, Sophie Parks from Durham Rowing Club. Crew number 168, Alice Baines. Crew 171, which is Catherine Hinton from University of Exeter. University of York, crew number 175, represented by Molly Rippon. And crew number 176, Veronica Volnikova from Strathclyde University. So those are your qualified crews for the Bernard and Pauline Churcher Cup, the aspirational single. So congratulations to those crews.
And we're just seeing one of the Brooks crews there across the finish line having a bit of cool down after their time trial. This is for the Ron Needs Cup. This is the Championship 8, so the very best of rowing we're going to see here today at Henley Women's. These some of the fastest crews of the competition.
And I believe that Brooks have got 3 crews in this event. Someone asked if I was about to help Cox, so I said, no, I'm sorry, I'm doing my commentary, I've retired.
And we're just seeing the Blue Star 8 there. That's Newcastle University. That's made of Tia Lenihan, Harriet Taylor, Saskia Ward, Lucy Webber, Lucy Thompson, Scarlett Rixer, Rachel Bradley, Holly Eude, and Cox by Shashank Visanalphan Prema.
And with the different crews are also obviously training on the different waters. So you've got Tyne and Newcastle with the tidal waters, and then our kind of Thames and all of our tideway-based crews. So a few of these boats would have come up a few days before to get used to the different river conditions. I believe that the weather's been pretty wet here in the UK, hasn't it? So the stream will be up, and these crews will be feeling that stream at the moment.
I mean, Alex breezed into the commentary box about half an hour ago, fresh from her flight from sunny Australia.
It is not sunny over there.
I think we're just seeing Trinity College USA on our screens. So Whitney Young, Camille Schubert, Sophia Romano, Erin Barbakoff, Eleanor Burke, Valerie Casella, Ali Johnson, Zoe Tiffin and Cox by Juliana Boris, and they won a bronze medal apparently at the NCAA Championships in the Varsity 8s. And this is crew 205. This is Leander B. So Grace Denning-Smitherman, Abby Bird, Flynn Green, Murren Green, Alice Ives, Helen Kirkpatrick, Jemima Furness, Izzy Hawes, and Cox by Shauna Fitzsimmons.
So I believe that this crew is coached by Harriet Taylor, who has just joined the Leander joined in September the Leander coaching team. So it's great for her to get stuck in. And on your screens here, we have Newcastle University and Tyne Rowing Club.
Yeah, I think this is officially entered as a Tyne crew, but as you can see on the screens in front of you, so many of them are Blue Star alumni that every one of them is wearing their old Blue Star. This is the actual Newcastle crew, for proper reasons, wearing their Blue Stars, but the Tyne crew also wearing the same Blue Stars on their arms. Part of the sort of loyalty of the scheme. I'm just trying to see which crew this is now in front of us. This could be KSRV Njord. From the Netherlands, so this is where Netherlands. Apparently they're celebrating 150 years of their existence.
Oh,
and
fantastic.
I don't know if I dare try and pronounce all the Dutch names that I've got in front of me, but they're representing Leiden University.
So just jumping back there to crew 207, so it's Trinity College, Hartford, in the US of A. And like you said, they got a bronze medal at the NCAA Championships. So again, great for them to make the trip over to Henley Women's Regatta. So
Any guesses for where they're from in America?
Oh, maybe Iowa. They're great hats though, great pink hats that they're donning.
It looks like we've got another Leander crew, although we have got someone it's got some composite members in that. Looks like 2 and 4 from Imperial and Oxford by the looks of things. This is Brooks B, just on your screens now. Anna Buchanan, Emily Letton, Amelia Reagan, Lindsay Morissette, Amelia Carpenter, Anna Bloomer, Aggie Burt, Olivia Hill and Cox by Sophia Bernal. Apparently the B crew was only half a second behind the A crew for Brooks at the Holland Becker.
Oh, that was a fantastic race that they had there against that Dutch National 8 in the women's race. And like you say, it was a right ding-dong between the Brooks A crew and the Brooks B crew. So it's great that they've got such a competitive squad at the high level, and to see them both battling it out here on the Championship 8. So I wonder, would we get an All Brooks final maybe?
Oh, well. I'm not sure I'd be too keen to see that. But, we just saw some pictures of the Tyne crew. So that was Anna Colley, Margot Bemmerly, Megan Johnston, Beth Dyer, Kat Bulmer, Anna van der Brack, Frances Monroe, Jem Peacock and Cox by Ryan Glymond.
Got a fantastic shot there of that Brooks crew just really hugging the booms, coxed by Sophia Bernard.
Clearly earning her money's worth as she's steering on that part of the course, by the booms. Didn't quite catch the bow number of this crew.
I think is that University of Rhode Island?
This
maybe?
could be, yes. We've got Nottingham University on the screen now. So this is Grace Church, Isabel Blake Herworth, Catherine Elmsley, Aoife Thompson, Holly Burke, Georgina Thorpe, Natasha Pearce, Molly Fennell and Cox by Charlotte Brand.
Again, it's fantastic to see Nottingham in the Championship 8s as well.
Yeah, really coming up through the rankings over the last few years as a university. Although when I went on a training camp to Home Pier Points,
wow.
which any dedicated rower will know and love very well. And I was actually a bit surprised that Nottingham hadn't been doing well for ages because they have the benefit of a rowing lake. They train on the home pier point lake and the Trent as well, right next to it.
I thought they were on the Trent, but that's great that they've got the option of both, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. So this is 2-1-2. This is the Brooks B crew again.
And closely followed, we've got crew 215 just on your screens there, the Imperial College and Leander Club and Oxford University Rowing Club.
And did you see they were rowing in a boat called Ron Needs in the Ron Needs Cup?
Fantastic! That was brilliant. Aptly named.
This seems to be a pretty glittering crew in terms of international representation, and it looks like practically everyone in this crew has been to under-23s and won medals. We've got Australian under-23s, GB under-23s, silver, gold medalists, so you would expect that they don't do quite well, and apparently...
I think that's coached by Nick Dunlop, isn't it?
Yeah, who was at University of Washington.
Yes, and Sydney Rowing Club as well, so he came over, gosh, was it March maybe?
What was I saying about well-connected commentary?
But yeah, he seems to be enjoying his time in the UK, and yeah, great to see some overseas representation. And here we have Edinburgh University on your screens now.
And this is Charlotte Glasby, Lily Young, Sophie Morgan, Isabel Clements, Olivia Burns, Grace Dawson, Josephine Briggs, Freya Hewson, and coxed by Patrick Moody. And again, another crew I think will be looking to do quite well, that Edinburgh one. And we've got here now, this looks like another American crew just rowing through the start. Southern Methodist University, USA. This is Anne Ensley, Claire Murphy, Lauren Bilafer, Sarah Wood, Emily Baker, Claudia Kerry-Roger, Annabelle New, Sydney Stuelp, and coxed by Josephine Wilson. I'm sorry if I've mangled that last one. It's definitely putting through my pronunciation test, this job, doing the eights.
Warmed up before, shouldn't we?
Yeah, we've been doing our vocal exercises
tomorrow.
Outside. Yeah, tomorrow.
So I think the team is coming off back-to-back American Athletic Conference Team Championships. Again, another one there. And they finished 7th in the country in 2023. We don't have the results through in our commentary notes from how they did at the NCAAs, but we can certainly do a little bit of research and see where they place there. And on your screens is that Leander and Imperial and Oxford University composite crew just finishing their race there. It's great to see Marlow Rowing Club actually as well in the coming down the course here.
Yes, they just went through the commentary box. Their cox was being very enthusiastic. I think this crew is Araminta Evans, Georgie Nesson, Lorana Frenek, Madeline Wheeler, Rebecca Don, Grace Harras, Ellen Buttrick, Amy Wright, and coxed by Rose Copus.
It's fantastic to see Ellen in this crew. So Ellen is she was in the GB PR3-4 that won gold at Tokyo. So it's great for her to be representing Marlow Boat Club in the Championship Women's 8 events in the 7-seat there.
Yeah, fantastic, and good to have some alternatives to perhaps the medals factories of certain high-profile rowing clubs competing in this event.
There's Brooks on your screen there, just warming down from their race.
And I think we just saw 217, that's the Southern Methodist University crew just in the back. So they were, they've just come off apparently back-to-back wins in the American Athletic Conference Team Champions. And they apparently finished 7th in the country in 2023 at this university. So certainly one to watch for the results. Although, as I was saying before, there's 16 places and 20 entries, so it's not the most competitive time trial we're watching today.
I believe we mentioned the NCAAs, and it was University of Texas that were crowned champions on the women's side for the women's event at the NCAA Championships. So they would have been competing against them.
And then we've got Trinity College USA B crew, and this is Miranda Connolly, Caitlin Masick, Alandra Polisek, Riley Reynolds, Lake Zajak, Michaela Rivera, Alexandra Newman, Tessa Griffin, and coxed by Claire Broulard. I think I got those names right, but I'm sure I'll get some angry WhatsApps later if I've mixed that up. And apparently that crew was bronze medalists again in the varsity eights at the NCAAs.
And here's Marlow just giving it their all in the last few strokes of their race. That's crew 218, Marlow Rowing Club A.
Not looking too shabby at all there. Really going for it as they just cross the line.
Oh, look at that shot there. Fantastic down the course. That's crew 214 in your picture, University of Rhode Island, USA.
I don't know if we saw them racing down that much, but this is Bella Bruno, Sarah Pecoraro, Emma Barnhart, Caitlin Reardon, Samantha Gumprecht, Nicole Jones, Beth Nordstrom, Katie Castle, and Lily Statis. I think.
And this is the top 8 from the University of Rhode Island women's team. They've said that they've won 9 conference championships and have been to the NCAAs 5 times. So it's, crew of great calibre there.
And blimey, we are straight into the next event, which is the Averill Velicott Cup for Championship Coxless Fours.
So we'll do a little bit of a roll call here so you know who to expect coming down the track for the Averill Velicott Cup. We've got Leander Rowing Club, London Rowing Club, Imperial College and Thames, Upper Thames Rowing Club, London Rowing Club B, Thames Rowing Club, Upper Thames Rowing Club B, Leander Club C, Molesey Boat Club A, Wallingford Rowing Club A, Oxford Brooks A, Derby Rowing Club A, Strathclyde Park and University of Aberdeen. We've got Leander Club, another Leander Club, Reading Rowing Club, Oxford University A, Leander Club D, Molesey Boat Club D, and SMU USA. So that's the roll call there for the Averill Velicott Cup. It's the Championship Women's 4.
And I think there are 19 entries in this event, going for the 16 places. Junior Rowing News did a little write-up of this event, and it said who might win. Their prediction was too close to call. So potentially we shall see some really good racing later today, with most of these crews that you'll be seeing racing in those heats and finals. I think we're just seeing the Leander crew there. That's the Leander A crew. This is Philippa Emery, Sophie Houston, Abigail Top, and Isabel Powell. And now we're just cutting to Upper Thames by the looks of things. That's Lucy Ryan, Fiona Gammond, Rachel Burrows, and Megan Jackson. So
some really great calibre in all of these boats. That Leander Club crew that you mentioned, with a lot of under 23 calibre, and then Fee Gammond, who was in the Women's 8 for the 2020 Olympics. So on your screens there we have crew 225, that is London Rowing Club B. So coming down the course in crew 225 is Georgia Hellard Tim, Catherine Jane Coop, Sarah Helen and Caroline Newbury.
And fun fact about this crew, Caroline Newbury used to row at Lee Rowing Club.
Ah, another one of your rowing club.
You can't see this, but I'm wearing a Lee Rowing Club t-shirt right now.
You?
So it's my home club, the bright orange
Fantastic.
Hackney Armada.
So there on your screens, I believe that's crew 222, that's London Rowing Club A. I think that they were raced in the final of the Aspirational Women's 4 last year against Worcester Rowing Club. I hope that is true. Fingers crossed. But representing that London Rowing Club A crew is Elizabeth Cottrell, Laura Bates, Aoife Keane and Claudia Turley.
And this looks like 223, Imperial College London, and this is Laura Ellington, Sophia Sterling, Orla Johnson, and Lauren Bowles.
Is that one of the Thames Clipper or the Hobbs Henley boats? There we go. Enjoying the.
I find it always slightly terrifying on the warm up for Henley Women's and Henley Royal, and indeed Henley Masters, that you're sort of doing fours, and if you're not keeping a lookout, you might be run down by some enormous cruiser.
So here, apologies, Charles. So we've got Megan Pickering in the bow seat there of this Upper Thames Crew B. Now, she won the Aspirational Club 4 event that I mentioned earlier, representing Worcester Rowing Club. So she's moved down to Upper Thames, and she's sitting proudly in the bow seat of their B Crew for the Averil Velicott Cup.
Such encyclopedic knowledge. And we're just going to break from our commentary of the live pictures to give you the time trial results from the Fiona Dennis Trophy. So that's the aspirational lightweight singles we were just watching. So the people who have gone through are Daniels of Hollingworth Lake Rowing Club, Leanna Daniels, apologies, Alice Pickle of Upper Thames Rowing Club, Isabel Lancaster of Reading University, Devin Ward of London Rowing Club, Sasha Halliwell of the University of Exeter, Emily Granicher from Twickenham Rowing Club, Katie Cooper from Lambton Rowing Club, Rebecca Wearmouth, oh no, sorry, I keep doing this, I keep not reading my line straight, so Katie Cooper from Nottingham Rowing Club, Rebecca Wearmouth from Lambton Rowing Club, Heidi Taylor from Derby Rowing Club, Amy Hallett from Dart Totnes, Leonie Kennedy from the University of Surrey, Zara Gauthier-Price from Grosvenor Rowing Club, Carrie Jackson, Jackson from Worcester Rowing Club, Gilbody from the University of Birmingham, Bradley from Marlow Rowing Club, and Redmond Bell from Durham University. Those are the 16 who will be racing later today. And that's 296. Paddling up to the start, I presume. That's Bath University for the Aspirational Academic Coxless Falls later, and then the 3306, which is Oriel College, I think.
There's that Upper Thames Rowing Club B Crew there, just winding to the line. And there we have that lovely shot. I think it was Oriel College Boat Club Crew 306 was just in your picture.
I think we just saw 229, which is Molesey Boat Club in front of us. That was Megan Slabbert, Angarad Broughton, Lisa Goosens, and Ella Kossel. Yes, 229. That was, again, quite experienced rowers. Apparently Megan and Lisa both rowed against each other at under 23s for Great Britain and the Netherlands. I don't know how many crews you could say that about.
Yeah, so Lisa was in the Netherlands crew. She came over to Molesey. She was at Leander for a while and then came over to Molesey. So it's great for them to be racing together. Put that former rivalry of under 23s to one side.
Apparently Ella Kossel was trialling for New Zealand, but has decided to switch, and this is apparently her first race in the UK.
Oh, wow. I think we just had on our screens Derby Rowing Club A. That was crew 232. So representing Derby, we had Jade Smith, Martha Nutkins, Lucy Stokes, and Jasmine Smith. And now we have 233, which is Strathclyde Park and University of Aberdeen. So representing Strathclyde Park, we've got Morven Thompson, Maisie Aspinall, Zoe Beeson, and Isla Bathgate. So I believe that Zoe, has she just come back over from the US potentially?
I feel embarrassed at my lack of in-depth knowledge about the careers of all these rowers that you seem to have, Alex. Just got 231 here. This is Beth Dutton, Jasmine Bowers, Abby Spears, and Alison Baker from Oxford Brookes University. Their A crew for this event.
Beth Dutton won the first women's 8 event at Henley Royal Regatta, so she's still there, still representing Brookes. So it's great for her to be able to pass on her wisdom to these other athletes in the Brookes crew. And I know that Beth just absolutely loves the sport. She loves being around it, being in it. So yeah, great to see. This is what it's all about. And on your screen there we had Reading Rowing Club, that's crew 235, Rachel York, Beth Taylor, Bethany Anderson and Anna Kemsley. That was Reading Rowing Club there, just peeking through the booms. This looks like Oxford University on your screens now, crew 236. Representing Oxford, we've got India Mattox, Tessa Haining, Catherine King and Maria Nilsson-Scott.
And it's interesting, it looks like the headwinds picked up quite a lot. At the beginning it was just causing a few ripples, but it looks like
Really
conditions have
has picked
started
up,
to
yeah.
worsen slightly. And this is 232. This is from Derby Rowing Club. So Jade Smith, Martha Nutkins, Lucy Stokes and Jasmine Smith. Apparently they've been racing at Wallingford and met together. And Derby Rowing Club, I think, is Club of the Year, British Rowing Club of the Year this year. I should be keeping track of these things because Lee Rowing Club was Club of the Year in 2022, so I should be following these things more closely. Apparently their best result at Women's Head this year.
Gosh, in 27 years, that's brilliant.
Yeah, and steering from the stroke seat, apparently, which is high risk. High risk, I find.
Especially around the booms.
Yeah. Looks like I've got Molesey here now. This is, I think, 238. So that will be Eloise Brindle, Mia Thompson, Olivia Elliott and Lola Crampin.
Know that Liv has joined Molesey from the Cambridge University lightweight women's squad. So it's, I think, her first kind of year out in the club scene, representing Molesey now.
And this is Southern Methodist University, USA. I think this is their A crew, so that's Jamie Maybury, Macy Adley, Sophia Dooley, and Ava Hart. That was crew 239, I think. Apparently, well, this is the only international crew in this event. I think that's a Scullers crew just lining up on the start. Then we might have moved through into the next event, which is the Leicester Trophy for Club Coxless Fours. So, yeah, 240 there, so we have moved through. This is London Rowing Club here. Hermione Brewster, Kate Griffiths, Gabriella Morton and Amelia Perrin. And this crew qualified for the A final at Met, so they're definitely one in the mix. And this event is a bit more competitive. We've got 26 crews going for the 16 places, so it's a bit more high stakes than perhaps some of the time trials we've seen. While we see some geese on the screen, we're just going to break from the live commentary of the racing to just give you the results from the Ron Needs Cup. So technology is an amazing thing because they're coming in thick and fast, but the results were for the Championship 8s, that's the Ron Needs Cup. But the crews that qualified were Thames Rowing Club A, Oxford Brookes University A, Durham University, Durham University A, Thames Rowing Club B, Leander Club B, Newcastle University, Trinity College USA A, the Newcastle University and Tyne Composite, the University of Iowa USA A, Oxford Brookes University B, Nottingham University A, the University of Rhode Island A, the Imperial College Leander and Oxford University Composite, Edinburgh University, Southern Methodist University USA A, and Oxford Brookes University C. And just lining up there, we have the crew from Lee Rowing Club. This is Camille Matillonate, Jamila Sinclair, Grania Maguire-Keneally, and Ottiline Martin. And Grania's the captain of Lee Rowing Club, and quite a lot. You'll see it in quite a lot of the crews here at Lee. They've all actually learnt to row at Lee as adults. And Jamila, who's the at 2, I think, in that crew, only learnt to row as a novice 2 years ago as an adult. think just lining up now is... Sorry, were you live or not? And we're back now with the Leicester Trophy. This is the Club Coxless Fours, and as mentioned, this is quite a competitive time trial with 26 crews going for 16 places. I think we're just seeing City of Oxford A row class, Ruth Rackstraw, Jessica Dunham, Alice Corbin and Lara Robinson. Apparently that crew has cycled through every single possible combination. This is according to the information they submitted to the regatta, including bucket and bow rigging, and they finally settled on the most conventional rig possible. So, good for them.
Simple is sometimes best, eh?
Yes.
Crew 243 there is Molesey Boat Club A. This will be Millicent Phantom, Kiara Stewart, Alexandra Poole and April Lemon. We've got the stern pair there, our Newcastle alumni, Charles. So setting up a really nice rhythm there, April Lemon in the stroke seat, backed up by Alex Poole. And I believe that they had a win in the Women's Club Coxless 4 at Wallingford Regatta, and then placed second in the Sunday Bean final at the Met Regatta. Molesey have done Sam Tuck is heading up the programme there. They've been over to Ghent, and I believe that they had a training camp over in Hazelwinkle as well. So hopefully that all of that training will be paying off here, and they've got that Blue Star rhythm in the stroke seat and 3 seat in that Molesey Boat Club 4. So yeah, good luck.
Can you tell that Alex coxed at Molesey? Yeah, great to see the Blue Star Armada in force. And just rowing past us now is I think it's 244. I think that's 244, City of Bristol A. Lauren O'Neill, Helena Rarity, Jenny Jeffrey, Romy Minko.
So that was City of Bristol there, just coming through the finish line. And just a reminder, this is the Aspirational Club for the Leicester Trophy. So, like Charles said, very, very competitive event with 26 crews entered for 16 places. So on your screen there is the Tideway Scullers boat.
And I think that's got Mia Don, Anna Beinhocker, Allegra O'Sullivan and Elizabeth Sari in that crew.
Closely followed there with Thames Rowing Club A, crew 246.
And this has got Emily Strange, who's also a Blue Star alumni, at bow. So continuing the strength of this this representation here in front of us.
So that one was Emily Strange, Portia Light, Rebecca Cleffam and Magdalene Milneck. That was Putney Town Rowing Club, I believe. Just
It might be. I think that was maybe Mortlake Anglia Alpha.
That's the one. Apologies.
It's quite hard in this lighting. They sometimes look like Brooks with the distinctive striping. But that was Shemay Griffin, Antka Hommers, Juliana Aristzabal, Hannah Marish Galeshkili, and apparently this is an entirely international crew of nationalities from China, Germany, Colombia, and the USA.
That was awesome.
247 on the screen, which is the City of Bristol B crew. Grace Lusby, Henrietta Irons, Annabelle Young, and Jenny Johnson. And they've three of them have learnt to row as adults at City of Bristol. Hats off to them. Being steered by presumably Grace from Imperial. And they've got a quite significant. They've got some significant results there. They've previously raced at Henley Women's before. In fact, I think it's for some of them it's their 5th Henley Women's, so they've clearly quite experienced crew. And there's that Lee crew there I was mentioning earlier. Great to see them. Jamila at 2, learnt to row as an adult only 2 years ago, so it's great to see her in a championship event, in a club event like in the Coxless 4 racing so well. So 249, that's Upper Thames B. Emma Body, Becky Norman, Lucy Dark and Matilda Mann.
So just in your screen there was crew 258, and that was Sons of the Thames Rowing Club, and that is represented by Ruth Turnock, Jennifer Scrine, Katie Martin and Linda Blakely.
We just saw a flash of another Thames crew. I think that was 253, Isabel Roper, Natasha Cowie, Sophie McGregor-Taylor and Mila Giovanacci.
And here's Worcester Rowing Club on your screens there. Fantastic to see Worcester with 2 4s in this event. I believe that's Fran Thomas in the bow seat. She started off at King's Worcester Boat Club, which then moved on to the University of Exeter and is now picked up the sport again and representing Worcester Rowing Club in the Aspirational Club for the Leicester Trophy. So great to see Fran there in the bow seat, coming back to the sport in the top 4.
I'm sorry we're being a bit hesitant identifying the crews at the starts. It's the dark lighting makes it quite hard to work out any of the club colours or indeed the bow numbers.
There we've got Club 255, so Mortlake Anglian Alpha Boat Club.
I think this was the entirely international crew, not a single British person in this.
That's
in that
awesome.
crew.
So for some, it says in our commentary notes this is their first run down the Henley booms, and others are returning back with 3/4 of the boat rode with UCL at some point of their careers. So yeah, that's your Mortlake and Anglian and Alpha crew 255.
And then 252 here from Star Club in Bedford. That's Naomi McBride, Rachel Cooper, Emma Harris and Chloe Howe. And we're straight on to, I think it's 256 from York City with a distinctive purple and gold. Sorry, I shouldn't have said that because every time someone talks about Lee on any rowing commentary, they always say the distinctive orange, and I've just fallen for the same trap.
Oh, there we go.
But I do love the York City blazer. It's a sight to behold.
They are brilliant blazers. So that York City crew is represented by Louise Hawkyard, Rachel Shilto, Sarah Hyde and Sophie Nicholson. That was the York City crew 256. And there in your picture is 254. That is Worcester Rowing Club that I was mentioning earlier. And Worcester actually won this event last year, I believe, with Meg Pickering.
You have all the Worcester knowledge.
I'm from Worcester, so
that was
yeah.
okay,
that might help.
This is incredible in-depth knowledge. Well, hopefully I can match that with the Chester knowledge if we get through to some more crews.
It's awesome, though, in these events to see, those smaller clubs being able to target these club events. So it's, great to see.
Well, it was great to see the club from the sculler from Grosvenor. I think it was Zara Gautier-Price qualifying the Fiona Dennis Trophy earlier as well.
Wonder if that's
Another shot of Mortlake Anglian Alpha. Clearly, our cameras are tracking their distinctive red and yellow, red, white, and red, white and black blades very closely. I said it again. I said distinctive colours.
Again, I didn't want to say.
It's on the banned list of commentary phrases.
So we just got 259 on your screen. That is Worcester Rowing Club B, and represented by Isabel Zakers, Katie Weston, Catherine Borton, and Grace Horrocks. So we've got Worcester Rowing Club A and a B crew in this event, which is great to see.
And fantastic, they've got 2 crews in this event as well. The York City crew there again, sprinting probably for
Into
what is
the-
now, I imagine, the last 150 metres of their
Yeah.
race.
Final stages in this race, and like we said, the wind did pick up. I think it looks like it's calmed down a fraction to
Yeah, a little
back
glance
end of the
there.
Champates event that we had, but
And this is City of Oxford here. This is, I think, their B crew, 260.
that's
Alice Knoll, Maisie Higgs, Evie Nash, and Georgios Stondage. Stonage, I think, actually. Sorry, I'm going to get all the angry WhatsApps later.
Be ready. And on your screen there it is Putney Town Rowing Club B crew number 257 with Chloe Paxman, Poppy Harrison, Sophie Fraser and Amber Inderenden.
And if you're wondering why our commentary is slightly drier or more succinct for certain crews over others, we are heavily reliant on a form which the commentary team circulates. So if you haven't had a chance to fill it out, next year, make sure you do. Add all the fun facts and
Yeah.
then we can give you a shout out.
Please add in your fun facts.
Gosh, and we've got singles already lining up, but still a few more of the fours to go through. I think that was 258, Sons of the Thames here. Ruth Turnock, Jeffna Scrine, Katie Martin and Linda Blakely.
Got a fantastic club down at Hammersmith Sons of Thames. Huh?
Yeah, I actually boated from there for one of the heads of the rivers.
Oh,
and
brilliant.
It's really nice to be in the middle of the course.
Yeah.
Not too long warm up, not too long from the finish line. It's the optimum place to be.
A good bar, apparently. And
And
here on your screens, we've got Kingston Rowing Club A. So that is crew number 261 with Sally Young, Megan Thomas, Jennifer Fairman, and Mary Ford Weston. We've got some great calibre in this crew. Jenny learnt to row at University of Oxford in 2010. She's rowed at Abingdon Rowing Club before joining Kingston Rowing Club in 2019.
And the singles, or in the next event, which is the George Innes Cup for Championship singles, have already started. So we'll be seeing some of those in your pictures in a second. I think the head of the river for this race is Jennifer Titterington from Nottingham Rowing Club. So we'll probably be seeing her very shortly. This is 259 on your screen. That's the Worcester B crew again.
So on your screens there, we've got crew 263, that is Warwick Boat Club A. So I believe rowing in this crew, we have, Anne Kristen Dobrinsky, Patrina Witt, Lauren Kemp and Alana Byrne. So that is Warwick Boat Club A.
Love the visors.
Oh, great
Very
visors.
distinctive.
Now, I've not been down to the river in Warwick. I've not seen what it's like to train down there. And there's Kingston flashing up on our screens again. I believe that Kingston cruise struck by Megan Thomas, and she's got some great experience under her belt. She rode in the Wargrave last year at Henley Royal as well. So coming into the closing stages of her race there for Kingston.
And this is Globe, I
Globe
think.
Rowing Club, yes. Phoebe Lee, Lammy Veracruz, Sally Dempster and Yasmin Hall from the Globe Rowing Club crew. We've got 2 of the 4 returning to the boat from injury and still being selected over a wider pool. And 2 of the rowers in this crew completed the Globe Learn to Row within the last couple of years. And they've got a really good Learn to Row programme down there, haven't they?
Yeah, there's a sort of cluster of us. It's Lee, Curlew and Globe, all based out of the East London docks.
Oh.
So a bit of friendly rivalry, but glad to see one of our friends from East London has also made it out to the competition.
Very loud down there, isn't it? When I remember doing home countries a few years back, and you've got all the planes taking off as you're trying to race.
Yes, I was coaching there only on Thursday, and I've got some lovely shots of BA flight to wherever taking off just with my crew that I'm talking to.
Oh, amazing.
In the foreground of the shot.
Did they beat the Airbus A380?
Yeah, I think you're referring to the Comic Relief thing that GB8 did, where they
Yes,
raced
yeah.
the docks, and my God, they chose the worst possible day to do that race. It was,
no.
I can't believe they actually allowed them to do it because it was so stormy and
Yeah.
wet. So we are straight into the singles, and this is indeed Jennifer Titterington from the from Nottingham Rowing Club in the championship single sculls. But I think we're just going to pause the commentary on the singles while we do the results of
the Avril Velicott Cup, which I believe is the championship Coxless 4. So, running through the results for that, we have Leander Rowing Club, London Rowing Club, Crew 223, Imperial College London and Thames Rowing Club, Crew 224, Upper Thames Rowing Club A, Crew 225, London Rowing Club B, Crew 226, Thames Rowing Club, Crew 227, Upper Thames Rowing Club B, Crew 228, Leander Club C, Crew 229, Molesey Boat Club, Crew 230, Wallingford Rowing Club A, Club Oxford Brookes University 231, Crew 232, Derby Rowing Club, Crew 233, Strathclyde Park and University Rowing Club Aberdeen. We've got 236, Oxford University, Molesey Boat Club B, and the Southern Methodist University USA have all qualified for the Avril Velicott Cup, the championship women's 4 event. So Reading Rowing Club there just narrowly missing out on qualifying for that.
We're back to the single sculls in the this is championship single sculls in the George Innes Cup, and again not the most competitive time trials because I think there are 14 crews going for 12 places, so I'm sure we might see some people who are taking this more as a sort of warm-up exercise than a flat-out race. But we'll see. We'll see who we are. Hopefully we should see some really nice, high-quality sculling on our pictures very shortly.
That's the thing in these events, you want to make sure that each race you're racing your best, and so that you can step on throughout the regatta, and it's that kind of bit of a game between can I conserve energy for later on in the regatta, or should I use this as a test run? But I believe all crews are, trying their best, sending up their best rhythm, ready to go for the remainder of the regatta.
And our commentary notes for Jennifer Titterington, who's just on there. Apparently she's coached by Des Atkins, and as a veteran. Apparently she's hardly ever seen without a bungee attached to her boat, so she clearly likes to get the workouts in. And we've got Tideway Sculler on your screen now. I think this is Tess Peak, number 270.
Oh, fantastic that we've got New Zealand, Waikato Rowing Club from New Zealand. Apologies again for the mispronunciation, but come all the way over from New Zealand.
Yeah, I mean it's a pretty international heavy event. This we've got people from Ireland, we've got people from the USA, as you might expect. This is 267. This is Mary Coletta. So just as we were saying, from San Diego Rowing Club, United States. Apparently she's a national athlete and has been at several US national team selection events. And this looks like the sculler from Grosvenor Rowing Club, Sarah Mackay. Here we go. Excuse me to talk about Chester. So, yeah, I was actually just at Grosvenor Rowing Club in May. We had our training camp there, and it's a really fantastic club. Great river. I'd forgotten how good a river the Dee is, actually. If you're ever considering a training camp, I would recommend think about it, because it's lovely and still. There's no tides. It's not too much traffic, and it's nice and wide.
Oh,
but not like Tideway scary wide. Like nice
manageable wide.
275 there. That's Savannah Giacovini from Boston University Rowing Club.
Again, very wide river, hey.
And apparently she's come all the way from Boston, as you would expect from the name of that rowing club. She was part of the successful Boston lightweight university squad, and she was selected to race in the lightweight quad at the under-23s back in 2022, but ended up not racing due to injury.
Don't know if we've seen Crew 269 come down.
This is Tess Peak again. So she's a future Yale Bulldog, according to Junior Rowing News. So she's got an exciting rowing career ahead of her, and she was in the GB Junior Women's 8 at the World Championships last year, coming away with a gold medal. Blimey. And we're straight through singles again. Went on to more Coxless Falls. I say to the organisers, hats off, because they are powering through the schedule.
Brilliant.
There's no rest for the commentary team
stars
here.
who
We
needs
are
a pay
straight
rise.
through the event. I think that was the Imperial A crew just going past. So this was Bonnie Price, Sophie Vaughan, Molly Sharman, and Zara Burgess. Molly, former Lee Sculler, and indeed Tess Peake, who we just saw on our screens, also former Lee Sculler. Shout out to them.
And that one is crew 277, I believe, on our screens at the moment. Bristol City, which is Sophie Lewis. City of Bristol, sorry. So yeah, this next event that we've got coming up is the Aspirational Academic for the Kathy Cruikshank Trophy.
No sunglasses in this weather. It's bright enough. I'm almost wearing my sunglasses inside the commentary tent. That must be a UL crew, surely.
I think that is crew 286, University of London. And that's Emma Kerr, Ella Mail, Catherine Buttle, and Aoife Dombrowski. Did you see the reel that she did a day in the life of reel for Henley Women's Regatta, which was really, really good to see behind the scenes of her gearing up for the regatta. So go and check that out. Go and head over onto the social channels and check out Aoife's day in the life of.
Amazing. I actually produced a sort of video of my own, and I'd forgotten how unbelievably time-consuming producing videos
they
is.
are.
Sort of like, it takes you about 5 minutes to film it and about 20 hours to actually edit it together into something that's only 2 minutes long. Just got 273 on the course here, which is Emma Tierney from Undine Barge Club, USA.
Oh, wow.
And we've got a Thames sculler here. This could be Abigail Pape. 281, and then jumping around a bit. Looks like we've got a Durham crew lining up for the Coxless Fours.
And that was AUSR Orca from the Netherlands on your screen, number 276, which was previously.
Now I have a map on my phone. I said I went to VDOT, and they had a little collage, and it showed you where all the different university clubs were.
Yeah.
But I haven't memorised it, so I can't tell you where Orca are. That's obviously a Newcastle crew. Lovely display of the blue star there.
Shall I say, distinctive blue star.
I think this is the first crew actually in the category that are racing down, so they must be about halfway up the course now. And that's Martha Kemp, Danielle Lowe, Peaches Hale, and Sophie Allenson.
There's 284 there, Imperial College London. And that is represented by Bonnie Price, Sophie Vaughan, Molly Sharman, and Zara Burgess. Looking really good. We've got the bucket there. Hopefully some free speed from the bucket.
Well, it is theoretically the optimum combination for a Coxless 4, but I've found in practice that not every rower can pull it off.
Yeah, I've not done the maths. I've not run the numbers.
Yeah, if you Google it, you can find some rather dull pages about
really?
engineering moments.
Oh, fantastic.
And the funniest thing is actually the paper explained how an 8 should be optimally rigged.
Really?
And there's apparently 3 optimal rigs.
Wow.
And they're all very confusing. One of which is stroke, 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 bow, 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 bow.
No. Oh my gosh.
But I've yet to see that come down the Henley course. Looks like Edinburgh just rowing through there as well. That's Megan Bromham, Imogen Sargent, Olivia Holcroft, and Lauren Cole. And yes, we're on the, this is the Kathy Cruikshank Trophy for academic aspirational Coxless 4s. And this is again quite a competitive time trial. We've got 26 crews going for 16 places. So at least a third of the people racing will not be on the start line later today. Pretty brutal stuff.
That's what sport's all about, hey?
I think that was, we just saw a flash of Njord there as the other Dutch crew. And we're back on, I think this is Abigail Pape from Thames Rowing Club.
Taking a really good line there, really hugging the booms as she comes up to the last few strokes.
Apparently she's former Exeter alumni before she came to Thames, and she was part of an 8 that won the Wargrave Challenge Cup at Henley Royal last year. That's a great shot of the UL crew racing in the aspirational events. Emma Kerr, Ella Mail, Catherine Buttle, Ifyanka Dombrowski. Faye, we just need a bit more sun on the start so we can actually work out who what these crews are.
Well, we've got University of Surrey blades there on your screens. Again, they've got a new coach, so going through a little bit of a period of change there. But I believe that Ellie Stevens is also coaching at the University of Surrey with Ella Toa. So it's great to see they got some fresh faces and they still got their really good row there. I'm really liking the way that they're coming off the finish. So that was the University of Surrey crew of Freya Sperling, Elsie Overend, Eliza Rushworth and Eleanor Stratton.
And we're just seeing the Imperial A crew rowing through to the finish. We saw it earlier, just a flash of their B crew on the start line. Sorry, Alex has distracted me. There's not on your feed, but there's a separate picture of someone's feet, which the camera crew are very interested in. So, sorry, that's slightly thrown me off. And there you are. There's the feet.
There we go.
I'm not sure what that's got to do with the rowing, but there you are. The producer's now making excuses in my ear.
Yeah. Let's get back to the rowing.
And that could be Jacksonville University rowing from the USA.
Yeah.
Who've put in the longest submission to our commentary information, though, I think, of anyone.
Apparently they are feisty.
Sometimes
a smooth rowing crew.
That looks like a UCL, I think.
How fast they are.
Yes, this is Alyssa Blaze, Ella Wartherow, Justine Stanley, and Alice Cousins from UCL there on your screens, UCLA.
Love their zooties. Or all-in-ones, sorry. I've been over in Australia for
Is that what they call them?
Yeah, the zooties. Over yeah.
Some people call them a onesie, and I thought that people, when people at League talk about onesies, I thought they were talking about like the things you wore as students, like the big pink fluffy.
Yeah.
When you're feeling really lazy after a night out.
And here's Edinburgh University. I think that's crew 290. So that's Megan Bromham, Imogen Sargent, Olivia Holdcroft and Lauren Cole from Edinburgh University that were just on your screens there. Just coming into University of Surrey, just crossing the finish line. Closely followed by Oxford Brookes University on your screens there, which I believe should be Maria Cowing, Catriona Norval, Cleo de Murtagh and Ella Wilson. Apologies for any...
Yeah, I think that cruise, that Brooks force made up of their third and fourth eights who've been racing this year. So I think Brooks are targeting the eights event, but...
I believe they did very well at the Hollenbecker, even in the fours as well. Didn't they win the category for the fours?
Well, I mean, probably. The depth at Brooks is incredible. Much as it pains me to say that, as a former Blue Star.
So coming back onto your screens there is crew 292 from Imperial College London. That's Caitlin Walters, Krifa Chan, Imogen Breeze and Tamara Brew. And again, a little bit of the wind just stirring as they're coming down the course.
I know it's the big question as a commentary team. Do you comment on people's technique or not? Or do you just be nice and friendly and keep it factual?
Oh, I see, obviously based out on the Tideway. So they're used to the choppy conditions out on the Tideway. But they seem to be tackling the water here very well.
And I would like to tell you who's at the start at the moment, but it's almost impossible to tell. And we've got a list of, quite an international list of people in front of us. We've got Neerhouse. We've mentioned the Jacksonville University crew. We've got Neerhouse. We've got a crew from Maastricht, Saurus, Boston University's crew, one from Proteus Eritus from the Netherlands.
I think this is Proteus.
Proteus Eritus, yeah, okay. And then another Dutch crew, Aegir from Groningen as well. So it could be any. Well,
I think that's Proteus. Is it a star or on their back?
Well, that's Jacksonville Rowing Club there, as I was saying. They submitted, as I say, the longest entry I've seen. Every single detail of their club, which I won't read out to you. It even included their grade point average.
Wow.
Literally, they gave the average. I won't embarrass anyone with a quoting number. To be honest, I don't speak American, so I don't really know what it means. But apparently their coach, Mike Lane, was Coach of the Year in America during the MAAC Conference Championship. Okay, we'll just pause from commenting on the racing in front of you to give you the time trial results from the Leicester Trophy. That's the club Coxless fours. So the crews that have gone through are London Rowing Club A, Upper Thames A, Nottingham A, Molesey, City of Bristol A, Tideway Scullers School, Thames Rowing Club A, City of Bristol B, Lee Rowing Club, yay, Upper Thames B, City of Oxford A, Star Club, Thames B, Worcester A, Mortlake Anglian Alpha, York City A. Commiserations to Putney Town A, Stourport, Shannon Rowing Club, Putney Town B, Kingston A, City of Oxford B, Worcester B, Sons of the Thames A, Warwick A, and Globe. And we're just cutting back to an Imperial crew. I think that might be 292 we were looking at earlier. Must be about halfway through the course. And there we go. That is a near-house crew. I know that crew.
We know that.
So this must be 295. So ASR Neerhouse from Amsterdam.
I think they raced the Brooks crew maybe at the Hollenbecker.
I mean,
Potentially.
this encyclopedic knowledge.
Looks like they've put a good race in against Imperial though, if we look on our screens there.
So apparently that was Carlin Brewer, Marion Guder, Chip Gerst, and Tamar Verkerkik. Okay, I completely messed that up. That's going to be clipped into a meme in the Netherlands, I suspect. That's how to mangle it. 293 here on your screens. Again, another shot of the Jacksonville University crew.
Yeah, that water looks like it has picked up just a touch in terms of the wind against the stream.
Yeah, certainly the hair is fluttering. I can see on the two. That looks like Bath.
That is Bath University, crew number 296 with Catherine Farrell, Sienna Black, Lottie Hendon and Holly Kunzer.
Interesting colour combo. Red undershirts with the blue of Bath University.
I thought at first it was Birmingham from the colours, but
that might have been University College Oxford we just saw in the gap there. That would have been Hannah Askey, Alexandra McDonald, Rebecca Tanner, and Charlie Neeb Evans. Probably made up of half of their W1 Summer 8s boat. And there's Maastricht, as we were mentioning earlier. Isabel Arts, Chris Lucy van der Zanden, great name, Sabine van Dijk, Florence Cunningham. And apparently this is a first-year crew from the Student Rowing Club there in Maastricht. And they currently are in first place in their first year, their freshers competition. So maybe they'll be going through into the competition. Made up of 3 novices and 1 person who rowed also last year. The first time in the club's history that a crew has tried to qualify at Henley Women's. Amazing. That might be the University College Oxford crew, actually.
That is the University of College Oxford. So that's crew 294, which is Hannah Askey, Alexandra McDonald, Rebecca Tanner and Charlie Neeb Evans. So they're made up of half of University College's W1 Summer 8s boat. And that's the crew's last year racing as university students. So they thought, let's put together a Coxless 4 at the end of May for their final race. So
why not?
Two of the girls have previously qualified at Henley Women's Regatta in the Academic 8 with University College Oxford and King's College London. So great that they've joined forces and this is their final foray down the track. But I say never say never.
And we've just seen the Oxford University A crew just being on the screen there. So that was Polina Danila, Alexia Lowe, Sierra Sparks and Tina McCauley. And we're back on the Bath crew.
Again, I've not gone onto the Bath Strait before. Have you explored that body of water in your time?
What an interesting way of putting the question. No, I haven't ever rowed there or coxed there. Again, maybe it's one for next year's bucket list.
Yeah.
Just finishing there at the Go of the Crown, looking a bit knackered, but as they should be in this time trial, because it is pretty competitive. A third
Very
of crews aren't
competitive
making it
field.
through.
I think that's the Oxford College crew that we were just talking about there. It's, have you ever seen the 8 bumps event in Oxford, Charles?
I've heard about it. Isn't it started with a cannon?
I think so, yes.
Like,
And
it is the most Oxbridge thing to do, to
oh,
start
it's
a race.
brilliant. It's so much fun, but
We shall-
also the equipment really gets a battering.
So this is King's College London Boat Club on the screen now. So this is Jasmine
apologies.
Moore, Alice Doyle, Megan Edwards and Emily Cress. Sorry, we're having a bit of trouble at University College crew. I think we'd identified practically 4 crews as it. But that's the Maastricht crew there on your screens we're talking about. The first time ever racing for the club at Henley Women's. And we're now seeing the bow number of the Groningen crew. This is Aegir. And I've got a lot of information here on this crew. They've clearly been busy or bored waiting for their race. To summarise, apparently the 2-seat has returned from a rib fracture.
Oh, wow.
And so fought her way back into the boat from injury just in time for Henley Women's. The 3-seats got a competitive background in swimming. So I should do the names. So we've got Elizabeth Hagenau, Annick Dickerboom, Ilse Hugeveen, Martina Bartemelo, I think. Sorry. Apologies to the Netherlands already.
But again, they had a successful campaign at the Heineken Rover camp, which is such a great race. Have you ever been out there?
You're selling it to me.
Oh, it's fantastic. So you do a 5K, a 2.5K, I think a 750 and a 250 across 2 days. And it's, really great racing. They kind of tally up the points for the different days. And, would recommend as a bucket list rowing trip and back to the Netherlands.
Sounds amazing. And so, apparently that Maastricht, the Groningen crew, they said they'd had some experience hitting a few boys on the Dutch race courses earlier this week. And we're just seeing shots of the Neerhouse B crew, clearly having a few balance issues there in the bow. But Eva Gorter, Charlotte Russell, Iris Halmer and Silke Dekker.
Yeah, a lot of Dutch crews in this event. It's great.
It's great. And this might be Skull, also from the Netherlands. I think another Amsterdam crew, yes.
Yes, they are.
Yes, this is it. So this is Marta Glasche, Donja Straatman, Diekie Hania and Lois Huexen. I mean, again, I'm probably mangling all of those pronunciations, but just keep going, just plough on.
And back to KCL, that is crew 301, Jasmine Moore, Alice Doyle, Megan Edwards and Emily Cress from King's College London Boat Club on your screens there.
And they're rowing in a sculler's boat by the looks of things.
Coming onto your screen should be crew 305 from University of Surrey. So it's Nell Papworth, Madeline Egan, Rachel State and Georgina Dunsmore who row down on the Molesey stretch down by Hampton Court. Rowing out of Molesey Boat Club. I love the lycras. There's great lycras there from University of Surrey crew on your screens.
What is it? It's sort of a web, a network?
It's awesome.
We need more geometric patterns on lycras.
I think that we should be coming to the end of this event soon and we'll be starting to have the time trial for the development for Coxed 4, the Frank v Harry Cup.
Now I am looking forward to this one because it is brutal.
What have we got
this
here?
This is ruthless as an event. This is 53 crews going for 16 places.
Oh my goodness, that is awesome.
It's also the development Coxed 4 is it's a bit of an unusual event at the competition. It's the only development event. So for many squads, they'll be building this as the focus of their year.
Yeah.
For those who might not be ready for the championship events or the aspirational events, or indeed going to Henley Royal, so it's an important tier step. But because it's the only development entry, it attracts everyone.
Yeah.
And so it's hugely competitive. You have people who've learnt to row at clubs. You've got people who are coming up from junior programs who haven't quite hit the heights of, say, Junior Worlds, and you've also got people who've learnt to row in the beginner category at universities as well. So really, really brutally competitive events. So we're interested to see who goes through here.
I believe that this year's regatta for Henley Women's has attracted the record number of entries. Sorry, I'm just knocking my microphone. So the most popular event, it says, is the Frank v Harry Cup for developmental fours, which has 53 crews entered this year.
But before we get there, we've just seen some shots of some other crews. So we saw Oriel College A crew. That's Beatrice Fridani, Naomi Young, Claudia Apo Asmanti, Catherine Muir. I think we just saw UE, the University of West of England A crew. That was Cameron Foulis, Beatrice Tanner, Hannah Denniston, Chloe Saunders. And there we are, the first of the development fours on the start line. This is the Tideway Scullers School, Martha Bradley, Charlotte Crocker, Elizabeth Brandreth, Hannah O'Flynn, and Connie Nalder. And frankly, if we name everyone correctly and get all the shots right, this will be a miracle.
And we're coming back onto your screens as that University of Surrey crew there in the Aspirational Academic for Minus, which leads us quite nicely onto our next event, because I believe that they did win the development for the Frank v Harry Cup 2 years ago, I think. So it's great to see that they've stepped up. You know, they've gone through the development event. This is exactly what Henley Women's Regatta 1 is, for people to be progressing through the event. So yeah, it's great to see University of Surrey here racing in the Aspirational Academic for Minus. And we're just going to have a break from our commentary to announce the time trial results for the George Inners Cup. And the George Inners Cup is the championship single. So crews that have qualified for this are Nottingham Rowing Club, that's crew 266, crew 267, San Diego Rowing Club USA, crew 268, Grosvenor Rowing Club, crew 269, Waikato Rowing Club New Zealand, crew 270, Tideway Scullers School, 271, Walbrook Rowing Club, 272, Queen's University Belfast Ladies Boat Club, crew 275, Boston University Rowing Club USA. Crew 276 and 278 are both the AUSR Orca crews from the Netherlands. 279 is Skibbereen Rowing Club Ireland, and 281 Thames Rowing Club. So those are our qualified crews for the George Inners Cup, which is the championship single. So congratulations, ladies. Should be seeing you progressing throughout the regatta.
And here's the Lee Rowing Club Development 4 racing now. This is Liv Dorr, Rebecca Hall, Sheila Maguire-Keneally, Imogen Gompertz, Cox by Mary Finley. And this is a product of the all-volunteer coaching squad we have at Lee. It's really great. They've got some fantastic coaches there, including Joe Baxter and Jill Parker, who former Olympian, actually. I don't know if you heard it. He went to, I think it was Montreal in the 70s. But it's great that they've stayed in the sport and continue to volunteer their time. Not every club has an all-volunteer setup, and so it's great that those that do are still up there and competing, and people are willing to give so much time to help other people progress and develop. I think we also saw some shots of the City of Cambridge crew, which was Stephanie Warmack, Sophie Helmers, Louise Howell, Rebecca Alexander and Bruce Bye. And we've got the Vesta crew in front of us now. This is Hannah Ludick, Tina Stonnock, BT Wood, Lauren Church, Annabelle Cave. Now that this must be the Nearhouse crew from the, this is probably, I think they're C crew actually, from the Coxless 4. That's the last of the Coxless 4s. All freshmen, only started rowing in November, most of them. And they said we have a noticeable height difference between our smallest and tallest rowers, what they said. Their words, not mine.
So that's on your screen, is that Kingston Rowing Club?
You would have thought, but I don't, well.
I can't see them in the...
we're slightly back on 310, which is the City of Cambridge crew I was referring to.
Yeah, no worries, thank you.
And here we are, the Tideway Scullers crew. So they've set off first in this event, so they must be coming up towards the finish line now. So there's Martha Bradley, Charlotte Crocker, Elizabeth Brandreth, Hannah O'Flynn, and Cox by Connie Nalder. And this is on your screens now on the start line is the other Lee Development 4. So we're really powering through. This is Jennifer Sutherland, Meredith Giblin, Sigrid Bannerbo, Beth Johnston, and Cox by Tendai Makucha. And Tendai is actually a policeman. And he has given up his time to Cox today. In fact, last year he had to be pulled out the crew at short notice because duty called. He had to go to police events. So
oh my goodness.
It's great that this year he's actually been able to make it to the start line. And I think that's Grosvenor now just rowing there. Again, whoop whoop to the Chester Massive. This is Charlotte Hill, Lucinda Edwards, Elke de Vries, Jessica Roach and Cox by Zoe Smith. Apparently their crew motto is just hoon it. and
I love that.
and it's a mixed crew of people who work for Aquatics GB, the NHS, a solicitor, a part-time farmer,
Wow.
and Charlotte apparently is the operations manager of a high-end fashion company. This is what they've told us. This is the important rowing knowledge that we've been told. I think that was the Vesta crew just going over the finish line there. Again, in their second season of rowing, that Vesta crew. This must be Upper Thames now. This is 3:16, so Anna Bridgen, Natalie Holden, Kelly Jones, Isabel Pickchard, and Cox by Elizabeth Townhill. And then we're straight on to Kingston, I think? No, we've misidentified that.
It looks like Kingston.
It does look like Kingston, doesn't it? This is 318, so this is Edinburgh University. Grace Chapman, Erica Watt, Millie Drury, Katie Robertson, and Cox by Theo Murphy. And this year's development boat, which is what you can see in front of you, features Bucks Regatta beginner silver gold medalist and a bronze medalist as well. So all of this crew have got some experience from previous years, and they raced together for the first time at Met.
It sounds like last year Edinburgh was saying that the novice women dominated the competition at Bucks Head, women's 8s head of the river race, Bucks Regatta, and this event at Henley Women. So hopefully they'll be able to hold on to that legacy and come out with the gold medal. But back onto your screens, we've got Tideway Scullers there, just coming through the finish line. Final few strokes.
We've got a shot of the bow ball coming up. I think we're about to see Warwick. Yes, 319 Warwick Boat Club. This is Kimberly Richings, Tane Rannigan, Polly Scurrer, Kirsten Miser, and Cox by Thomas Woolley. And apparently they are here for the atmosphere, they told us. And why not?
Why
what
not?
great visors as well. It's a sunny day, some great pairs of shades. Hopefully they're having a great row and a great experience.
And they're enjoying the vibes, most importantly.
Good vibes only from Warwick. That's 314.
Sternloader as well.
Oh, were they?
Yeah.
I didn't see that. Okay.
It's great to see this event, as we were saying, it's the development event, and we've got both club and university able to compete against each other, which I suppose is quite unique.
And there's Tendai Rakucha coxing the Lee Rowing Club. I think it's the B crew, A crew in this event.
Hopefully he doesn't get called off again then for a shift.
Yes.
Hopefully everyone's behaving themselves.
Some beautiful shots there.
That's quite a stern canvas that we've got on this.
I think it's a Stamfley design?
That's
No,
awesome.
maybe a Yano. And we also saw the University of St Andrews rowing a bit earlier. Another shot there of the Lee Rowing Club. So the St Andrews crew was Sophia Eisenberger, Ella Hall, Isabel Hope, Catherine Boys Kyrgyz, and Cox by Emma O'Horo.
Thank you, James.
We'll just pause the commentary of the races to give you the results from the Caffey Cruikshank Trophy. So that's the academic aspirational Coxless 4. So I'm a very impressive organisation here from the organisers, because we've got the time trial results, and it seemed like a few moments ago I was commenting on the last crew. But the crews that qualified for this race were Newcastle University, Imperial College A, KSRV Njord, University of London, University of Surrey A, Durham University, Edinburgh University, Oxford Brookes A, Neerhouse A, Maastricht Studenten Saurus A, Oxford University A, Boston University USA, Groningen Agir from the Netherlands, ASR Neerhouse B, ASR Skull from the Netherlands A, and Neerhouse C. Wow, Neerhouse got all three of their fours qualified.
Fantastic.
And commiserations must go to Bath University, Surrey University B, UCL, Imperial B, Jacksonville University USA, King's College London, University West of England, Oriel College, and University College Oxford.
It's fantastic for Neros to get 3 crews through. I believe that the varsity races that they do over there are in the fours predominantly, isn't it? The coxed fours.
Yeah, it's for some reason in the Netherlands the Cox 4 is the thing. In Britain, I think I would say the 8 is probably the thing that people care about the most. 8's head, obviously, for men and women. The boat race. I think GB8 is probably the one that people, for men and women, that people look at the most. Although I would say that as I
The
was a former
legacy of
Cox,
the
it's
four.
the crew I care about. We saw Warwick University, sorry, not Warwick, Warwick Boat Club shots a few moments ago.
And back onto there, we've got Sons of the Thames Rowing Club, which is Sophie Yaxley McKellen, Valeria Flores Enriquez, Jane Mackey, Calypso Phillips, coxed by Sophie Basting. So that was Sons of the Thames Rowing Club 323 in the development 4 category. And back onto your rowing club, Lee.
Yeah. It's really amazing, actually, to have 2 crews here. I really do hope they qualify because they've had a fantastic season. Really worked incredibly hard. It's quite hard to get the mileage in on the Lee. It's a twisty little canal.
Gosh.
It's very full of canal boats.
Oh no!
And so getting the kilometres in is much harder there than it is getting them on, say, the Tideway, for instance.
And
or
there,
indeed
I think
the Tyne or the Trent.
I think that was Bristol City A. City of Bristol A, which is Katie Selkirk, Joanna Sanders, Naomi Birch, Nicolian Van Dweeten, and coxed by Richard Summers.
Apparently, they say last week during a very early morning session, they had a seagull drop a fish into their boat, and they've decided to interpret that as a good luck charm.
Yeah. Well, good luck to City of Bristol there.
I mean, I really hope it's true.
Yeah.
I have no idea if it's true or not. I have to admit, when Regatta Radio was a thing for Henley Royal, we may have.
Radio.
I remember we may have invented some of the facts that we submitted into the crew, and they read them out.
But that was it. It was
read them out.
You'd submit your crew bios sometimes in the hope that the obscure facts would get read out.
Well, just like that.
Yeah, exactly.
Right, good story. This is Vesta C, I think. So Anna Haklova, Maria Mendoza Guerrero, Linda Alami, Alexandra Popova, and coxed by Anusha Chauhan. And again, another sternloader.
Yeah.
I'm a big fan of the sternloader personally. Don't like the torpedo chute nature of being in a bow loader.
I think that this was 322, and that was Agecroft Rowing Club that was just on your screen there. And that is Erin Mulderig, Catherine Dickens, Laura Buchan, and Lydia Trickett, coxed by Amy Picton, was your Agecroft Rowing Club crew. And they reached the Sunday's A final at Met Regatta this year, placing as the 3rd Club 4. So interesting to see them in the Dev 4 category. Like I said, it's great that we've got clubs versus universities that are having the opportunity to compete against each other.
Once upon a time, I coxed Agecroft Rowing Club. So good luck to them.
And we've got some fantastic visors on our screen. I'm just trying to identify which crew this is.
This could be Barnbridge Ladies Rowing Club. This is really testing my knowledge of rowing clubs here.
Or
apologies in advance to the crews. And back on Sons.
Sons of Thames.
That one's relatively easy to guess. Big Sons on the back of the Lycras there.
And we should be having 328, which is Putney Town Rowing Club, coming up onto your screens. That is Tahira Taylor, Emily Ford, Anastasia Diaki, Jessica Foxford, and Kate Howarth. Crew 328 from Putney Town Rowing Club. We should. Again, the crew's just getting ready on the start line, trying not to get blown about too much. It's always nerve-wracking as you're trying to hold your line, especially as us coxers.
Yeah, it's a little bit easier, isn't it, on the rolling starts of the qualification. But I tell you what, getting on the Henley start, I always feel nervous, no matter how many times I've done it lining up for the actual race. That's Barnbridge Ladies. Apologies to them, my poor recognition skills. Barnbridge Ladies Rowing Club here, made of Julia Giafreda, Whitney Lutkin, Marketa Stavkova, Astrid Meinborg, and Sharon McCoy.
Loving the blue, or claret, maybe.
They've got the colour scheme nailed on there. Visors, sunglasses, and lycras.
That's awesome.
Really having a gutsy row there by the looks of things from what we can see on the other shot. So hopefully they'll do well in the timings. And unfortunately our start camera's gone a bit dark again, so we're not quite sure who's paddling up, where we're up to in the sequence of things. How does the sort of Henley regattas compare to the competition you get down under? Alex?
Down under, gosh. Well, I suppose we've come to the end of the season in Australia. we had the Masters Championships at the end of May, which kind of closed the season off. But it was a bit odd because I went over at the end of December and it was in full regatta season, and it was like, oh my gosh.
I have a friend who coaches at a school in Australia, and he described to me how the rowing season there works, and it sounds like the most complicated thing in the world, because the school year runs on a calendar year. The rowing season runs in the seasons which are in reverse, but then all the international competitions run on the Northern Hemisphere seasons. And so you might be in a situation where you get someone new just as you're training for the peak of the season, and then you've got to calm and then re-peak again for if you come over to Henley, for instance.
Yes, yeah, exactly. And we've got... I'm not quite sure. We've seen that there was a Kiwi rower in the championship, Sculls, but I'm not quite sure who else we've got that have come from down under.
I mean, I would be impressed if anyone from down under has come to race for the development end of things. But hats off to them.
You never know.
We've seen Pembroke College, Oxford. That was Jane Cooper, Julia Clapperich, Elia Sweeney, Hannah Shaban, and Cox by Nicholas Beyer, I think.
And there's Agecroft there, just rowing back up after their race.
And I think that might be an Edinburgh. No, it can't. Possibly an Edinburgh crew just lining up there. No, that's definitely not Edinburgh. I'm proving hopeless at this.
We've got 2 pages here. Let's have a look at the next page. Gosh. So what was the 60 crews? Was it down to 16?
53 to 16. So
Such
it really
a
is
competitive
less
event.
than the top third of this event going through. So really have to put in a special performance to get here. But at least people will be able to say, I've raced on the Henley course.
Yes.
I've come down the tracks. I've been near the booms. I've come away upright. Gone past Temple Island. And so it's great that we've got this event and people have got that stepping stone.
You've got 333 on your screens there, which is Birmingham University A, who train down at on the Worcester stretch. So in that crew, we've got Tegan Gumsley-Reid, Isabel O'Toole, Ella Aldrin, Amy Newnham, coxed by Charlotte Layfield, and Eleanor Oldall learnt to row this year. So again, a testament to a fantastic beginner year with her making this University of Birmingham crew.
And another shot there of the Barnesbridge ladies crew. Gosh, that headwind really has picked up. The water's got really quite rough there.
It has, hasn't it?
At the stop. At the stop? At the finish. And again, they're just continuing to come through. There are so many entries in this event. But again, the only top 16 are going to come through.
Looks like we've got a little bit of our race on our hands.
Yeah, it looks like...
331 there.
That's University of East Anglia. And they may either being overtaken or overtaking someone, I think, from the shot we just saw. Although, as ever with these camera angles, the
can be
perspective
deceiving.
can be, it's like you get down the track shot and it looks really close, and then like actually there's a big gap. That was Pembroke, I think, just behind them, who were trying to catch up a bit. So it was Madison Kay, Abigail Smith, Amy Harmer, Isabel Lee, and coxed by Sean Pearson in that UEA crew. That is City of Cambridge, I think. Sorry, every one of these crew. No, that is not City of Cambridge. That is Southampton University, doing a very poor job of this. Sorry, it's so speculative. So we've got Maggie Jones, Madeline Scott, Sienna Cowell, Jessica Cook, and Heather James coxing. Apparently, they're all novices, and they had a very successful run. They came 5th in the A final of women's beginner cox 4s at Bucks, and 4th in the B final of women's beginner 8.
Coached by Hannah Clayton, who rowed at Great Marlow School, Marlow Rowing Club, and Southampton Uni. And like you say, full novice crew started rowing in October 2023. So, coached by a student volunteer coach.
And we've got some very enthusiastic shots there of the cox. Again, another stern loader.
Yeah, a lot of stern loaders coming through.
Looks like Warwick, I think. Yeah, Warwick. This is 337, I think.
Yes, Warwick Boat Club.
This is Neve Tuckley, Alexandra Shepherd, Jen Ross, Susan Alban, and the cox there, being very enthusiastic, was Megan Gilbert.
We're back to the Birmingham University crew on your screens now. University of Birmingham, Tegan Gumsey-Reid, Isabel O'Toole, Ella Olden, Amy Newnham, coached by Charlotte Layfield. And again, you know, Ella learnt to row this year, so it's really testament to this event. Moving over now onto University College Dublin Ladies Boat Club, and they say that this year the club has sent their biggest squad ever to compete in Henley Women's Regatta. So again, goes with our facts of this being a record year for the Women's Development 4. So in that University College Dublin Ladies crew, we've got Emma O'Neill, Kate McDonald, Kerry Hendrick, Aisling Ní Finolegan, apologies for that pronunciation, coxed by Lily Rooney.
Sorry, our Irish our Irish pronunciation not great. This is Tyne here. So this is Amy Ludman, Isabel Thornton, Alice Radley, Mia Rouse, and coxed by Elspeth Chatto. And I think I did the master sculling course on the Tyne last summer, and I think Elspeth was looking after me in the launch. So nice to see her coming back down the tracks.
336 there, Southampton University. On your screens.
This might be the Liverpool University, yeah. So we've got Ruth Burlinson, Ellen Robinson, Amelia Ackroyd, Eleanor Hammond, and coxed by Amelia Guerra. We've got a long list of descriptions of their lives and biographies. Apparently, Ellen was scared of boats, and her track record shows she loves capsizing, according to the crew submission. And Amelia Guerra, the cox, didn't know that geese could fly until they went to training camp. This is what they've told us. But they did quite well at Bucks Head, coming 10th, and they came fifth in the B final at Met. This looks like a Vesta crew. I think this is 341 just behind them. This is Vesta's B crew. Susie Tucker, Isabel Maxwell, Katie Griffin, Amelie Broner, and coxed by Amy Sankey. Apparently the cox, this is what they've told us, the cox Amy lives in a cox full because she can't afford the rent in London. Apparently. Yes, I won't read the other comments they've submitted out. Sorry, just a bit of a pause. I think it was back on. Back on the. Was this Warwick crew we were seeing earlier? And we're cutting straight to Brasenose College. This is Hattie Altamakova, Jessica Espinoza, Josephine Wells, Dagmara Nogel, and coxed by Alex Roberts. And apparently they're celebrating 50 years of women's rowing at Brasenose College this year.
That's awesome.
Entirely novice crew here. All started as novices in October 2023, I think.
Looks like we've got a bit of a race on our screen coming up there, 339 and 340.
So is that the University of Liverpool crew giving Tyne a bit of a chase?
Yeah, that's brilliant.
Or is it just perspective?
Is it just the camera angle that we can't quite figure out?
I mean, Tyne's a really good rowing club, so to have a C crew entered into this event, I mean,
that's brilliant.
They've really come on leaps and bounds. In fact, when I was rowing, it's interesting because when I was rowing at Newcastle, Tyne was there, but it was still getting back on its feet after a bit of a difficult period, and wouldn't be coming to Henley Women's really that much, or even Henley Royal. Obviously, there weren't really that many equivalent events back then, but they've really grown under new leadership, new coaching, and actually they're retaining a lot of the Newcastle athletes who are staying up there, and it's good to see that they're doing that at the performance level, but also at the development level as well.
Yeah, like you say, to have three fours entered in the development category, showing the breadth of their dev squads. So hats off to Tyne there.
Yeah, fantastic.
And is that back to?
So that's 341. That's the Vesta B crew we were looking at before. They said the bow seat is filled by Susie, who's a cox who accidentally sat in the wrong place, and now she's at Henley Women's. So, well, easily done. This is Royal Chester here. Big shout out to Chester Massive again. So we've got Kirsten Robertson, Megan Tuck, Evie Bradley, Lucy Taylor, and coxed by Saffron Holroyd. Again, a really long submission from them into our information pack. So apparently it's a mix of senior development and junior squad athletes who've only come together in the last month, but they have raced at Trentham Regatta and Chester Regatta. I do love Chester Regatta. Fun fact, it's the oldest regatta in Britain.
Really? When did it start?
It's not quite got the heritage. It's got the heritage, but it's not quite got the elite status of, say, Henley. But the silverware is something else. So
Fantastic.
I remember winning like J15 quads or something at school, and then coming away with this trophy bigger than the size than me.
That's awesome. So I think there we've got, that looks like an OUW development 4 that was just on our screens.
Well, they're all one club now, aren't they?
Yes, sorry, Oxford Uni, forgive me. There on the
Catching
left-hand
up a
side of
little
your
bit,
screen.
I think.
Yeah, do apologise. So I'm not quite sure if that's Oxford University A or Oxford University C.
Yeah, they're right behind each other. Oh, crash. I think, yeah, so A crew was Erica Dutton, Grace Glover, Harriet Cooper, Olivia Ramsey and Cox by Verity Black. And the C crew was Catherine French, Imogen Boxall, Emily Stone, Camille, Lazar Barrels and Cox by Eloise Newman. And I think that's the C crew in front of us, although a bit hard for me to tell.
And that is crew 342 on your screen there, which is Brasenose College from Oxford, and another Oxford crew there. So again, like you said earlier, Charles, celebrating 50 years of women at Brasenose this year, so fantastic for them to be racing down the course here at Henley Women's Regatta. And all of these rowers started as novices in October 2022, or October 2023 it says on our commentary notes.
Amazing. And that looks like, I'd say that was Marlow, but I'm totally wrong about that.
LMB. See, 351 I think that we just had on our screens there.
This is Lady Margaret Boat Club. So they're that's the rowing club of St John's College, Cambridge. Louise Grocer, Eleanor Lawton, Rebecca Pickering, Emma Beniston and Cox by Billy Williams. Again, all beginners. Although the Cox actually started as a rower and transitioned to coxing, so interesting switch round. And we've now got on a screen Queen's University Belfast Ladies Boat Club.
And that is Leah MacDonald, Michaela Galvin, Alexandra Wigginton, Holly Bartlett, Coxed by Nancy Roberts. Again, we've got ding dong on our hands here.
Oh, that's 348 going through.
It's going through the line.
Chester crew, I think, just on the finish line.
Fantastic.
So that was the Oxford University A crew overtaking, I think, or not quite overtaking, but in fact, deceptive angles again. But it looks good on that. It looked like a competitive race there. And this looks like Durham, I think. This might be Durham's B crew. No, sorry, they've only got one crew. It's Durham's Development 4. So this is Fran Fitton, Kiera King, Melissa Smith, Amy Strode and Cox by Zara Berry. And all of these athletes have started rowing this year in Durham's development programme, and they've won medals at Bucks in the beginner categories. It's actually really good that, I think there can be a tendency for, shall we say, high-performance clubs to sack off doing any of the development work or building blocks and just becoming sort of net importers. So it is really good that I think we were seeing Edinburgh as well, Durham, Brooks, all credit to Brooks, having a development beginner programme and allowing these people to do the beginner cycle rather than just taking people from schools and so on and taking them through.
Oh, absolutely.
Now that might be New College,
Yes, I think
Oxford, I think, just coming over the finish line there. Christian Koopmans, Alice Hauser, Catherine Hong, Jessica Wilkes and Cox by Jake Rule, I think. A little bit of a traffic jam up there at the finish by the looks of things.
Ah, there's New College, the, shall I say, distinctive purple, I think, maybe. Yeah, New College, Oxford. So we've got Christian Koopmans, Alice Hauser, Catherine Hong, Jessica Wilkes, Coxed by Jake Rule from New College.
And there's some more shots of the Lady Margaret boat.
And we've got crew 355 now, which is Robert Gordon University, with Varda Sessions, Isla Spalding, Helen Tintpulver, Laura Stewart, coxed by Jill Adam, and that was crew 555.
Robert Gordon, I think, up in Aberdeen.
Ah.
So they've clearly come a long way for this competition.
Yeah.
I have a friend who's from Aberdeen, and he flies to Henley.
Oh, wow. coming in
for his
style.
races. And then back on 352, that's the Queen's Belfast crew we were looking at. Apparently, the two-seat Michaela Golvin was an Irish national champion in the triple jump before switching to rowing. And the Cox was Cox for Ireland at Home Internationals.
Fantastic.
And got some mix of 2 doctors in the crew as well. No, sorry, 3 doctors in the crew. So well educated as well as.
There's your
as well as
Bewdley Rowing Club crew coming onto your screens now. That's Holly Clifford, Laura Collier, Susan Carr, Kaylee Byworth, Cox by Richard Jackson. That was crew 356 there on your screen. Actually, like you were saying, Charles, it's great to see these high-performance clubs, such as Durham, getting the novices involved in their programmes and introducing new people into the sport. I suppose it's at the Freshers' Fair. I remember we used to have to kind of walk around and get as many new people as we could to be signed up into the programmes. So there
was always the logistical admin of getting the blades into the hall and trying not to break them or whack anyone over the head. And the erg as well, of course. You know, that's what, 19-year-old men amazingly want to show off on an ergo. Who would have thought? I think that's 354.
New College, Oxford, I think.
Yeah, another shot of Newcastle. Oh, there you go. There's the purple you were talking about. I wasn't convinced on the previous shot. It looked kind of blue, but that's definitely purple.
And there's 358 there, which is University of East Anglia, with Robin Clement, Emily Brown, Jess Dodd, and Ayami Yano, coxed by Yiva Yespenko. So that is University of East Anglia on your screens there. We're coming just to the last few crews of the development for the Frank v Harry Cup. Hugely competitive event here, like you were saying, Charles.
And I think they know it because they are working really, really hard. You can see on your screen. Although the three is smiling, which is perhaps not the emotion that most of us have in the final 250 metres of a race. But clearly enjoying the experience of being out here on the Henley course and up against the booms.
Beautiful weather.
And there's 355, which is Robert Gordon University again. And we've still got a fair few crews to go. I think we've got about 7 or 8 more crews to go. We've seen Bewdley 356, and I think we've got all the way out to 361 in this category before we move on to actual racing later today. Well, this is actual racing, but side by side racing.
Side by side racing. What we were all.
Well, as we were saying, it's huge. This is for real. This race because there's only 16 places available, but 53 competitors.
So coming back onto 356 there again, Bewdley Rowing Club, like we were talking about earlier, Charles. It's great to see the smaller rowing clubs coming down to Henley Women's Regatta.
It's a really positive experience, and Henley Women's is I really like it. I also like Henley Masters, just a bit more chill than the Royal Regatta, and with great weather like this, it's a really positive, friendly atmosphere.
Well, I think it's awesome to give these development crews an opportunity to race down the iconic Henley stretch, isn't it? That they may not get the opportunity to at Henley Royal.
Yeah, I mean, it's been a few years since I was at racing weight for coxing, but my days of being 55 kilos are behind me. But a couple of years ago, I got asked to just sub in and do a practice and just go around the Henley course, and it was so fun, even though I've done it many times, just to be down here. So, as you say, great that people can have that sort of special experience.
Yeah.
I think we were just seeing Oxford Brooks. That was Alexandra Smith, Olivia Dodrell, Olivia Corner, Emma Harris, and coxed by Aliette Irvine. And we're now on to 358. Which is the UEA crew we were seeing, their B crew we were seeing just before.
Not quite sure where they train out of the UEA. No.
I mean, there's plenty of good water. Maybe if they're out in Peterborough, there's no short of length of distance to get through on the mileage. That's a rather nice shot of the Brooks crew racing up.
That was a great crew shot there. I've not seen University of Surrey come down yet, or Exeter College.
No, we should have a few more crews. I think we're looking for 359, 360 and 361 to round out the competition.
And that University of Surrey crew of Bella Crockwell, Freya Stone, Caitlin Hall, Vilda Wattam, coxed by Ella Collins. They won a gold beginner 4 at Bucks Regatta, so it'd be awesome to see them in this event. But I don't recall them coming down. I haven't seen them yet.
Yeah, well, that would be a shame. It'd be, you know, that's the sort of crew who you would, you know, if you were betting on things, would say, well, that's probably your
favourite.
Your favourite.
Ah, there they are. Talk of the devil.
Yeah, that's reassuring. Gosh, the wind's picked up. This
It
tent
has.
feels like it's about to take off.
So there's that University of Surrey crew there, just crossing the finish line, coxed by Ella Collins.
And apparently they didn't just win the Cox 4, they also won the beginner 8s.
Oh, brilliant.
So
again, Surrey have got such a great programme to bring beginners into the sport.
I mean, that's so impressive because, like, the performance level events, let's be honest, it's not all the coaching. Sometimes it's just about who arrives in September.
Exactly.
But with beginner crews, everyone starts afresh.
Yeah.
And so that really is a testament to the coaching team they've got out there, who've clearly optimised things to get people to row quite well and get fit and row well in such a short space of time.
Yeah, and especially, like I said, with that transition of coaching, with Sam Tuck moving to focus more for Molesey Boat Club and, you know, Ellie, and I'm not quite sure who the new coach is, but they've done such a great job to get all of these boats at the regattas and achieving medals at these regattas. So, yeah, awesome. But that comes to the end of our session where the time trials, so we'll be moving on to the side-by-side racing soon, but that's it for Charles and I, so thank you from me, Alex Wenyon.
And me, Charles Barry, signing off.
Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome back to the Friday of the Henley Women's Regatta. It is a glorious day here in the Thames Valley. My name is Tom Morgan, delighted to be joined by Liv Caesar.
Yep.
And we will be working our way through the racing today. It's going to be our first side-by-side action of the regatta, 3 days to look forward to. And from race 15 onwards, we'll be with you till about 5:15 for race 49. But the one that's just left the state boats was the first heat of the Club 8s. Royal Kensington A on the Berkshire station and Vesta Rowing Club B on the Buckinghamshire station, and both crews got away nice and cleanly. As you can see from the camera angles that we have here, we obviously have a camera fixed to the start so we can see those crews leaving, and then we have another camera just after what looks like the quarter-mile marker, but not quite at the barrier. So when those crews come through that, we will be able to tell you their relative positions, and in fact there, Liv, we can see that the bows of the Vesta boat are just appearing into view.
They sure are. We'll see the other one appear in a minute as well. Looks like they're going nicely off the start so far. Yep, here comes the Royal Kensington crew as well. Looks like that Vesta crew is maybe half a length up at the moment, so they've got the better of the other crew off the start so far, so we'll see how that progresses.
Yeah, Vesta making this look pretty easy actually in the opening exchanges. They've gone out to already a length, and in this sort of one-on-one dynamic, it makes it pretty difficult for Royal Kensington to find not only the physicality but the motivation to actually respond. And you can hear the volume rising just outside of our tent as these crews sweep by us and our commentary tower, which is fixed just around the barrier marker, which of course is about 500 metres into the race. But there we go, a full frontal shot of Vesta looking pretty smooth, pretty together there.
They sure are, and this is the Vesta B crew as well, so clearly they've got some great depth in this club event within the Vesta programme.
Well, they're one of the powerhouses of the Putney Embankment, aren't they? Famed, of course, for producing a production line of athletes over the last decade or so, perhaps even longer. You can see there Vesta making their way down. But you make a good point, Liv. For Vesta to have produced two crews of a high standard, it speaks volumes about the quality of their programme.
Yeah, absolutely, and especially they gave us some information. It said that 8 of these girls were newcomers to the club this year, so whether or not they'd been rowing previously or new to the Vesta club, clearly they've been able to gel that crew together really nicely.
Well, fair to say, Royal Kensington haven't gone away. Vesta are still leading by around a length. You can see there, lovely shot of the ladies between the booms. But it doesn't look like Vesta have pushed away any further, and maybe that's a race strategy. Maybe they're happy to sit on that length lead. There's no need for them to overexert themselves. But I think the Cox of the Royal Kensington boat will be relatively pleased with the progress through the middle of this race.
That is the beauty of match racing, when you can get up and see where you are. Hopefully the Vesta crew will just be communicating where the Royal Kensington crew are, and the Royal Kensington Cox will be pushing them on, letting them know that they're not too far away.
We do have a full suite of racing here for you today. 4 heats of the Club 8s. Of course, this is the first on the course at the moment. We can see there at the start line. I think the race 16 has just left Agecroft Rowing Club A on the Berkshire station and Lee Rowing Club A on the Buckinghamshire station, and we are sort of trying to jump between 2 different races at a time. It's a frantic schedule here at Henley Women's Regatta. We'll, of course, keep you updated on how the Vesta Royal Kensington clash unfolds, but I can see off camera that actually Vesta are continuing to lead that particular contest. But race 16 underway, Agecroft and Lee, and this is the second of the Club 8s. And here we go, back on shot. We can see race 15. Royal Kensington on the right-hand side of your picture, Vesta on the left, and it looks to me, Liv, that Vesta have this one pretty much under their control.
Yeah, they seem like they just got out nicely ahead, and then they've just kept plugging away, kept opening up that gap as they've gone through the race. Still solid from that Royal Kensington crew, though. They're moving nicely still through the end of this race.
Well, it's a packed schedule for all of these ladies. No need for them to overexert themselves in the opening exchanges. I think Vesta will be pretty comfortable, pretty confident of progressing. I'm watching them come down towards the line. Unless anything absolutely calamitous happens in the closing meters, it will be Vesta who progress through in the Aspirational Club 8 category. all the way down to the line. No need to unleash a finishing sprint, which of course they'll have been hard at work at on the tideway. And there we go, safely securing their progression.
Nice, comfortable race to start off the day.
And back to race 16. There is going to be an element of jumping around, so bear with us. It's Agecroft and Lee. Agecroft on the left-hand side of that shot and Lee on the right. Hard to tell from that angle exactly what's going on. It looks to me maybe that Agecroft have a slight lead, and indeed, there we go, borne out by what is usually a curse of mine, calling it completely wrong from my vantage point. But there we go, Agecroft leading Lee by a similar sort of margin.
Yeah, seems like it's been unfolded pretty similarly, just on the other station this time.
And you'll have had plenty of experience, I'm sure, of racing down the Henley stretch. What's the secret, really, to maintaining? Because off the start, of course, it's so important to get momentum, to try and get out as quickly as you can. What's the secret to maintaining a solid race pace? How do you find the right gearage coming out of the start and all the frenetic activity that comes with that?
Yeah, it is a balance. You know, you want to get off hard, you want to get into something that feels comfortable, but at the same time, you're trying to find that real balance between being on the edge of what's comfortable, but keeping it nice and fast so that you're really pushing and getting every gear that you've got. Yeah, all of these crews will be putting it all on the line, but moderating that effort so that they can keep progressing through the rounds and keep getting faster each race that they do.
And there we go, coming down. Approaching the 3/4 mile mark on the traditional Henley Royal Regatta course. It's Agecroft continuing to lead on the right-hand side of your screen. Fantastic club in the north of England. Powerhouse of rowing in that part of the world. Continually producing excellent boats, both on the men's and the women's side. And Lee on the left. Struggling to stay in touch here. I don't think they're going to have too much of a say in the closing meters unless something remarkable happens.
Yeah, Agecroft will just be able to squeeze on and keep responding to anything that Lee throws at them.
Yeah, it's a privileged position to be in for Agecroft. Just able to watch their opponent, and that's the beauty of rowing. Of course, you're facing backwards, so you can basically dictate the nature of the race. And I can just see that race 17 has left the state boats, the third heat of the Club 8s. And that is London up against Marlow. I'm sure we'll be cutting to that shortly. But here in shot, we can see Agecroft, who have established a pretty dominant lead here over Lee. Very little chance of Lee responding in the closing meters. And that's a lovely feeling, isn't it? Coming down towards the line with room to spare.
That's always how you'd hope it goes.
Well, these ladies will have been dreaming about this race, this competition throughout the year. This is what all the winter miles were about. And having that nice row down the course in the sunshine, victorious over the line. Agecroft progressed through in the Club 8 category. And the next race on the course, as I say, will be another heat of Club 8s. And it's race 17, London Rowing Club B up against Marlow Rowing Club F. That can't be right.
That's certainly a lot of 8s.
6 8s? That's incredible, if that's true. I feel like maybe that's a lettering quirk. There we go. Creeping into view. Yeah. London will be on the right-hand side of this shot, and Marlow on the left, the Berkshire and Buckinghamshire stations. Famed, of course, for their place at the Royal and also the Women's Regatta. And there we go, the full lineup of the London Rowing Club B crew. And it's all about London, isn't it, here? Looking really, really strong, and that's a hell of a lead to have established so early in the race.
Certainly is. You can hear the crowd starting to cheer as they come past us now. There we go, Marlow Rowing Club F again.
Well, if this really is Marlow's 6th ranked crew, there is no shame.
Absolutely not.
In losing out at this stage of the competition. I have to admit, I'm struggling to believe that I'm going to have to check the entry list.
We're going to have to go all the way back through that one.
But London, of course, another club that need no introduction. Their women's programme has been sort of brewing, simmering over the last few years, slowly gaining momentum. And stroke by stroke, month by month, year by year, they seem to just be building on that. Of course, constantly in the shadow of their local neighbours from Thames, who have such a dominant club women's and men's programme. But London just doing their thing, staying in their lane. And here this is their B8, who have established clear water over Marlow Rowing Club. An impressive row from these ladies.
Yeah, really solid, especially when you're fighting for talent on that stretch of river.
We were having this conversation actually earlier, Liv, about the unique appeal that Henley holds on rowers, and you, of course, have a good and storied career in rowing, will have raced on this course, I'm sure, before. Why is Henley so special?
It's just so different. I mean, Henley Women's, Henley Royal, they're both just such iconic regattas. There's not very many places where the whole town is just taken over by rowing for 2 weekends of the year. So it's a pretty special event to come to, and I remember the first time I raced this Henley stretch being so nervous, and you get on the course and you're just surrounded by all this history of rowing, and it's just so exciting to be on there. So that, yeah, super cool.
Well, this is the Festival of Rowing that we've all been looking forward to all year, and race 18 has left the state boats. That's another heat of the Club 8s. It was Nottingham Rowing Club against Royal Chester, Berkshire and Buckinghamshire stations respectively, and there we see the umpires launch flanking this Marlow Rowing Club crew. Probably left themselves too much to do in the closing stages. It's going to take a hell of an effort for them to overcome this London Rowing Club boat, who went out early, went out strong, and were able to get themselves into an enviable position of an unlikely overhaul. And there we go, we can see London coming down, not just towards the line, but in terms of their stroke rate, they look a lot more relaxed. I wouldn't say pedestrian quite yet, but they certainly look a little bit more composed, able to just dictate the terms of this race. A little look over there from their cocks, and you can see here, Liv, the clear water that they've established means that they're able to just enjoy their final few strokes of this heat of the Club 8s.
Absolutely. Pretty great lead to be coming to the end with. It's always nice when you can take the stroke rate down a little bit and save some energy for the next race.
And that is the name of the game here at Henley Women's Regatta. As I say, it's a frantic schedule of racing. Some of these crews will be racing upwards of 4-5 times over the course of the weekend, inclusive of the time trials that some of them took part in this morning. So it is all about energy conservation where possible. And here we go, London up towards the line. No fireworks, no histrionics, nice and easy for this crew from London. And there we go, we've got race number 18 on the course, the final heat of the Club 8's, Nottingham against Royal Chester. And Nottingham at the moment struggling to keep track with this Royal Chester crew on the Buckinghamshire station, who they're in shot with the bow number 11 on their back, have taken control in the early proceedings.
Yeah, can't quite tell what that margin is yet, but they certainly look to have a bit of a lead over that Nottingham crew.
And in an 8, it's so difficult when you get anything more than a length down on your opposition, especially in this one-on-one dynamic. It's so hard to find the speed, but also the mental strength to overcome the team next to you, because not only can you not really see them anymore, you almost can't hear them at that point.
Yeah, it's definitely it's a big distance to overcome when you go a length down in an 8. Those bow 2-seat athletes will probably be calling to the other girls in the crew, letting them know that they can still hear them, even if the rest of them can't. And that Nottingham Cox will be playing a really vital role in giving their crew the belief that they can overturn that distance and that margin right now.
And I'm sure in your time at UCLA, you'll have had plenty of experience of the matched 8s, the sort of paddling in the bigger boats. How much does that prepare you for this side-by-side racing?
It's definitely always helpful when you have a big boat next to you to be able to just train with and battle with all the time. This is such unique racing in doing this, just match racing side by side, very gladiatorial in comparison to your regatta racing like Met and others. So it's definitely a different feeling. but no less exciting. In fact, often more exciting because you get so much more. It's more intimate with just that one other crew next to you.
Intimate's actually a really good word, I think, to describe it. The intimacy of Henley and the intimacy of two crews giving it their all on one of the most iconic stretches of water in the world. And that's what we're seeing here as Royal Chester in race 18 continue to lead Nottingham. It's not quite the margin that we saw in race number 17, which was won by London Rowing Club. They haven't established as much clear water as that London crew did, but it does look to me like Royal Chester have control of this. Again, another stronghold in the northwest of England, a really prodigious programme who have a storied history in producing excellent athletes. And Nottingham, by the way, no slouches themselves in the Midlands. They were a high-performance centre for many, many years, but at the moment just struggling to recapture that form here on the Henley stretch, and it's Royal Chester who continue to lead in this final of our 4 heats of the Club 8 event.
Interestingly, this Nottingham lineup said that they've been switching through the order in their boat an awful lot through this season, so I wonder whether perhaps that contributes to being able to gel in your seat and with the girls in your boat.
Well, how important is that? You tell me, right?
I would argue that it plays a huge role. Particularly, some people have great rhythm. Some people can really set that up in the stern, and you've got to be able to send that back. So I would argue that is a huge factor, and may well be something that Nottingham have been struggling to find this season.
So race 18 was won by Royal Chester. They've just crossed the line, and in shot now we have Tu Wong of Australia. Great to see Australian representation here at Henley Women's Regatta in the Aspirational double sculls on the Berkshire Station, and they are racing the ever unpronounceable crews from Holland on the Buckinghamshire Station. This is DSR Proteus Eritus of the Netherlands. They're in a composite, I believe, or one of their athletes is in a composite with HSRV of the Netherlands. So it's a Dutch program that we're seeing here in shot on the left-hand side, and I think this event is held by Laha, who came over last year, Delsta Studenten Ruhvereniging Laha, who came to Henley Women's Regatta and won this event last year. So Dutch blood in the water, and I'm very excited to see what this composite can do, because Liv, I imagine if you've come here as a composite, you must fancy your chances.
Yeah, I think if you come overseas, you must be pretty confident, and second of all, if you've made a composite crew, then you must have a lot of faith in that crew. But as for unpronounceable, I think you said all of those club names pretty well, so that was pretty impressive.
That's what happens when you've been commentating on them for 10 years. There'll still be someone listening who will tell me I got it badly wrong. But look, we're in for a bit of a race here, I think. In the double scull, a length is not as much as it is in an 8. And the crew from Tu Wong, Australia, will have no interest in heading home on the Friday afternoon. They've travelled several thousand miles to be here and to race here, and they will not want to exit the competition early, and their bow just tickling the stern of the Dutch crew, so they'll fancy their chances if they can keep their heads in the boat. If they can stay focused on their rhythm, they might feel good about their chances in the second half here.
Absolutely, these boats can change speed pretty fast, so they certainly don't have nearly as much distance to overcome as those 8s that we've just seen.
See, of course, the distinctive Felipe shell there, that Tu Wong of Australia are currently showcasing. If you are joining us for the first time, welcome to the Henley Women's Regatta broadcast. You can see here on the start line is race number 20, a heat of the Aspirational double sculls, and that will be USR Triton of the Netherlands on the Berkshire Station up against De Montfort University on the Buckinghamshire Station. And we'll wait for that one to get underway. And we also have race number 19 on the course at the moment. There we go, the 2 crews in race 20 getting away nice and clean. Race 19 also on the course, which is another heat of the Aspirational double sculls. At the moment, it is the Dutch composite of Proteus Eritus winning or leading Tu Wong of Australia. We'll keep one eye on that. There we go, we can see it back on screen. It's hard to tell, isn't it, Liv, that back angle, but it doesn't look to me like the Australians have made any indentation into the Dutch lead.
No, I agree. I think it still looks like that Dutch crew's ahead at the moment. We might see the Australian crew take their rate up a little earlier than the Dutch to try and get back on terms with that Dutch crew before the end. But for now, it certainly does look like that Dutch crew has got this comfortably comfortably wrapped up.
It's such an illusion, isn't it? When you see those two crews, you think that there's chasms, there's valleys between them. But when you're between those booms, you feel like they're right next to you all the time. The two crews, by the way, steering exceptionally well. The double scull, of course, will be steered by generally the person in the bow seat, and they'll be using, usually not a foot plate, they might even be using it by pulling it round. And you can see here, I think you called it exactly right, Liv. The Dutch have indeed extended their lead over the Australians. So Dutch representation here at Henley Women's Regatta continuing to bear fruit.
Yep, they look like they've picked it up just a bit at the end to try and just keep ahead. But I think they've got plenty of distance between them and that Australian crew at this point.
And there we go, over the line there. The Dutch crew from DSR Proteus Eritus beating the Toowong Rowing Club of Australia in the first of our aspirational double heats. And on the course now is race number 20, another Dutch, or more Dutch interest in this one on the Berkshire station, USR Triton up against De Montfort University. But it looks to me, Liv, that De Montfort have had the better of the opening exchanges.
It sure does. They a switch up for the Dutch athletes this time. They appear to be trailing that De Montfort crew.
Even as I look at those two crews, and of course De Montfort on the left of our shot, they look a bit more dynamic. There seems to be more rhythm, more punch at either end of the stroke.
Yeah, they certainly seem to be really getting those blades in nice and fast at the catch, really picking up as much as they can. See that angle again, it makes it like that margin makes it difficult to determine, but
the iconic barrier signal looming in the background, and De Montfort at the moment will be enjoying the picture that they have painted for themselves. They have what looks like clear water over Triton of the Netherlands, and sculling really nicely together. And of course, the smaller the boat, the more important it is that you're cohesive, that you're synchronized with your crewmate. Never more important than the double scull. We talked about it earlier in the all eight athletes being together all the time, but in the double, you almost have to be the mirror image of each other, and De Montfort showcasing that beautifully here. And there we go. You can see the clear water they've established over Triton, who has to be said, they do look tired, those girls. They do look like they're going to need to find something pretty special here to overturn this De Montfort crew.
yeah, they almost look like they need to just see if they can knock it up a couple of beats, just see if they can get on back on terms before they have to head on to that sprint.
Yeah, the struggle bus there, USR Triton, toiling to regain terms with the De Montfort University boat. We'll keep you updated on the status of that aspirational doubles heat, but we are moving back to the start for the third of our aspirational double races, and off the start they go. It is Cardiff University B on the Berkshire station up against Gloucester Rowing Club on the Buckinghamshire station. And there we go, umpire involved almost immediately actually to warn one of the crews, and this is the perils of course of steering the boat yourself. You don't have a cox to help you out. But it looks to me, there we go, Triton actually being warned by their umpire as well. We've jumped back to race number 20. Just being warned to make sure they stay on their station.
Funnily enough, for that Triton crew, being warned might actually give them a bit of hope that they're closer to that crew than they thought they might be.
That's exactly it. I mean, if they're being warned, the umpire must have judged that they are still in with a fighting chance here.
Absolutely. Yeah, I don't think they get those flags out unless they absolutely need to.
Football referees could really learn a thing or two from rowing referees. It's not about the referee. The referee's there to facilitate, but we can see there Triton moving back into the middle of the course a little bit. And De Montfort here, Liv, have to just focus on their boat.
Absolutely, yeah, you just want to keep moving away, keep on your station. If they come into their water, then that's on them. You just keep focusing on your race. Which they certainly seem to be doing a very good job of here. Just keep moving away nicely.
I'm not sure that deviation in steering has helped Triton at all. I think De Montfort have actually stretched away, and that can happen if you're sort of steering sideways all the time, you're moving around in your station, it just means you're actually rowing further. You're doing more work than you need to do, and De Montfort have just stayed aligned, and that's paid dividends for them as they come down towards the line. They are going to progress in the aspirational doubles. Never needed to really execute a sprint. They can come over the line, safe in the knowledge that they will see another day in this category. And there we go. Very happy to have secured the win there. And of course, they won't have known much, I imagine, about the Triton crew coming over. So they'll be delighted to have secured that victory.
Yeah, that's always nerve-wracking when you come up against an international crew. You've got no idea what they might be like, no information about their form through the season. So, yeah, there'll be a lot of relief there.
Well, we've lost a camera slightly further towards the start, but I can tell you that race number 21 is on the course at the moment. Cardiff University B up against Gloucester Rowing Club. It's another heat of the aspirational doubles. And we're just waiting to find out what is happening up the course, because I can see a crew.
They look like they've come off the course.
Yeah, if you're watching at home, you can't see the shots that we can see. We've got the full panorama of images in front of us. What you are seeing, though, is a beautiful, the beautiful Oxfordshire countryside with the Henley Church, the Henley town in the background. And there we go, Triton sculling in defeat.
Certainly looks like it.
It's always a sad sight to see crews having lost their race.
It's definitely a long row back up to that gap to turn around back in when you've come out on the wrong side of that result.
Indeed it is. But look, we're back at the start now. That is a bit of a misnomer that you're seeing on the screen. This is race number 22. It's Norwich Rowing Club, I believe, on the Berkshire station up against what looks to me, Liv, like Molesey on the Buckinghamshire station, one of the powerhouses of rowing in this country.
Yeah. That iconic M, you can see them coming from a mile off. New head coach there this season, Sam Tuck. Big fan of his. He took me on a Europeans campaign several years ago, so I've got nothing but good words for him.
He's got a fantastic reputation, hasn't he, in the rowing community?
He certainly does, yeah. It's been really exciting to see what he's been able to do with this Molesey club after a very successful period of time with Surrey as well.
Yeah, he built up that Surrey programme from the ground up, basically, and achieved remarkable things. So, well deserving of the top job at Molesey, and as you say, very excited to see how they get on this afternoon up against Norwich Rowing Club, who pay them their dues. Not a club that we always see a lot of at the business end of rowing in this country, but fantastic to see them out and about on the Henley Women's Regatta course, producing some small boats that are competitive and that are securing side-by-side passage via the time trials that we had this morning. Just looking at the state boats there. Probably the seat of all nerves in the Oxfordshire region this weekend. One of the most nerve-wracking places that I've certainly ever sat. Liv, I don't know about you.
No, I would most definitely agree with that. An exam hall has nothing in comparison to the to the start of the Henley course.
But what we love about Henley Women's Regatta, and if you are watching this on this beautiful Friday afternoon at home and you're thinking, God, I've got nothing on my agenda, I don't like the Euros, I would love to go and drink by a river and watch some rowing. Well, it just so happens that if you are in the area, this is the place to be. Come down, enjoy some fantastic racing. This is the premier women's rowing event, I would argue, globally. I would agree. I can't think of a competition that matches it. We've got crews from all over the world here competing for honours, and it's a lovely festival atmosphere down here. It's a really nice place to be, and we'll be here all weekend. And it's race 22 that's on the course at the moment. I'm not exactly sure what happened with race 21, I have to confess to you. Cardiff against Gloucester. When I know more about that, I will be able to tell you, but what we're watching here is race 22, Norwich Rowing Club against Molesey Boat Club. And actually, Liv, after all us hyping Molesey up, I think Norwich are punching pretty hard here.
They certainly do look to be possibly edging out ahead. This has got to be the closest race we've seen to this point of the course so far. Always makes things exciting.
They've actually just swept past our commentary position. We are basically level with the water here in our little commentary tent. I was going to call it a tower. That would be glorifying it. This commentary tent. And I think there's probably no more than about a third of a length between Norwich and Molesey. So you're right, Liv. This is going to be a fantastic competition, or contest, I should say, between these two doubles to round off our aspirational double quartet.
This Norwich crew, each of them raced against each other last year in two separate doubles in the same event. So they've come together this year, and it looks like that move has paid off.
But so often we do see crews who might not trip off the tongue in terms of their frequency at the business end of rowing come to Henley Women's Regatta and produce really, really competitive smaller boats because they've been honing their skills in those smaller boats. They might not have the depth and breadth of a Molesey, but they have a couple of really gifted athletes and they've been working hard in the double, and this will be their priority event for the year. And perhaps this is true of this Norwich Rowing Club crew, who at the moment are flipping the form book on its head and leading Molesey in this heat of the aspirational double sculls.
That is the beauty of rowing, isn't it? That you get those smaller crews being able to show what their club's all about, even if they don't have the depth to be able to produce some of those bigger boats.
That's exactly it. And if you are watching this feed, you'll have noticed that race 23 has begun. That's Daniels of Hollingworth Lake on the Berkshire station up against Reedman Bell of Durham University on the Buckinghamshire station. So we're into the aspirational lightweight singles now. But before we go there, we're going to have to conclude. I say that like it's a chore. This is a fantastic race we're watching here between Norwich and Molesey. We are going to conclude the aspirational double set with this contest between these two boats. And there doesn't seem to be a great deal to separate them. Of course, this angle is deceptive, but I think, Liv, Norwich continuing to lead.
Yeah, I think it looks like that Norwich crew have just bid their time, been patient, and kept their speed up, which just seems to have been that little bit quicker than the Molesey crew. And they've taken a little bit more time.
This is Norwich against Molesey. We've sort of been saying that for the last 5 minutes. Okay, yeah, the race on the course right now is Norwich on the right, sorry, and Molesey on the left. Yeah, after the relatively close quarters that the two crews were in the opening exchanges, it looked like Molesey have really opened up the afterburners here, establishing, well, clear water actually. And this, of the doubles we've seen, Liv, I have to say, I think this Norwich boat could be certainly the most technically proficient.
They're certainly looking very clean. Those blades of the stern and bow girl are just really mirroring each other through the recovery and the drive as well, which is always exciting. And probably just a symptom of them having worked together and really put in a lot of time in this double through this season. So that's really exciting. Be exciting to see how they progress through this regatta. Yeah, they've got a couple of lengths now, but they're certainly not taking any chances, making sure that they're taking it right through the line.
So there we go. Norwich crossing the line comfortably clear of their opposition from Molesey, and now we are watching race number 23, Hollingworth Lake Daniels on the Berkshire station, and at the moment she looks like she is in control of this race, albeit.
Yep, that second scull is just hidden by the launch in that shot.
I'm glad you saw it. I think what we've just seen as well leaving the start is potentially a restarted race number 21, Cardiff up against Gloucester Rowing Club, because that was double sculls we just saw. We're jumping around all over the place here, ladies and gentlemen, just trying to keep track of what's on the course and what's not. But I think at the moment we have 2 races on the course. Race number 23, Aspirational Lightweight Singles, Daniels leading Reba and Bell of Durham University. And also on the course, we're going back to 21, which wasn't rowed out, which is Cardiff Uni on the Berkshire station up against Gloucester Rowing Club on the Buckinghamshire station. So two different races going on at the moment. But I think what we're looking at there is single scullers. You can see the 3/4 of a mile there, flanked by the picturesque English countryside. And good spot from you, because actually Reedman Bell was fully hidden by the launch there. This for the Fiona Dennis Trophy. But Leanna Daniels raced in this event last year. She was knocked out in the first round, so she's back for revenge in 2024. I hasten, or rather I'm reluctant to commit to a lead here, but it does look to me, Liv, like the sculler on the right-hand side, Leanna Daniels of Hollingworth Lake, is probably edging this one.
Yeah, always trickier in these smaller boats. You get a little less length of boat to be able to figure out that distance. But yeah, it looks like that revenge tour might have gone on to a good start.
So we'll drop back to that singles event before it crosses the line, but I think indeed we do have race number 21 on the course here, and this is Cardiff University up against Gloucester Rowing Club. Cardiff left, Gloucester right, and it's another barnstormer here between these 2 aspirational doubles. Relatively little to choose between them, and both crews staying on their station, which is what we like to see.
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure what went on in that first attempt, but perhaps a breakage or a crash. We'll have to find out from someone else. But yeah, as they came past us, it certainly looked like a very tight race. Perhaps maybe a bow deck to the crew closest to us, Cardiff B.
So we'll keep one eye on that one, because it does look like it's developing into quite the race. But here we go. I think it's Leanna Daniels. Her rate of sculling has come right down. She looks like she has taken full control of this heat of the aspirational lightweight singles for the Fiona Dennis Trophy. Chloe Reedman Bell, strong start, tried to stay in contention for as long as she possibly could. But Liv, as I watch this sculler from Hollingworth Lake, of course, losing out on in the first round of this event last year, she looks like she has come back with a real bit between her teeth.
Yeah, she certainly does, and she looks really cool, calm and collected now coming through this end. Just pressing through that foot plate, making sure she gets all the send that she can on that boat each stroke. Really strong performance.
Absolutely no need to overexert herself. Whatever gear she's in, it's working for her as we speak. And she comes over the line pretty comfortably ahead of Chloe Reedman Bell of Durham University. Just qualifying for some of these events is a feat in and of itself. So credit to all of the scullers here for making it through to our side-by-side rounds. But that will be Leanna Daniels of Hollingworth Lake progressing in the Fiona Dennis Trophy for aspirational lightweight singles. Also on the course, we have race number 21. If you're keeping track, you're doing better than me. Cardiff University on the Berkshire station up against Gloucester Rowing Club on the Buckinghamshire station. And that is aspirational doubles, one of the 4 that we didn't see earlier. And I believe we've also had race number 24 has started between Nottingham Rowing Club, aspirational lightweight singles, Nottingham Rowing Club up against Twickenham Rowing Club, Berkshire and Buckinghamshire stations respectively. But at the moment, we're looking at the flow of traffic up and down the bank. So I can see on my screen, here we go, and on your screen too, the conclusion or the concluding moments, I think, Liv, of the race 21. Cardiff against Gloucester. Looks to me like it's still a pretty tight race.
It certainly is. I think it seems to me like that Cardiff crew has still got a little lead, but it's certainly one of the closer races that we've seen, especially up to this point.
I think for us, when we're looking at a crew from behind, the giveaway is how high their stroke rate is, how tense their shoulders look, how engaged they actually look in the contest. And it seems to me Cardiff, like you say, do have the lead, but it's not a particularly comfortable margin for these ladies.
No, this Cardiff crew certainly won't have the easy last couple of hundred that we've seen some of the other crews have. Not that any part of this racing is easy, but certainly more comfortable when you know you've got a comfortable lead at the end. Oh yeah, and as they come a bit, as we get that angle past the camera, we can see that Cardiff crew definitely has a more comfortable lead than that perspective was suggesting, but it's still close. There's maybe a length of clear water between them.
At least we put the right crew in the lead.
Absolutely, no commentator's curse.
We might not have guessed the margin, but we got the leader right. And now we're going back to race 24. This is Nottingham Rowing Club Cooper on the Berkshire station, and it's Twickenham Rowing Club on the Buckinghamshire station. And although the camera is a little blurry, so I'm squinting, just like you are at home, to try and ascertain. And then we have race 25. It's frenetic here at Henley Women's Regatta. I feel like no sooner have I introduced one than another one starts. Reading University, race 25. Aspirational lightweight singles. It's Lancaster of Reading on the Berkshire station and Bradley of Marlow on the Buckinghamshire station. They've also just left the starting blocks. So we are just waiting to see where we go next. It's thrilling for us as well as it is for you.
Keeping us on our toes. I actually bumped into somebody on the bank a little earlier. Who was telling me about Bradley from Marlow. Apparently she spent the year in France racing for Bologna in '92, which is a pretty cool thing to then come back over here and hop in with Marlow.
Well, absolutely. Anna Bradley. And she was finished just behind Jackson at the Metropolitan Regatta, who is another sculler in this event, who's coming up in the next race of Worcester. She was 4th out of the lightweights on the Sunday of the Met Regatta. And at the moment, she's up against Isabel Lancaster of Reading University. And she herself was 4th at Bucks Regatta in the Championship lightweight category and won the lightweight category on the Saturday of the Met. So I think on paper, Isabel Lancaster of Reading perhaps the slightly stronger in terms of pedigree, but we know, as well as anyone else does, pedigree means nothing when these crews line up on the state boats, because the unique nature of Henley Women's Regatta entitles us to a anything goes mantra. And we can see there on screen, jumping back to race number 24, it's Twickenham Rowing Club. The sculler from Twickenham, Grenache. And there we go, we're back at race 24. Nottingham against Twickenham, and it seems to me that the Nottingham sculler, Cooper, has this race, Katie Cooper, under control. And we've got another race. On the state boats, it's fast and furious. Birmingham University, Gilbody on the Berkshire station, and Jackson, I think I just spoke about Jackson, on the, Catherine Jackson that is, on the Buckinghamshire station. So all of these scullers probably know each other. They're all racing in the same category, on the same circuit. There's an extent to which they may well have come across each other before. How much do you think that plays into their preparation for an event like this?
I think you like to know who's coming up, who you might see. But ultimately, when you're on that start line, you know you're going to execute your race plan, respond to any moves that you can. But ultimately, if you row your race and you execute that, then hopefully you should come out on the right side of that result.
So we are looking at the moment at race number 24. It's Katie Cooper of Nottingham Rowing Club up against Emily Grenache of Twickenham Rowing Club. Both high performance programs, both famed for having produced a number of strong scullers in the past, but at the moment this is Katie Cooper, who is entering Henley Women's Regatta for a 6th time. She's wearing her lucky socks picked out by her nieces. Her nieces clearly have the touch because Katie is excelling in the socks, and she says that when in doubt, rate is the answer to everything. Interesting theory. Can't say I agree with it, but whatever it is, it's working for Katie.
Absolutely. She certainly seems to be getting up and out there. She doesn't look as high as I'd expect if rate is the answer to everything, but maybe we'll see her take it up if this race is a little closer.
Yeah, she's able to enjoy her closing meters in the sunshine here at Henley Women's Regatta. There is no better place to be for Katie Cooper than sculling down towards the line in complete control of her heat of the aspirational lightweight single sculls for the Fiona Dennis Trophy. She will progress alongside Leanna Daniels, who won race number 23 of Hollingworth Lake. And on the start at the moment, we have race number 27, but we also have 25 and 26 on the course at the moment. Two more contests in the aspirational lightweight singles, but this is for the doubles, aspirational doubles. Durham University on the Berkshire Station and Nottingham Rowing Club on the Buckinghamshire Station. So club versus university.
That's always an exciting mix when you have club and university. Having been in the States, I've really only raced universities recently. There's not really a club scene out there, so it's interesting and fun to come back and see that mix.
Oh, we've got the Ella show in the Nottingham Rowing Club boat. It's Ella Barsley-Taylor and Ella Weeks, and they're up against Charlotte Hubbard and Indigo Beecham. Both crews just sat there on the start line. Of course, we are waiting to see what is going on in some of the other rowing. And there we go, coming past us. That looks to me like it is race number 26. I think it is Helen Gilbody of the University of Birmingham, and she is competing against Catherine Jackson of Worcester Rowing Club. The sun and the angle make it slightly difficult to ascertain exactly what we're looking at, but I think that was Worcester. Catherine Jackson, the third lightweight on the Sunday of the Metropolitan Regatta. I think she at the moment is leading Helen Gilbody, and then we're jumping back to race number... Yes, I think you're exactly right. 25.
Yep, there we go.
Isabel Lancaster. She's one of the stronger lightweights on the circuit, as I say. She was fourth at Bucks Regatta in the championship lightweight category. So one of the probably most proficient student scullers in the country, and showing every inch of her pedigree here. She has established a commanding lead over Anna Bradley of Marlow Rowing Club. And then here we go, the doubles are underway. I'm not sure who this is actually worse for, the commentator or the producer, who's having a crazy time trying to lock into all the rowing that's going on here today. But that was race 27 that just left the state boats. On the course, we also have the conclusion of race 25, which is currently being led by Isabel Lancaster. And then race number 26 is also underway. And there we go, we can see Isabel Lancaster. She has a lovely style, doesn't she? Look how far she leans to get that stroke.
Yeah, getting that distance per stroke is really big deal in these small boats.
And especially for a lightweight, technical prowess is arguably placed above all else.
Absolutely, these are smaller athletes. I would hate to say less power, but certainly
they would contest that strongly, wouldn't they?
Pound for pound, smaller athletes for sure. And obviously, there's fewer opportunities for lightweights nowadays, so these lightweight events are really important for these girls.
Yeah, wonderful to see Henley Women's championing lightweight rowing. Just as a reminder, we at the moment believe we have races 26 and 27 on the course. Race 26, a heat of the aspirational lightweight singles between Helen Gilbody and Catherine Jackson of University of Birmingham and Worcester Rowing Club respectively. The last time we checked in with that event, it was being led by the crew from Worcester. And on our screens very shortly is likely to be race number 27, which is the aspirational doubles, Durham University on the Berkshire Station, and it's Nottingham Rowing Club in shot there on the Buckinghamshire Station. Once again, club, student. Just as we see Durham creeping into view here, I think, Liv, this is being led by the Nottingham boat.
I might contest you on that one. I think... okay, maybe I'll give it to you. I think it's close, though.
No, I think you're actually right. I think this is an excellent race. In fact, they've swung by us, and it turns out I'm talking complete nonsense. It's Durham, half a length to Durham.
It's certainly a close one, though. Barely half a length in it when they came by this the commentary tent.
Well, we so often see races at Henley decided in the opening stages because so many crews understand the importance of getting out fast, getting out hard, and putting the race to bed early. But actually, we've been treated this afternoon to a range of really tight racing already.
That's always more exciting. It can often happen at Henley that you get the same race plan played out each race, but it's always more fun when you get a good mix.
Well, in contradiction of what we've just said, close racing not on show in this particular race, number 26. This is Worcester Rowing Club. Jackson coming up towards the line. She has complete control of this heat of the Fiona Dennis Trophy. And it's Catherine Jackson sculling over the line ahead of Helen Gilbody. And there we go, a great shot of Durham University in their beautiful reverse wing. Felipe sculling beautifully, it has to be said.
Yeah, really beautiful sculling from those two girls from Durham. Little smile on the face of that stroke seat there.
The smile is brave, considering the proximity that they have to their opposition from Nottingham Rowing Club. A smile feels brave, but maybe they feel they've got more control over this than we as the neutrals think, because to me, it looks like the two crews are pretty much locked in unison. Although Durham need to watch their steering ever so slightly because they are on a one-way course to the booms at the moment.
Oh, yeah, little correction there.
And we just there saw the stern of a boat disappear from view, which we can only guess was race 28 beginning. Warrington Rowing Club on the Berkshire station up against the Thames Tideway Scullers combination on the Buckinghamshire station. And there we go. I mean, that is a star, isn't it? Oxford Brookes University there.
You gotta love a regatta dog.
You have to love a regatta dog. I'm surprised Ed's not out right now taking photos of the regatta dog. It's his #1 favourite. Yeah, I think we only had 2 races in the course, so we thought let's throw in a dog as well. You know? So here we go. Rejoining race number 27. It's Durham against Nottingham. And actually, Liv, I think we're in for probably the race of the afternoon so far. I'm struggling to call this one. I think maybe Durham continuing to lead, but you can see there the bow girl from the Nottingham crew just looking over her shoulder, which means she feels they're still in contention here.
Absolutely. They still certainly locked together. And this Durham boat is having to contend with a couple of steering corrections, which if the Nottingham girls get wind of, they might well take some confidence from.
Well, it's the Ella train there in the Nottingham crew. They share a name. Will they share a victory here on the Henley course? It doesn't look like it at the moment. Durham seem to have stretched out their lead ever so slightly, and we so often see this, the war of attrition that is these 1,500 metre courses. Crews come past us at about 400 metres gone, with maybe half a length separating them, and then they just slowly reel away from their opposition. And there we can see Durham with clear water over Nottingham as they come up towards the line.
Yep, this Nottingham crew hasn't made it easy, but these Durham girls are certainly stretching out that lead now.
And that's a lovely shot from Patience on the bank, waiting for the rowing to come to you, to the pain on the water for these two crews. This is race number 28, Warrington Rowing Club, another northern stronghold up against this Thames Rowing Club Tideway Scullers School combination. And again, we point at the composites with the assumption that these two ladies have come together with the expectation that they will be going fast.
Yep, it's always interesting to see these composite crews come together. Proximity, I'm sure, plays a big factor into finding your doubles partner, but they certainly have come together nicely, and it looks like they might have the lead right now.
Well, a good crew here from Tideway Scholar School and Thames. Kalia Engelsman and Christina Mattioetti in the composite crew that's currently leading this boat from Warrington, Susie Hall and Ella Stanhope. But Warrington not letting this one slip from their grasp just yet. Little look over there from Ella Stanhope, just to make sure that they're not losing quarter too quickly. And we have now race number 29 on the course. This is more Dutch representation here at Henley Women's Regatta. GSR Agir, I always pronounce this one wrong, on the Berkshire station, up against the University of London on the Buckinghamshire station. So two titans of student rowing, both here in the UK and in Holland. We expect to see significant representation from both of those clubs at the forthcoming Henley Royal Regatta. Before we spend too much time talking about race number 29, we have race number 28 to complete. And there we go. Crews waiting to boat on this resplendent afternoon here in the Thames Valley. And back to race number 28. So here's a question. Here's a hypothetical for you. You're in this Warrington crew. You're staring down the barrel of defeat. How do you find, and this is the million-dollar question, how do you find the gear change necessary to overcome a boat that's actually not, it's still within touching distance? What are the secrets?
When someone knows the secrets, tell them to let me know. I'm not sure I have a good answer. I think with these, I mean, it's not a short race, but it's shorter than a lot of the races that they're going to do. You don't have time to wait like you would in a 2K. I would put it all in, one really big effort to get back on terms, see if I can rattle the other crew, and then reassess from there. I think unless you're on terms, you don't have the ability to come back through. So,
and if that end-all effort doesn't work?
Yeah, I don't
Pray to
know.
God.
Yeah, absolutely. I think, yeah, you just, at that point, it's the kitchen sink. So
anything in the kitchen can go. Okay, well, we have race number 29 also on the course, and I think it is the crew from Holland who are doing the business here on the Henley stretch. They are leading by what looks like a smidgen of clear water over UL, and we have so little predictability for these international boats that come to Henley to race. But this is a really smart combination here from Agir of the Netherlands. Looking super composed, super synchronized, which is what we look for. Jumping back to race number 28, it is the Thames Tideway Scullers composite that have seen off the close attentions, it has to be said, for most of that race of Warrington Rowing Club. So they will progress through alongside Durham University. This event for aspirational doubles just bubbling along nicely here, but I have to get your opinion here, Liv, on this Dutch crew. They look superb.
yeah, they are looking very easy and very comfortable. That's always how I wish my rowing looked. I'm not sure it always does.
I never looked like that.
Yeah, often with sculling in particular, it's a case of finesse rather than brute force, and these girls certainly seem to have that finesse.
Beautiful shots there of the blades of the Dutch crew dappled against a glistening facade that is the Henley Women's Regatta course. And back on the start line, it is race number 30, Bulebridge on the Berkshire station up against Hartpury University College A on the Buckinghamshire station. Just see if I can get some readouts on the names there for these two boats who are on the start line. It's Sophie Pepper and Megan Harris of Bulebridge up against Catherine Gardner, silver medalist at the National Schools Regatta in the Championship single, and Eleanor Dash in the doubles. So they're in the aspirational doubles category. Interesting that we've got a junior, I assume, combining with someone a slightly more senior, because you would think Catherine Gardner would maybe fancy her chances in the junior double category, which is also being catered for here at Henley Women's. But with talent like hers, a silver medalist at the National Schools Regatta, maybe she thinks the junior circuit, do you know what? I've basically conquered it. What's left?
I mean, yeah, some people just do. I guess that's the beauty of having that college and university combination, is you can send some people up when they've got when you've got some extras, and make combinations of people that you wouldn't necessarily expect or be able to when you just have a junior program.
Well, there we go. We are watching the Dutch do the business here on the Henley Women's Regatta course. This is a lightweight double who are... well, this lightweight double, and this is their words, not mine. I just don't want anyone to come at me with a defamation case. This lightweight double are now dating the very successful men's lightweight double from 2 years ago of HWR. So that's their words. They wanted this set out on the comms. But both ladies have organised the Hell of the North, which is the international 6-kilometre race organised by their club, and were very successful when they raced this regatta themselves. So clearly a crew who know what it means to win, who know what it takes potentially to emerge victorious. And as I say, we did have a Dutch crew from Laha winning this event last year, and I have to say to you, Liv, this is probably the best, and I feel like I've said this 3 times already today, but I'm going to stick my guns on this one. This is probably the best crew that I've seen in this event so far today.
Yeah, I'd back you up on that one. They just look so comfortable going through there, so in sync, really matching each other through the stroke. It's really nice to watch.
Well, there we go. Up and over the line successfully. No drama for HWR of Holland. They have navigated their path to the next round of the Aspirational doubles for the Rosie McLaughlin Trophy. And we're just waiting for our cameras to rejoin the final heat of the Aspirational doubles, which is Buell Bridge, Sophie Pepper and Megan Harris up against Hartbury University College, Catherine Gardner and Eleanor Dash. What you're looking at on your screen right now is another go-round of the Aspirational lightweight singles, and it's Alice Pichthall from Upper Thames up against Zara Gauthier-Price of Grosvenor Rowing Club. So single sculls back on the menu for us in the next 4 races once we've completed number 30. Which one would assume will be joining imminently. There we go. We can just see the tail end of race 30. That looked to me like the Hartbury crew being led by Buell Bridge at this stage.
I think it might be the other way around.
Might be the other way around.
Yeah, that Hartbury crew looks like it's up ahead.
It's completely the other way around. Totally made that up. Don't listen to me, is what I would recommend. It is indeed Hartbury University College. It's the Catherine Gardner, Eleanor Dash combo. Whatever decision was made to combine these two ladies clearly was the right one, playing out here on the Henley stretch and looking imperious.
Yeah, they're certainly looking like a strong crew. Also nice and comfortable.
Well, in fairness to Buell Bridge, this is their first time racing together. The two of them have been strictly sweeping since last year, but switched to sculling and started training 2.5 weeks ago for this race. So probably not the required lead time to make a serious impression on what is a highly competitive category here at Henley Women's Regatta. But Catherine Gardner, who of course I watched win silver at the National Schools Regatta just 3 weeks ago, she is in the stroke seat of this boat and not looking troubled at all. I think we've just seen race number 31 leave the stake boats, which, as I said, was Upper Thames, Alice Pichthall up against Zara Gauthier-Price of Grosvenor. Zara was knocked out in the first round last year of this event, and Alice was knocked out in the second round of this event last year. So 2 athletes who know exactly what it's like to compete on the Henley course in this, the Aspirational lightweight single sculls for the Fiona Dennis Trophy. There we go. Is this country file? Is this the Henley Women's Regatta live stream? We just don't know at this point. It's art. That's exactly what it is. It's art. It's a lovely shot. And actually, that is a lovely shot for anyone at home from the Gloucestershire region who is watching this race. We just waxed lyrical about the Dutch crew. I'm excited to see that Dutch crew take on this Hartbury combination.
That would be a race. They both very similar in terms of how they look comfortable and just flowing through this race. So that would certainly be an interesting matchup.
Well, we can't help ourselves here at Henley Women's Regatta, already trying to pick out the combinations and the contests that we want to see unfold over the course of an action-packed weekend, full to the brim with quality. And it just goes to show how strong junior rowing is in this country, that this crew, which I assume is 50% a junior combination, are able to compete in a senior category, and not just compete, but actually dominate a senior category in the manner in which they're doing. It shows you how far junior rowing has come on in the last decade, particularly junior women's rowing, since I guess the inception of the Diamond Jubilee Challenge Cup at Henley Royal some 12 years ago.
Yep, junior rowing is certainly exciting. I think that's one of the beauties of Henley Women's as well, is getting that big mix of juniors and senior crews all the way through the regatta. Always exciting.
Up towards the line, Hartbury University and College, I should say, safely navigating their pathway. And there we go. What a shot that is of Henley Town. The activity on the water being overlooked by the Henley Church and the patchwork fields that define this beautiful part of the English countryside. And as we look at our screen, we are looking at race number 32 on the state boats at the moment. And that is going to be another heat of the Fiona Dennis Trophy. And it is Devin Ward of London Rowing Club up against Amy Hallett of Dart.Ness. Devin, who learned to row at Darwin College while completing her master's degree in biological anthropology at Cambridge. That's I don't even know what those words mean, so there's no way I could have studied for that. And Amy placed 7th at Wallingford Regatta in the Women's Challenge Single Sculls for the Regatta Sailing Cup. So one person left notes about their regatta pedigree. One person decided to tell us how smart they were.
Weirdly enough, I did the same degree at university.
You did?
I'm sure she could tell you much more about it than I could.
Well, we're watching here race number 31. This is Alice Pichthall of Upper Thames on her home stretch. This is a piece of water that she will be intimately familiar with. And she is up against Zara Gauthier-Price of Grosvenor Rowing Club. As I said, Alice was knocked out in the second round of this competition last year, and Zara in the first. So one would think that Alice has the natural upper hand, and so it looked there. I think Alice in control of race number 31. And 32, right on cue, has also left the state boats. There you go, people enjoying the sunshine. Daniel Craig's body double there. He looks like he's on the phone. He should be watching the stream.
He'll have to go back to hear his compliment.
Yeah, indeed, indeed. Yeah, it is a beautiful day here in the Oxfordshire countryside. We have been blessed with weather, which has frankly been appalling all year, but it seems like someone has had a word with the weather gods, and the sky is blue, the temperature is mid-20s. There you go. The sunlight dappling the river. And we're being treated here not only to a beautiful day weather-wise, but a beautiful day rowing-wise as well. On the course at the moment, we understand, is races 31 and 32, 2 more heats of the Aspirational lightweight singles for the Fiona Dennis Trophy. The first of which was Upper Thames, Alice Pichthall against Grosvenor Rowing Club, Zara Gauthier-Price. And on 32, it's Devin Ward of London Rowing Club racing Amy Hallett of Dart.Ness. Oh, there we go. There's been a bit of a hiccup there on the course. We're not quite sure what happened there, but it looks to me that Zara Gauthier-Price of Grosvenor ran into a bit of trouble, I think. Well, this has certainly confirmed the result, which I think was moving towards beyond doubt even before that collision. But it looked to me, Liv, like maybe she collided with the booms.
They are certainly immovable. So if that is what happened, then that would definitely be potentially race ending. And to be honest, she's probably lucky she stayed upright. Those booms are pretty tough to contend with.
Well, absolutely. Yeah, that's the jeopardy that we have here at Henley. Is the booms are sort of the third person in the race, aren't they? But I think that one is pretty much sewn up. It's going to be Alice Pickthall who progresses through to the next round of the aspirational doubles. And we can see here on the course Devin Ward doing the business up against Amy Hallett of Dart Totnes. Well, Devin will be no stranger to racing at a high level, and indeed racing all the way around the world. Her PhD studies have sent her right the way around the globe, and she's been able to keep rowing in Gibraltar, Arizona and Toronto. So credit to her for maintaining her love and passion for the sport, and it's paying dividends here on the Henley course, because she continues to lead race number 32. But for the eagle-eyed amongst you, you will have noticed that 33 has also left the state boats. That's Rebecca Wearmouth of Lambton Rowing Club on the Berkshire Station up against Sasha Halliwell of the University of Exeter. And it is relentless. The schedule is just, it's actually starting to give me a headache, because there's so many rowing, so many racing, so many people to keep up with.
Just dust.
If you are hearing any background noise at this stage, it's because I think my co-presenter's just gone into anaphylactic shock. We're just making sure that she's okay. I think some dust might have flown into her mouth. But yeah, I think we're going to make progress from here. I was too busy waxing lyrical about the beautiful Oxfordshire countryside, and she was dying next to me. So that's sort of where we are.
That's okay, I'm all good now.
But we're just waiting for race number 33 to join us. That is the aspirational lightweight singles. Rebecca Wearmouth of Lambton. And she is racing against Sasha Halliwell of the University of Exeter. Interesting, Lambton Rowing Club only founded in 2022 on the River Wear, so a relatively new entrant to the UK community for this sport. Very interested to see how Rebecca gets on today. Already having navigated the time trials, I should say, for the Fiona Dennis Trophy. And in shot now, just approaching the 3/4 mile mark. It does look to me that, and this is actually back with race number 32, I think. This is Devin Ward of London Rowing Club. Just making sure that she doesn't do anything that could jeopardise her chances of progressing through.
I think so.
Just watching here, Devin Ward slowly sculling down towards the line. No need for her to do anything remarkable here. She has command over this heat of the aspirational lightweight singles. And on screen here, it is Rebecca Wearmouth of Lambton Rowing Club.
That's exciting to see new rowing clubs popping up and then making their way to Henley Women's so quickly after they're founded.
Absolutely. Yeah, putting on a real show here in her new club colours. And by the way, that is a great all-in-one. I think it's just looking at the trim on the leg there, the livery. I think it might be a. I don't want to guess the animal. I'm not going to do it. I'll just get it wrong. But
Something
sculling
horned.
beautifully. Yeah, indeed, something horned. Well, there we go. We are watching the conclusion of race 32. Devin Ward up towards the line with several lengths, let's call it, of clear water over Amy Hallett of Dart Totnes. So unfortunate for Amy, but I think she's just going to have to concede that she's come up against the superior sculler here on the Henley Women's Regatta course. And it will be Devin Ward just winds down over the line. You can see the conditions have picked up ever so slightly, though. There seems to be a bit more chop on the water now. The wind might have just picked up a little this afternoon, making conditions that bit more difficult for all of the scullers, particularly those in the smaller boats. Less protection, more onus on them. And there we go, race number 34 leaving the state boats here. This is another heat of the Aspirational lightweight singles. And this one is Heidi Taylor of Derby Rowing Club up against Leonie Kennedy of the University of Surrey. So we'll keep one eye on how that one unfolds, but we also have race 33 as yet unconcluded. But the last time we checked in, it was Rebecca Wearmouth of Lambton, the newly formed Lambton 2022 entrant onto the UK community. And there we go, coming down towards the 3/4 mile mark, Liv. It looks to me like Rebecca has this one in the palm of her hand.
Yeah, she's certainly got a nice lead there to start with.
Yeah, we can see Rebecca sculling beautifully, it has to be said. Real accentuation on each end of the stroke, in complete control. And what a privileged position to be in.
Yeah, looking very relaxed. Pretty low on that rate. You can see she's much lower than her opposition sculler from Exeter.
But she almost, it looks like she doesn't need to be higher, not just because the Exeter sculler is obviously a long way away from her, Sasha Halliwell, but it just looks like her frame and the way in which she sculls necessitates a slightly lower rate of striking.
Yeah, sometimes that can happen. Sometimes you take it too high and you lose some of that efficiency. So there's definitely a balance that you have to strike there. Got a really powerful back end there from Rebecca Wearmouth from Lambton.
Well, we'll keep one eye on that one as it unfolds over the course. I think Rebecca probably will have that one sewn up, but it's back to race 34, which is unfolding between Heidi Taylor of Derby Rowing Club on the Berkshire Station and Leonie Kennedy of the University of Surrey. Of course, we spoke earlier about Sam Tuck and the miracles he's performed there, and it seems like those miracles have got legs because Leonie Kennedy continues to sort of uphold the strong tradition that Surrey have in the sculling events, and she is leading this one pretty comfortably. She actually competed in this event in 2023, making it into the semi-final before being knocked out. So she's back in 2024 and will certainly want to go at least one better this year.
Absolutely. When you make it so close, you want to make sure you're all the way up there. Looks like we're heading back to some 8s.
Yes, indeed. We've got some 8s to look forward to now. Championship 8s, no less. The Ron Needs Challenge Cup. It's the University of Rhode Island on the Berkshire Station up against the holders from Oxford Brookes on the Buckinghamshire Station. It's going to be a big ask for the American crew to overcome what is, I think, most people's favourite here at Henley Women's Regatta for the Ron Needs Cup. So we will certainly be excited to see how that one unfolds. I think this Oxford Brookes crew have got a couple of athletes in there who might even have raced at the last World Rowing Cup. So international colours on their mast too. And we're just watching those crews prepare to leave the state boats. Tense moments at the start. But I can tell you for nothing that race 34 is being dominated at this point by Leonie Kennedy of Surrey University. She is continuing to lead Taylor of Derby. There we go. A comfortable margin, I would describe that as.
Yeah, I would agree. Sometimes you get out there and it just seems easy and that gap keeps growing, which has certainly been the case in this event.
So once we conclude this final heat of the aspirational lightweight singles for the Fiona Dennis Trophy, we'll move on to the serious boat movers, the Championship 8s for the Ron Needs Challenge Cup, and it's Rhode Island who are up against the might of Oxford Brookes in the first side-by-side competition. And there we can just see this contest in race 34 reaching its conclusion, somewhat of a premature conclusion, it has to be said, because I think Leonie Kennedy of Surrey University, not only is she a very gifted sculler, but she also has previous in this category. She is complete control of that particular heat. So there we go. Picturesque, isn't it? Wildlife, water, people, what's not to love? But I can tell you, there we go, Oxford Brookes striding out very impressively. I mean, we're not surprised, are we, to see Brookes doing the business here?
No, pretty epic lead pretty early on in the race, but they are certainly the crew to beat this year, it seems.
Oh, there we go. They have absolutely taken this race by the scruff of its neck. No quarter given against the University of Rhode Island. This Brookes crew likely to be the crew that races in the Remenham this year, which is the premier event for women's eights at Henley. Royal Regatta, of course, which kicks off in about 10 days' time on this very same course, just extended by about 600 metres. The University of Rhode Island have come all this way to race here at the Henley Women's Regatta. We expect to also see them in the Island Challenge Cup at Henley Royal Regatta, but this is the top 8 from their women's rowing team, and they're a member of the A10 conference, which I think you will have a much better idea of what that means.
Yes, so in the United States, they split all of the colleges into different conferences, and your conference winners then attend NCAAs alongside a number of other automatic bids. So I must admit, I don't think they are split up at all sensibly, geographically or competitively, who knows, but yeah, they've clearly a big hitter in their conference.
Well, there we go. We're going to have all of the people who organise those conferences on our back for the rest of the weekend.
There we go.
But we just saw there the conclusion of race number 34. It was Leonie Kennedy of Surrey University sculling home to a pretty convincing win over Taylor of Derby Rowing Club to close out our aspirational lightweight single heats. And now we're looking at Brookes, who already are down at what I would describe as a battle paddling pace.
Yeah, they certainly look like they're just flowing through that recovery, getting nice deep breath in between each stroke.
I mean, we call it privilege, don't we, when we see crews up by that extent so early in the race, but it's not privilege, it's just a lot of hard work.
Absolutely, absolutely. And I think, you know, when you say looking forward, one's going into the Remen and one's going into the Island, you know, you can see how that makes sense. There's two different caliber of crew and events then to participate in at Henley Royal.
So what you're looking at on screen at the moment is the early kindling that will surely be thrown onto the fire of race 36. We're at the start line. Edinburgh University on the Berkshire station up against a Northern Composite from Newcastle University and Tyne Rowing Club on the Buckinghamshire station. And this Tyne-Newcastle combo, veterans of this event, and many of this crew are Newcastle University Boat Club alumni. So people who have gone to study up north and decided to stay up north. But on screen at the moment, it is the favourites for the Ron Needs Championship 8s. Oxford Brookes, holders of this event, and just looking supreme. You don't want to anoint them on the Friday afternoon, but it's going to take a hell of a crew, I think, to unseat them. But now we are seeing the next round of the Championship 8s. Will one of these boats be able to find the pace to undo a Brookes sort of dynasty that has emerged over the last 5 years? Brookes rowing up towards the line, I should say. Seen too much sculling today. Brookes rowing up towards the line. Never troubled, really. Shame for the University of Rhode Island to have travelled all this way only to meet the holders in round 1. But they'll take a lot of lessons from that, I'm sure. They'll probably only have jumped off a plane about 2 or 3 days ago. So come Henley Royal Regatta, expect them to be quite a lot faster. There we go. People assembled on the banks, enjoying themselves in the English sunshine, which I feel like is a phrase I haven't used in about a year.
Since the last regatta, I'm sure.
Indeed, yeah. But we're back. Summer has begun in earnest. But this Edinburgh Newcastle University crew, it strikes me that they may not have raced each other before. So perhaps there's going to be an element of the unknown here. Because although Newcastle and Edinburgh will be well acquainted, this seems to me to be more of a Tyne crew than anything else.
Yeah, perhaps Tyne rowers who are alums of the Newcastle programme.
Indeed, yeah. You've got Anna van der Brack, I should say, in the Tyne crew, who I know is a very gifted photographer, but she's going to have to be a pretty gifted rower, I think, because they are currently down on this Edinburgh boat. And they're just swinging by us, and I would call that probably 3/4 length, the bow of that Tyne crew just tickling the cocks in the Edinburgh crew. So how do Newcastle respond to this?
They're certainly going to be trying to put a move in early to try and keep in touch. No doubt Edinburgh will want to do the same, try and get some clear water. I feel like they've really broken that Tyne crew.
Yeah, Edinburgh just looking a bit punchier, a bit more dynamic, I would describe them. And of course, they'll have rowed together all year, these ladies, whereas the Tyne Newcastle composite maybe haven't spent that much time in the boat together. I'm speculating, I don't truthfully know that, but composites often spend less time sat together in boats just by virtue of the fact that they're not part of the same training programme, whereas Edinburgh will be a well-oiled machine.
Absolutely, Edinburgh often produce some pretty good boats, and this seems to be no different. They're looking really strong there.
Yeah, definitely one of the premier student rowing programs in the country. But so often, I think we're seeing, led by Brooks, it has to be said, a turning of the tide. For so long, I think we put on a pedestal the US programs, and of course, you yourself went to UCLA, and that's one of the most prestigious in the country. But I think we're seeing more of a turning of the tide and more of a sense that the UK universities are becoming increasingly competitive with even the strongest US institutions.
Absolutely. I think it's becoming more and more exciting now to see those UK-US university matchups, because you truly just don't know what's going to happen. We had Brooks come over to a big regatta in San Diego a couple of years ago, and they put in a really strong showing against the Stanford and Texas boats, which eventually went on to win the national championships over there. So it's certainly getting to be much more exciting, and I think definitely people are thinking, do they go abroad, do they stay? It's becoming a harder decision for sure.
Yeah, indeed. It is the age-old conflict for anyone of that age to think about what they want to do next. But here we're seeing Edinburgh just creeping out, stroke by stroke, to what's becoming a pretty dominant lead over this Tyne Newcastle composite. Right to left, Edinburgh and Tyne. Hard to see a way back now, I think, for Tyne. Of course, we have also got race number 37 having just left the state boats, and that, again, is the USA versus GB. Slightly different turn on this, given that it is a British club crew in Leander on the Buckinghamshire station, and then the Southern Methodist University of the United States of America on the Berkshire station. But on screen right now, watching Edinburgh. This will be very pleasing to anybody in Scotland who is tuning in to our live stream this afternoon. Welcome, if you are. And they are making their way down to Edinburgh. Or making their way down to the finish, sorry. Probably not going to roll the way to Edinburgh. Securing passage through to the next round of the Ron Needs Challenge Cup for Championship 8, the Premier 8 category here at Henley Women's Regatta. But I imagine we're going to be jumping back up to the start, or certainly along by the barrier. There we go, and we can see here the crews from Leander on the left and the Southern Methodist University on the right. And Leander on their home stretch. Leander B, it must be said, looking pretty good.
Yeah, they're looking really nice. Little smidge of clear water already as they come past us.
And for the eagle-eyed amongst you, you may well have noticed that Leander are not rowing in their traditional strip. And that is because at the moment there is an ongoing initiative at Leander Club, both for the men and the women, to make sport safer. Not just rowing, but sport in general, and show their support for ending harassment and abuse within rowing and sport more widely. And they're rowing in specially designed, custom-made kit to symbolise and, I guess, propagate their message, which is that sport should be safe for all. And I think it's a fantastic tribute to them that they're not only showing that message here on the Henley Women's Regatta course, but also they're winning while doing so. And Leander, of course, one of the premier club programs in this country. They have almost what feels like a conveyor belt of Olympians. Southern Methodist University just struggling to keep pace here. It's another US team who have come over with high hopes of trying to challenge the very best from the UK. And of course this Southern Methodist University crew coming off the back of the American Athletic Conference Team Championships, where they finished 7th in 2023, and just not having the pace to keep up with the likes of Leander. So we'll keep one eye on that one, but we're back to the start for race number 38. It's another US crew up against another UK student crew. It's the University of Iowa A on the Berkshire station, I should say, against Brooks B on the Buckinghamshire station.
Got a lot of these matchups, US, UK universities. I do love those.
They've got something for everyone here, you really have. And if you've tuned in because, you know, you thought, do you know what I really want to see on my TV screen today? I want to look at some geese. Well, it just so happens that we are happy to cater for every single need. And there we go. We've got National Geographic and the Centre of All Rowing combined into one production team here. But we're jumping back to the racing, and to be fair, this race is probably not giving me much more excitement than the geese. Leander in complete control on their home stretch. Credit to them. This is their B boat, dominating Southern Methodist.
Yeah, they're really moving nicely. And that Southern Methodist crew had a coaching change at the beginning of this season, so may well be building. We might see them come back in a few years' time a little stronger. But yeah, this Leander crew is really moving nicely. They've got sisters in the 3-4 seats there, so a little bit of family power to get them through.
There'll be plenty of support for Leander here on the banks of the River Thames. And if you're tuning in from America to this live stream, whatever time it is, I imagine it's sometime in the morning for you, welcome to our stream. But I'm sorry to tell you that unfortunately it's been a pretty difficult start for all of the American crews here in the Championship 8 category, because as I watch the next race unfold, and that is race number 38, it's Iowa who are struggling against Brooks B. Of course, Brooks needing little to no introduction. They've just won in race number 35 by a considerable margin, but their B crew, even then their B crew are able to dispatch some of the best crews from the United States.
It's just pretty impressive depth, isn't it, through that Brooks crew? So exciting to see, and you know, tough, because it means that there's every chance that they may come up against each other, and one crew will take out the other from the same club, but it's very exciting to watch them.
Yeah, this Brooks B boat narrowly behind their A boat of the Holland Becker, one of the biggest rowing events in the Netherlands. I'm sure we'll return to see how they're getting on in a few moments' time. On the state boats now, race number 39, the Championship Coxless Fours, Upper Thames on the Berkshire station. and time for maybe some redemption for Southern Methodist, who are on the Buckinghamshire station. They're 4, which I guess will probably be athletes 9 to 12 from their squad. But we can see their Iowa gritted teeth really punching hard, but having little to no effect on what is a superb Brooks outfit. And are we going to see domestic domination of these events once again?
It certainly seems that way so far.
I mean, if you're looking at this, if you're tuning in from America, Liv, how do you respond to these pictures when all you're seeing is UK crew after UK crew putting paid to any hope that the US crews had of progressing? Does that galvanise you, or does that make you think, we're not going to do that next year?
I think, you know, every US crew thinks that they can come over and do it. And so if you're sat here watching this Iowa crew and you're from Michigan or Texas, then you're going to be looking and thinking, well, okay, but we could do it, so give us our shot next year. Yeah, there's that strange competitiveness to try and be the first to topple the UK crews. So,
well, we'd love one day to see the full varsity lineup of one of the NCAA winners. I think this year it was Texas, last year it was Stanford. We didn't get to see their full lineups up against the likes of Brooks. In the Grand Challenge Cup this year at Henley Royal, we will, however, get to see the best Brooks up against the Washington crew who won the IRAs, so very excited to see that. But that's on the men's side. We're focusing here on the women, and it's Brooks B coming down towards the line in complete control of this heat of the Championship 8 category. They have dispatched Iowa with, well, consummate ease.
yeah, just battle paddling down like we saw their A crew down. Certainly very in control.
Well, it's an early bar for Iowa, who've travelled all this way. I know they have had travel difficulties this week. Their initial flight was cancelled. I believe they only landed in the UK last night, this morning, so they are late to the game. They have had problems. They are going to be staying on for the Henley Royal, so expect to see them pick up a bit of speed, and perhaps indicative of that speed increase over the course of just 2 weeks was Penn last year, who were pretty comfortably dispatched by Brooks in the final of this event, and then actually ran them very close in the Ireland Challenge Cup probably 2 weeks later. So expect Iowa and a lot of these crews who you're seeing race from the United States to get faster in the coming weeks. But now we're watching race number 40, I think. No, 39. Race number 39. Molesey Boat Club A on the Berkshire station up against Wallingford Rowing Club on the Buckinghamshire station. So 39 on the course, Championship Coxless 4s. And number 40, also on the course, or also on the state boats rather, by the looks of things, Upper Thames Rowing Club A up against Southern Methodist. I think I called this one wrong a moment ago. I think I said that this was the one on the start, but it's not. It is Molesey Wallingford who are making their way down the course at the moment. And it's Molesey in pretty much complete control, I would call that.
Interestingly, the Molesey crew that we just saw go down has a number of athletes who are alumni of American universities and have come back to club programs. Megan Slabbert in the bow seat is an alumni of UCLA, and both Angharad and Ella Kossel in the stern pair are University of Washington alumni. So an interesting switch back to the UK.
Not unheard of. I think it's been a path popularised by a lot of the GB team that will be heading to the Paris Olympics. I can count several athletes, including the entirety of the men's Coxless pair, who plied their trade at university in the United States of America and have now come back to race in the colours of their national team. So I'm sure this Molesey crew will be hoping that some of their athletes can progress on to the Los Angeles Games in 4 years' time. But now we're watching on the start line, race number 40, Upper Thames on the near side, the Berkshire station, on home water up against Southern Methodist University of the United States of America on the far side, on the Buckinghamshire station. And away they go. Nice and clean. Coxless fours, of course, always notoriously tricky to steer and to get right, which means we are often in for some pretty exciting racing. These crews won't be joining us at this particular camera point for a little while. There we go, the throng of activity on the banks. So much going on here at the Henley Women's Regatta, and 2 more days to go as well. Lots to look forward to as we progress into some of the more serious racing. And on Sunday, the contests for trophies. But here we're watching Molesey Rowing Club, who I'm sure will have one eye on a trophy later on this weekend. A boat club who need no introduction. They have taken their rate of striking right down. And I have used this phrase a couple of times already on comms, but I would describe that as complete control.
When the crews have it, they just have it. Can't overuse it, I guess, if they're rowing that way.
Yeah. I mean, Wallingford battling valiantly, but sometimes you just have to put your hands in the air and say, do you know what? That Molesey crew are just a little bit quicker than us.
And all of these crews will have come with different goals and expectations of what they want to achieve through this regatta. This Molesey crew certainly looks like they'll be gunning for a title come Sunday.
Yep, I'm sure they will have one eye on the overall trophy, Avril Vellicott Cup for Championship Coxless Fours. And there we go, Molesey crossing the line. You can see some crews making their way back down towards the boating area, having successfully completed their race. And we can now see what looks to me like race number 40, Upper Thames, leading the crew from Southern Methodist University. So the luck's not turning for the United States bound or United States heralded boats. Upper Thames on home water, showing no mercy towards their American visitors. It's complete dominance. It really isn't looking good if you're tuning in from America to watch what you hoped would be a set of routine victories for your girls. Unfortunately, Britain have got something to say about that. And it's Upper Thames on home water here, looking really, really, really strong.
Yeah, looking so comfortable. I was chatting to Rachel Burrows in the 3-seat earlier today. She said she's in for a free ride with these girls, which I'm sure is not the case, but they certainly look like they are very comfortable coming through here. Got Fiona Gammond in the 2-seat of that Thames boat. Finished her Olympic career, headed up the river to Thames, and still competing in Henley Women's Regatta, which is really cool to see.
Yeah, Tokyo Olympian and back racing for her home club. I think once upon a time she was plying a trade out of St George's College, as I remember. I think she might have been a junior around the same time that I was, but that's going back more years than I would care to admit. But this crew are looking to essentially enjoy their race here today. Full of enjoyment, full of excitement, which makes them a dangerous boat. They were third at Wallingford Regatta and second and third respectively on the days at Metropolitan Regatta. So they are definitely going to be a boat to watch out for as we see the next heat, race number 41 of the Championship Coxless Fours, get underway. That's Thames on the Berkshire station up against Derby Rowing Club on the Buckinghamshire station. And this Thames boat came together in late May on training camp. So let's see how they get on down the course. Just coming up towards 4:45 in the afternoon here at the Henley Women's Regatta. The sun is sort of sinking in the sky. I think the worst of the heat, I can't believe I'm saying that after months of moaning about the rain, but the worst of the heat has probably subsided. We're into the long evening. And what's not to like about that? Upper Thames enjoying their evening here against Southern Methodist University. They're not needing to overexert themselves. And I'm sure they'll have vociferous support from their home club, which is stationed along the banks of the Thames, with about 600 metres to go in the traditional Henley course, which probably makes it at probably 200 to go for the Henley Women's Regatta course. So a nice little boost. But with the pedigree they've got on board, Liv, I imagine they always expected to progress.
Yeah, I'm sure they... I'm sure, you know, you see that US crew, you don't know what they're going to be like, but yeah, I think they probably had every confidence that they were going to make it through. Probably another crew looking towards that Sunday race.
So we can see here on screen 41 Thames against Derby, and Thames showing no quarter, no mercy to Derby whatsoever. They have established a significant lead despite it being pretty early on in this contest. And that's just the nature of this event, unfortunately, for Championship Coxless 4s. You can sometimes come up against crews who just simply are faster. And Derby, I think, have found themselves in that situation. I mean, this crew actually came second and then won at the Metropolitan Regatta. So on paper, slightly faster than the Upper Thames boat that we just saw. But Thames Rowing Club, I mean, I could sit here for hours talking about the quality that they have in their ranks. Holders of the Wargrave Challenge Cup at Henley Royal Regatta. Holders of the Club 8 event at Henley Women's Regatta. And this Coxless 4 looked like a pretty good bet for serious progression here, I think.
Yeah, they certainly look like another strong contender in this Championship 4 event.
I mean, with athletes like Rosa Millard in the stroke seat, she learned to row at Lee Rowing Club before winning the boat race twice with Cambridge, so pretty decorated athlete. So we'll keep one eye on that one. I don't think it's going to require too much in terms of commentary from us. But the next race is on the course, and that is race number 42. Closing out this run of 4 for the Championship Coxless 4s. It's London Rowing Club on the Berkshire Station up against a composite from Imperial College and Thames Rowing Club on the Buckinghamshire Station. There we go, some Brooks athletes taking their blades back. One would imagine after a successful voyage.
Based on what we've seen so far?
Yeah, I don't think I've seen a Brooks crew lose yet.
No.
Isn't that just the dream?
Bring your chairs to the bottom of the garden?
Yeah, well, exactly. If my garden banked onto the Thames, I'd be delighted about it. I need to ask for a pay rise at work. And there really is, I've said it already, a festival atmosphere here at Henley Women's Regatta. Although the rowing on the water is spectacular, I think a lot of the joy and sort of excitement comes from and is imbued from the spectators on the bank, the athletes who are just loving being here in the sunshine at the beginning of the summer apex. And Thames Rowing Club here are able to basically enjoy that and sort of soak up those feelings as they row down the course, because they have, well, dispatched Derby pretty ruthlessly here.
Yeah, you absolutely feel all that support from the bank, and these girls have benefited from it for sure.
So we're going to join, I think, race number 42 pretty shortly. which is London Rowing Club, which will appear on the right-hand side of your screen. And it's going to be the Imperial College Thames Rowing Club composite on the left-hand side of your screen. And London here, again, looking like a crew who know what they're doing. Elizabeth Cottrell, Laura Bates, Aoife Keane and Claudia Turley up against this boat from Imperial College and Thames, comprising Laura Ellington, Sophie Stilling, Orla Johnson and Lauren Bowles. London having the better of the opening exchanges, it has to be said.
Yeah, they're certainly moving away at this point in the race. The bow girl from that Imperial crew just looked around to check where they were.
So we can tell you that race 41 has concluded, and that was a win for Thames Rowing Club pretty comfortably. But London here looking to join them, and they will be joining Thames, Upper Thames and Molesey. So all of the Berkshire stations winning here in the Championship Coxless 4. And I think we're about to move back to 8s, which is exciting. And there we go. State boat ready, Newcastle University on the Berkshire station up against Trinity College Hertford on the Buckinghamshire station, who I do believe are from the United States of America. And they were bronze medalists in the NCAA Championships, Division 3 in the Varsity 8. So another boat who've come over with the best intentions to take it to the best of the British. Newcastle University, I should say. No mugs. They know what it takes to win at the highest level. A very, very strong programme up in the northeast of England. Want to try and call this one?
I don't know a lot about this Trinity College crew, so I might, based on the rest of today's results, I might back Newcastle.
Never saw that coming. Well, look, if you are tuning in from the United States of America, wherever you are, welcome to our live stream here, the Henley Women's Regatta. You are about to watch your countrywomen take to the water and try to unseat a northern powerhouse in Newcastle University. Sharp, punchy starts from both crews. So critical at Henley to get out fast, get out hard, try and establish something of a margin over your opposition. If you're wondering what's happening in race number 42, I can tell you that London Rowing Club continue to lead their opposition from Imperial College and Thames Rowing Club. I think barring any late disasters, they will be securing progression through to the next round of the Avril Velicott Cup for Championship Coxless Falls. Yeah, more, if it was needed, more evidence to show that London are a club on the rise, particularly on the women's side. They've had a drier, leaner decade since their victory in the Wyfold Challenge Cup back in 2011. But that victory in the same event at Henley Royal Regatta last year seems to have just stepped the club back into the mainframe of UK rowing. And whilst we look at what I assume is a seagull, we can see, there we go, Trinity. I liked that. It was a creative transition there from our production team. I'm going to give them their due. Someone's now stood in front of the camera, so you know, it's just cutting edge stuff here at Henley Women's Regatta. Well, there we are. So we are watching on the course Newcastle University. It turns out, Liv, you were on the money here to back Newcastle because I think they are controlling affairs here.
Yeah, they seem to have taken a nice lead to start with.
Yeah, clear water already over there. Opponents from the United States of America. Trinity College Hertford, flown all this way, will really want to try and secure some progression. Oh, we're being
some
more creative shots. I think someone's got an A-level in creative design they need to submit or something, because we are trying our hardest to follow all the wildlife here, but it's Newcastle. Nothing wild about them. They are rowing extremely well. Very proficient, classic Newcastle style. I think I would describe it as fairly agricultural, but it works. It's incredibly powerful. It's got all the right accentuations, all the right accents, and their results speak for themselves.
Absolutely. They're a program who's got a lot of pedigree behind them, consistently performs. And sometimes it is just a case of who can put the most power behind the oar.
Well, the horsepower definitely with this Newcastle crew at the moment. And there we go as we fade out from what makes for a pretty beautiful picture. The shadows of Temple Island. It's Newcastle University who are rowing in complete unison. Really well drilled outfit. And Trinity College, Hartford of the United States of America have nothing to say to this Newcastle crew. They don't seem to be able to regain anything close to parity. I think we're going to see another dispatch of American opposition here. So, if you're wondering why we're looking at an empty state boat, we did just miss the race behind. Thames Rowing Club A on the Berkshire station up against Oxford Brookes C. Oxford Brookes C on the Buckinghamshire station. Remarkable indication of their depth in this event. 3 boats in the championship category.
They do just seem to have more boats than everybody else around.
See crews making their way back, and that's the the unglamorous side of rowing, is when you have to carry your own boat back to the boating area. Rowers are humble people at heart. We do all the hard work on and off the water. And here we're seeing Newcastle, having done all the hard work in the early exchanges, they can now relax and enjoy their final few metres of this heat of the Ron Needs Cup. And it's going to make for some pretty hard viewing for these American boats who have made the trip over. Not able to match the speed and the horsepower on show from these British boats.
Tough for the Americans, but it's certainly making for an exciting domestic set of racing in the later stages of this Championship 8, which is always very exciting.
Well, we're seeing there Thames rowing in a very relaxed style, and one would think this has become a bit of a row over, because I can't see Brookes anywhere on the course. I think this one's a row over, isn't it? So race number 44, Thames against Brookes C. There is no Brookes C by the looks of things. I think this is just Thames who will row down to the finish. Provided they complete the course, they will secure progression to the next round and, crucially, retain some energy for tomorrow. They won't be needed to stretch their legs.
Yeah, they may well have practiced off the stake boat, put in a burst or something when they come through a key point, but for the most part they'll be able to just relax and take this one to the end.
Well, look, this Thames crew made up of working professionals ranging from a vet, police officer, teacher, account exec, marketing manager, a rowing coach, a student and a management consultant. So a varied skill set in the boat here. An enjoyable year so far with first and second place finishes at the Metropolitan Regatta and a third place pennant at the Women's Head of the River, and they were a close second behind the Dutch National 8 at the Heineken Cup in Holland. So they are probably one of the, if not the top female club in the country, as JRN right. I think in essence they're probably one of the favourites, but on the start now is a crew that I'm really looking forward to seeing. It's Thames B on the Berkshire station, of course the B boat to the A that we've just seen, and it's this crew from Leander, Imperial and Oxford University, comprised of, well, basically a who's who of women's under 23 rowing in this country. Emily Shepherd, Jamie Ford, Ella Bramwell, and Nick Dunlop. Aussies over for the summer for a different rowing experience. And then the rest of the crew, Phoebe Snowden, Emily Shepherd, Lauren Curry, Ella Bramwell, Megan Hewison, Lizzie Witt. I mean, it's an incredible lineup here we have. Annie Sharp in the 4-seat was in the Oxford Blue Boat this year. I said defeated Oxford Blue Boat, but it was a hell of a race. So we can see Thames coming down towards the finish line, untroubled on the water due to the fact that their opposition were unable to compete. So they'll be able to retain some energy. I mean, from a standpoint of just having all the races to do this weekend, will Thames look at this as a bonus, or they have wanted to get out and get competitive?
That really depends, I guess, on the crew you are, how much racing experience you have together. It seems to me that this Thames crew has been racing together for the season, so they may well be pleased to have just got this opportunity to sort of stretch out their legs but not exert too much effort, knowing that they have to come up against some pretty strong Brooks, Newcastle, Leander crews in later events. So I'm sure for these guys they were probably grateful for the row over, but yeah, as you say, there may well be some crews who get a row over and wish that they hadn't.
Well, although they're just paddling, they are paddling beautifully. That Thames crew, certainly a boat to watch as this competition unfolds. They cross the line, and we can hear that this composite from Leander, Imperial and Oxford University are flying along. They have clear water over the boat from Thames pretty early in the race here. And there we go, jumping up to our live shots. This is a composite I'm really, really excited to watch race. And I expect to see them in the Remenham Challenge Cup in just a few short days' time as well. There we can see Lizzie Witt in the 2-seat, Annie Sharp in the 4-seat, and then 6 Leander athletes plus Cox driving them on. And maybe, just maybe, we might have the antidote to Brooks' dominance.
They'll certainly hope so.
Rowing beautifully together, driving that boat on. And actually not needing to overexert themselves because they've done a lot of the hard yards in the opening exchanges. There we go. We can see the margin that they've managed to accrue over Thames B. We credit to them. They've got a B boat in this competition. Just shows how strong their squad is, but not able to keep up with this impressive composite from Leander, Imperial College and Oxford University, who surely now looking at that and the way in which they're rowing, the way in which they're conducting themselves, the speed which they clearly have to go in as one of the favourites for this competition. And it's shaping up really nicely, actually. Impressive Thames unit. Obviously, Oxford Brooks speak for themselves. And then this composite crew. As we move back to the start, we've got the last of the Championship 8 heats. It's Durham University A on the Berkshire station up against Nottingham University A on the Buckinghamshire station. Again, two crews who will likely know each other very well from their exploits at events like the Bucks Regatta. And indeed, Durham winners of the Bucks Head and silver at Bucks Regatta in the Championship 8 category. Izzy Kennedy and Daisy Jackson, who are in this boat, won gold in the championship pair. It's a very young crew. Half of them are only in their first year at Durham, so lots more to come from this outfit over the coming seasons. Up against Nottingham University, coached by Aid Roberts, who's done remarkable things with that programme to turn it round in the past few years, put them back on the pedestal that they belong. I can tell you now that as we watch these two crews prepare to set off down the course, the Leander Imperial Oxford University crew, making it look very, very easy as they come up towards the finish. No histrionics, no need to open up the hatchet. They're just rowing comfortably over the line. Durham and Nottingham off the start. Durham in the Berkshire, Nottingham in the Buckinghamshire. Any early predictions on this one?
I don't think I know enough about these two crews, having been away for a while. I think, off of absolutely no background information, I might go Durham.
Seems like the safe bet. I can understand that. Well, we'll have a dog shot here at Henley Women's Regatta. We've had more dog shots this year than we've had in the previous 5 combined. So I wonder what pet the producer's got. Oh, there we go. That's the full shot of the Henley Women's Regatta course. And it's the final race in the Ron Neves Cup for today. This is the Friday of racing, day number 1 of 3. We're going all the way to Sunday at about 5:30 in the evening, with heats, quarters, semis, finals, all to come over the course of a fantastic weekend of rowing. And this is the start of the Henley series, of course. We've got the Royal beginning in 10 or 11 days. After that, the Masters Regatta, and then Town and Visitors at the end of July. So a full roster of Henley events to look forward to in the coming weeks. As we can see here, I think you were bang on the money here, Liv. Durham in control.
I guess the safe bet's safe for a reason. Yeah, they certainly look like they're moving nicely at the beginning here. There's still plenty of racing to go though, and that Nottingham crew will still have every faith that they can make it back through the Durham crew.
Indeed, there it is, Durham. Silver medalists behind Brooks at the Bucks Regatta. So on paper, the second fastest student 8 in the country, and showing that form here. Another programme who traditionally have always been very strong. They had a lean few years in the second half of last decade, but have come back really, really strongly, both on the men's and the women's side. And this boat will likely have one eye on the Island Challenge Cup for student women's 8s at Henley Royal. Competition that gets underway in about a week and a half. But again, it'll be all about trying to make sure that they put on the best possible performance here, this Durham crew, without overexerting themselves, without using up too much gas. They'll want to conserve as much energy as they can for the rounds to come, because by my calculation, we've got another 3 races to go in this Championship 8 category. Quarter-finals, semi-finals, and then, of course, the grand final on Sunday afternoon. And so we're jumping back to the start. We will, of course, let you know if anything dramatic unfolds in race number 46, but we've got a few more races to go here on our commentary shift. 47, the next one to get underway. On the start, it is Upper Thames Rowing Club B on the Berkshire station up against Leander Club C, and there they go, leaving the state boats. 2 crews who row on the same stretch of water. It is this stretch of water, and they'll, I'm sure, know each other pretty well, not only from their training, but also from racing at the various domestic regattas on offer in the lead up to this event.
This Championship 8 racing still unfolding as it looked like it was earlier. That Durham crew just extending their lead through the middle of the race.
Yeah, another example of a boat that has no real need to do anything fancy. Hard yards were laid in the opening exchanges, sort of the first 300 or 400 meters. And now Durham can just relax in the summer sunshine. Nottingham University ploughing away nobly, trying their best to get back on terms with this Durham boat, but I think there is pretty much no chance of that happening as we come up towards the line. It's going to be Durham who progress alongside the composite from Imperial, Leander and Oxford, Thames A, who had a row over, and then Newcastle, who dispatched Trinity College Hartford of the United States of America. So we have our lineup for the quarterfinals of the Rodneys, and there we go, holding the blades up at the end of the stroke. But we look like we're in for a slightly better race here. Leander C looking like they're edging this one against Upper Thames B, but I use the word edging quite deliberately because it is probably half a length as they swing by our commentary station.
Yeah, there's certainly not much in it.
A little bit of umpire interaction there, just warning Upper Thames back onto their station. Two crews you would think would know this course very well.
Absolutely. If in the other direction. I think
Yeah.
the circulation does change come regatta season.
Well, these could be your teammates next year, Liv, as you join, I think, Leander Club.
Yep, heading back there come September.
Excited to get involved?
Yeah.
Not just be behind the mic, but actually be talked about by somebody behind the mic.
Well, there we go. Now I've seen what it's like.
Hey, you've seen behind the looking glass. You never want to come back now. Here we go. Leander C on the Buckinghamshire station, just stretching out now, trying to establish themselves as clear leaders in this contest. Upper Thames not keen to let them go. You could see there a shout from their two-seat, just trying to galvanise the crew, find a bit of extra speed in the middle. It's not unheard of for crews to recover from this position, but it's a hell of an ask here for Upper Thames, who probably have about 2/3 of the race left to run. There we go, race number 48 on the course now, and it's two crews or two boat clubs who will be intimately familiar with each other. Molesey B on the Berkshire station up against Leander's A boat on the Buckinghamshire station. I think I just caught sight of the umpire raising her flag, indicating that she's not entirely happy with how the crews left the state boats. And as he waits to join up with race number 48, that's the way to live, isn't it? Look at that. I mean, the United States flag has taken a bit of a beating today, but on full display there. Beautiful cruiser. That is certainly the way to spend your Friday afternoon. Still good traffic, good footfall on the banks here at Henley Women's Regatta, getting into the evening now. We've got a full programme of racing right up until, I think, 7:20 this evening. So plenty more excitement to come. But at the moment, we're about to see, I think, Leander Club A, home favourites. Probably one of the overall favourites for the Avril Velocott Cup. And the holders, no less. So a boat club that know what it takes to win this event. And it does look to me like they are not in the mood to relinquish any quarter to Molesey. That is several lengths of clear water as they swing by us.
Yep, couldn't be more different to the previous Leander race that we just witnessed. Already got clear lead there. That's another example of just really comfortable, classy rowing, just tapping it along, establishing what they need to establish, and then just holding that speed.
Yeah, spot on. That is a finely tuned engine there. Just providing the horsepower. You have to frame this boat as arguably one of the favourites, though we did see a selection of really strong crews in the previous quartet of Championship Coxless 4 heats. All of the Berkshire stations won. Molesey, Upper Thames, Thames and London Rowing Club all dispatching their opposition. So I think we're in for some pretty tight racing as this one unfolds. Back to the start. It's race number 49, London Rowing Club B on the Berkshire station up against, well, look who it is, Oxford Brooks A on the Buckinghamshire station. They are inevitable. And here they go, off the start. Clean starts for both crews. Let's see how that one unfolds. Some lovely shots here of the embankment here at the Henley Women's Regatta. It's going to be Leander and Molesey who make their way down to this static camera. That's sort of probably 100 metres before the finish line, I think, around Upper Thames. There you go, Camilla Haddon-Horrocks doing God's work on the back of the launch, providing everyone with updates as to how things are unfolding. And she's not got, I have to say, the most compelling race to follow, but she'll have plenty to say, I'm sure, about the quality of this Leander crew, who are just making it look very, very easy. Almost lost your hat. That would have been a catastrophe, but there we go. Brooks A. But look at that blade work, Liv. This is a pretty tidy boat.
Yeah, I love that symmetry. Hitting the water at the same time at the catch just sets the boat up nicely. That's what we're all looking for.
And surprise, surprise, they are winning. I don't mean to sound so disappointed every time Brooks win. It's been a relentless rhythm and pattern over the last probably 5 years now of Brooks dominating every single event that they enter, and this Coxless 4 looking to maintain that tradition. I can tell you that Leander A did win race number 48, and Brooks A currently leading race number 49. Relatively comfortably, despite the early staging of the contest. And there we go. How do you stop a behemoth like Brooks? I mean, they are just indomitable, aren't they?
Yeah, and when you've been that dominant, you attract more dominant athletes, and it's just a cycle that continues. So
yeah, well, exactly. Success perpetuates success.
Exactly.
Yeah, they seem to have risen up, not out of nowhere at all, because their men's program has been really, really strong for many, many years, and sort of really began to tilt as the dominant player. Probably 2014, I think they won the Temple Challenge Cup, but their women's program has just exploded in the last 5 years to almost parity with the men, which is the biggest compliment I can give them, because the men's program is extraordinary.
Yeah, they're certainly making a name for themselves. It's very exciting to watch, and I'm sure we'll see that continue through the summer racing as well.
Yeah, I think indeed we will. This is just the start of the Brooks campaign on the Henley stretch. Henley Women's Regatta will be the first staging post, Henley Royal the second, and I'm sure a lot of these athletes, there we go, hello, I'm sure a lot of these athletes will have one eye on international representation. So back to the start for the final of our final 4 of 8 Championship Coxless 4 heats. This is Oxford University A on the Berkshire station against a composite from Scotland, Strathclyde Park and Aberdeen on the Buckinghamshire station. Away they go. It is Oxford up against Strathclyde Park and Aberdeen. I think from a neutral perspective, it would be great to have slightly closer racing, but there's an inevitability to there being wider disparities between the two boats at this stage, because you see, generally speaking, you put the fastest time trialists up against the weakest time trialists so that the fastest crews have the strongest chance of progression, and thus we get better racing as the competition rolls on. So it's not unheard of that we would have these margins at this stage. And there we go. Brooks, well, they go into the docket, or they go into the hopper as well, alongside Durham. Not Durham, sorry, I'm talking absolute nonsense. Leander and Upper Thames. And then joining them will be Molesey, Upper Thames A, Thames Rowing Club and London A. So a good spread of UK boats. And all the usual suspects live.
Absolutely. Sometimes things go as predicted. Particularly, I'd argue, in these championship events. You get some more David and Goliath matchups in these that end up going as predicted.
Well, I think those radios work, mate. I think the walkie-talkies work. No, I haven't. Annika's got a battery pack we can plug into. She's on her way now. Go to Tesco's. We'll work it out, right.
Pretty exciting at the moment. Having said that, we were expecting some larger margins. This Oxford versus Strathclyde Park race is pretty tight, which is nice and exciting. They're looking really comfortable there, still moving through to the finish. Still can't quite tell the margin on this one, so I'm sure this Oxford crew will be doing everything they can to make it go in their favour. So the race that we just saw go off was the race 51, the Club 4, Worcester Rowing Club on the Berkshire station and City of Bristol A on the Buckinghamshire station. You're not switching. Oh gosh. Okay. This is still a really exciting race between Oxford and Strathclyde here. So I think it looks like Oxford have now edged ahead. I'm not sure if you have a different opinion there, Luce, but
yeah, really hard to tell. These boats are going neck and neck all the way in these really choppy conditions. Both boats rowing really well.
I think this Oxford crew looks like they've just taken the rate up a little bit to get their nose in front. And this Strathclyde Park and Aberdeen A boat just trying to come back on terms with them. We've had some really strong racing in these championship fours, so it's exciting to see that continue. And it looks like at this point Oxford are going to join the ranks of the others. They've got about a lead now. But definitely push to the finish. Very exciting. Back now with some club fours. This Worcester Rowing Club four's definitely gone off hot from the start, established their lead early. Wind's still blowing nicely, little headwind down the course.
Yeah, tough conditions out here. The headwind really gets stronger towards the finish. So these crews have got a long race, but looks like they're up for the challenge.
Lucy, if you were racing, would you rather a tail, a head, or a cross? Rank them.
Bottom of the list, absolutely a crosswind. No one in their right mind would put that one or two. And then second, would I rather a tail or cross? Oh, always a tailwind. It's just over faster. It's fast racing. You get really cool times.
That is true.
But I don't know, in a headwind, it's quite nice to like really set up chunky rhythm and like really power into it. What about you? Cross, tail or head?
I agreed. No crosses for me. Particularly on this Henley course, you get openings in those booms that really make a crosswind patch you through the race, which is never fun. But
yeah, just a solid headwind here today.
Yeah, certainly that flag is heading right down to the start. So race 52 just off there, another one of the Club 4 heats. London Rowing Club A on the Berkshire station and Star Club on the Buckinghamshire station. Coming towards the end of this race 51 now, Worcester versus City of Bristol. Worcester just still plugging away, opening up that lead. Really strong race from them.
Yeah, this Club 4 race, Worcester look like they're coming through the line soon. Really confident rowing from these ladies. They'll be looking to carry on progressing through the regatta this weekend. Nice and long. And next on the course, we have race 250. This is another heat of the Club 4 with City of Oxford A on the Berkshire station and Thames Rowing Club on the Buckinghamshire station.
So we hope you're enjoying this coverage of Henley Women's Regatta 2024. On the screen at the moment it is race 52, this heat of Club Coxless fours between London Rowing Club and Star Club. London Rowing Club on the Berkshire station, this their A crew in the competition, and as we can see coming through our camera position at the moment, out in front, well and truly in control of this heat of Club Coxless 4. Their opponents from Star Club just a little bit out of shot. London Rowing Club though have done all they need to do up to this point in the race. They've been able to drop the rate and just enjoy these last few strokes as we head on down towards the finish line. We're switching up though. On screen now is race 53, City of Oxford on the Berkshire station. City of Oxford's A crew will be racing Thames Rowing Club A on the Buckinghamshire station. And again, this time around it is Thames Rowing Club A, their top boat in this Aspirational Club Coxless Fours competition. Quartet, Emily Strange, Portia Light, Rebecca Clapham and Magdalene Milnick are going up against Ruth Rackstraw, Jessica Dunham, Alice Corbin and Lara Robinson of City of Oxford Rowing Club. What's fascinating, looking down some of the information about this City of Oxford crew, coached by the infamous Clive Cooper. So on board at the moment with Thames Rowing Club, we can see there on screen from bow to stroke, Emily Strange, Portia Light, Rebecca Clapham, and in the stroke seat, Magdalene Milnick. Thames Rowing Club always so strong in this event and across the wider Henley Women's Regatta as well. And in this heat of the Club Coxless Fours, the Leicester Trophy for Club Coxless Fours, it is Thames Rowing Club continuing to pull away from City of Oxford. Just a quick one for me. We're coming into the final stages of the Club Coxless Fours, competing for the Leicester Trophy. You can see there at the bow, 246, Thames Rowing Club in that all familiar black, red and white kit. Tremendous row Thames have been able to put together against their opposition from the City of Oxford Rowing Club. And Lucy, I think time after time in these events, the club events at Henley Women's and now starting to move into championship events, we just see so much strength and depth from Thames Rowing Club, don't we?
Absolutely, yeah. The standard builds every year, I reckon. So does the depth. And Thames Rowing Club really here showing their depth with multiple crews in multiple championship and club events. It's really great to see.
So the next race on screen, we can see just passing a little bit further up from the barrier will be race 54. Another heat of the Club Coxless Fours competing for the Leicester Trophy. This, a battle of the B crews. It's Thames Rowing Club B on the Berkshire Station, racing Upper Thames Rowing Club B on the Buckingham Station. The crews and the umpire just going past our commentary position, and at the moment we saw a huge amount of success for Thames in the previous race, winning their respective heats, but Thames Rowing Club, their B crew in this event, up against their opposition from Upper Thames Rowing Club. And Lucy, I think one advantage Upper Thames will obviously have is that this is their backyard and they know this stretch of water inside and out.
Yeah, absolutely. They're going to want to use every advantage they can against such a strong club like Thames, but Upper Thames also being themselves a really strong club with lots of depth this year in the women's side. They're rowing really nicely, both crews, but Upper Thames looking very confident, yeah.
They absolutely are. We can see there Upper Thames Rowing Club on screen at the moment. Emma Body, Becky Norman, Lucy Dark and Matilda Mann. Matilda there in the stroke seat with sunglasses on. These crews doing particularly well at the moment. We can see that there's a little bit splashy. Those conditions are rough out there. We've just been on the back of the launches, haven't we? And it's a pretty strong headwind they're experiencing.
Yeah, strong headwind, and it seems to get stronger the further to the finish you get. So really tough conditions for these crews, but they're handling it really nicely. Some really good rowing going on, and some really good racing.
We can see there an example of that rowing, Thames Rowing Club, just heading out of shop. Thames Rowing Club's Isabel Roper, Natasha Carey, Sophie McGregor-Taylor and Mila Giovacchini in the stroke seat. The two blades there compare and contrast the two styles and compare and contrast the pain faces we can see there from Mila Giovacchini in the stroke seat. It's looking like it's starting to hurt in that Thames Rowing Club B crew, doing all they possibly can to keep themselves in contention. We have a quick look across to the Upper Thames crew. Matilda Mann, as you can see her just barking a few of the orders, making sure that they're able to keep themselves exactly where they want to be in this race. As we now head down to the part of the course, Lucy, where it starts to just move a little bit further out from the bank. It'll be a little bit quieter than perhaps some of the spectator areas they'll be used to a little bit further up the course. And it means you might just about be able to hear your opponents and some of the moves they might be making.
Yeah, definitely. After the spectator zone, it does get a little quiet, so you really got to stay focused in your boat and listen to the calls from the calls person. And yeah, Thames will be wanting to stay as in touch as possible with Upper Thames as they approach Upper Thames on the course. Big advantage, I'm sure, for Upper Thames going past their club. Lots of shouts, I imagine.
A huge roar we'll be looking forward to for Upper Thames Rowing Club as they come into the final stages or so of this heat of Club Coxless Fours. Of course, competing for the Leicester Trophy for Coxless Fours. And Upper Thames there, we can see there on screen, it's still sharp, still quick up at the front end, able to really grip the water up at the catch and just accelerate as they come into the last couple of 100 metres of their opening heat. Of course, both of these crews have already done their time trial. They've already done some racing on the course. So for the likes of Thames Rowing Club, who won't be as familiar with this water as Upper Thames, but they'll be getting used to the markers. Upper Thames, though, doing what needs to be done in their backyard, looking set to progress through to the next round of Club Coxless Fours. From Coxless Fours, we will be moving to single sculls, and we'll be moving to race 56. We can see on screen there will be no race 55. We're moving straight to 56, a heat of the championship single sculls. And we're thrilled to say we are welcoming two scullers from across the English Channel from the Netherlands. And in fact, both of these scullers from the same club, both from Orca in the Netherlands. We're thrilled to have so many of our international crews coming and competing here at Henley Women's Regatta 2024. Of course, a record entry across the board for Henley Women's, over 2,300 women taking part at this year's regatta. And of course, so welcome to have our international scullers. We can see there they are under starters orders. Attention, go is the call. And it's a frantic start from both of the Orca scullers in this heat of championship single sculls. On the Berkshire station is Vida Verstein, and on the Buckinghamshire station it will be Trinche van de Pij. And I think, Lucy, one of the quirks of Henley Women's, I think is probably the way of putting it, is that with all the time trials that happens and then the draw that takes place, is that yes, sometimes not only will you end up racing your international crews, that you'll perhaps compete on the international circuit, depending what your racing circuit's like in your respective country, but in this case also your club mates as well. So perhaps not necessarily the lineup they were hoping for, but it's the one they've got.
Yeah, I'm sure it's not the lineup they're hoping for, but I think that's what makes this regatta so special. Having, with the draw, you could have an international, Olympic, world medalist against someone's first time at Henley Women's or something like that, and you don't really get that at any other regattas, so it's pretty special. But yeah, you're right, these two scullers, it is pretty unlucky to be drawn against each other, but also special in its own way. They're going to have really good memories from this race, I'm sure.
Yeah, absolutely will. The Dutch, of course, travel in force to Henley Women's Regatta, to Henley Royal as well. Thrilled to have so many of them making an appearance. Actually, we can see one of their compatriots just walking in front of the camera. Their tattered blazers can be spotted from a mile away at any of the respective boat parks. It's a famed tradition that their blazers are handed down from athlete to athlete, never to be washed, dry cleaned or looked after. And so if they're looking a bit tatty, well, it's got a good story, a few good stories behind it as well. But the scullers just coming into shot at the moment. Verstein of Orca on the Berkshire station, Van der Peel on the Buckinghamshire station, and it does look to be Van der Peel about a length or so up on her clubmate, her compatriot as well. But of course, Lucy, the big thing with single scull racing is that so much can change in such a short period of time.
Yeah, absolutely. You don't know your opposition's next move, even though they know each other, of course, but anything can happen in these races. And this one's no different. It looks like neither of them are going to let the other one win, of course, and so it should be a really good battle till the end.
Yeah, this is turning into a fascinating encounter between these two scullers, who will of course be competing against each other in training every single day on the same stretch of water back home in the Netherlands, and there is so little to separate these two scullers at the moment. Van der Peel, your current leader, but Verstein on the Berkshire station will do all she possibly can to keep herself in contention, keep contact between her bows and the stern of Van der Peel, who is on screen at the moment. And both these scullers, Lucy, coping particularly well with the challenging conditions out on the river.
Absolutely, yeah. I'm sure they have similar conditions that they train on back home, so no stranger to a tough headwind here. And both of them sculling really nicely, actually, nice and long. Dream situation for their coach, really, following along in the launch. Keep his eyes on all his crews.
Yep, it's a win-win scenario if you're a fan or a family member or a coach from Orca. Two scullers there. Verstein coming into shots, the camera focusing on her at the moment. Still looking pretty comfortable. Perhaps she's still got a few more gears to go as they come into the second half of this race and they start to approach the finish line. Verstein just underrating her opponent. A quick glance across, a grimace on her face. Perhaps she's working hard. She's doing all she possibly can to stay in contention. But Lucy, I imagine, will be expecting something to come from her in the dying stages to see if she can overhaul her clubmate.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm sure she's planning to make a move, to do everything she can. That's what's so tough about this style of racing. If you're down a bit, this is your very last race, so you might as well throw everything at it, and that can often disrupt races that you think are wrapped up, but maybe aren't.
Yeah, and we saw there on screen just how relaxed as well both of the scullers were. It's such a tradition, and that you see with Dutch sculling is just how relaxed they are, particularly in their shoulders. They're so loose and they're so long in both of those scullers, Verstein and Van der Peel, demonstrating that superior technique. Some of the finest sculling you'll see on the Henley women's course, looking so cool, calm and collected. Those two Orca scullers doing their club proud. We're sticking with championship single sculls for the next few races. A nice mix of UK scullers as well as some international athletes as well from the United States of America. there will be a short gap just as we get ready for the next of those races. Will be between Jennifer Titterington of Nottingham Rowing Club and Abigail Papp of Thames Rowing Club. So our attention now turns to race 58. We're sticking with championship singles, as we said. Nottingham Rowing Club's Jennifer Titterington, Abigail Pape of Thames Rowing Club. It will be Nottingham on the Berkshire station in the yellow M-Parker closest to us. The Thames Rowing Club on the top of your screen. And these will be nervous moments for these two scullers, particularly as we've alluded to. Conditions, it's a strong headwind, particularly once they get away from the shelter of the island, Lucy. So they'll be looking just to settle into their rhythm and start to feel as strong as they possibly can in the opening 150 metres.
Yeah, absolutely. It's all mind games as well on the start, especially in single sculls. They'll be really want to assert themselves in the race and take any advantage they can over their opponent.
So there'll be a few deep breaths for these athletes, a couple of looks around making sure they're happy with their lines as they get ready to explode out of the blocks. The two scullers coming forward under starters' orders now. And attention go. That is a fast and furious start from both of those scullers. Looks to be shorter, sharper strokes from Thames Rowing Club. Compare and contrast that to Nottingham Rowing Club. Longer, powerful strokes. Thames Rowing Club trying to get as many strokes in as they possibly can out of the blocks and just sneak their bow ball ahead in the opening stages of this heat of championship single sculls, which are of course competing for the George Innes Cup, kindly sponsored by Elise Cope. That dog having an absolutely wonderful time here at Henley Women's Regatta, doing all they possibly can to get themselves into the river. Perhaps they're chasing after the ducks or the Canadian geese.
Yeah, everyone's out here to watch the heats of the championship single scull.
You can see they're just out of shot. Our scullers from Orca from the Netherlands just finished their heat of championship single sculls. And just coming into view now, it's the two scullers from Nottingham and from Thames Rowing Club. Jennifer Thompson of Nottingham Rowing Club, after a successful regatta season, Nottingham Rowing Club's captain this season. She's finding herself in an absolute dogfight at the moment with Abigail Pape of Thames Rowing Club. And at the moment, Lucy, it looks to be a very controlled style there from Thames Rowing Club. Looking pretty loose, and it's the most important thing in this headwind. There's a huge amount of length there, taking as much time as possible at the front and back end.
Yeah, absolutely. And Abigail Pape definitely is rowing really well in these conditions. Looks like a really long stroke. Jen is a shorter sculler, but she is up for the fight. She's a slow burner, not super fast off the start, but I'm sure she'll be looking to make a move at some point along the course to progress further. This looks like a good race.
It certainly does. We can see there Jennifer Titterington, the Nottingham Rowing Club captain, just coming into view, and as the camera shot reveals, she has the advantage as they're passing this camera position. A fantastic position to be in. But just as Lucy was alluding to, the two styles, the two contrasting styles of these sculler, looser, a little bit longer there in the Thames Rowing Club boat, and a little bit feistier, more aggressive style there from Jennifer Titterington of Nottingham Rowing Club is paying dividends for her, just trying to get a few more strokes in, a few more strokes per minute. And that style of racing is certainly working as she holds the advantage in this heat of champ singles.
Yeah, Jen's no stranger to the single. She's got lots of race experience on her own, and it's really going to pay off for her this regatta, hopefully. So looking good so far. Some really, really nice sculling. Coached by Des Atkins, of course, legend of the River Trent.
Two scullers now well and truly into the thick of racing in this heat. It's been a fantastic encounter so far between Nottingham and Thames. Thames Rowing Club, of course, from the Putney embankment, they've travelled en masse west of London to Henley upon Thames for this year's Henley Women's Regatta. A huge squad has been assembled, racing across the eights, the fours, the singles, just about everything else in between as well. Nottingham travelling down from the Midlands, and Jennifer Titterington doing all she possibly can to keep the advantage she's held for much of this race. And we'll keep you updated with that encounter, but we now move to race 59 between Natasha Gallagher from Walbrook Rowing Club and Mary Caletta of San Diego Rowing Club, United States of America. It will be Walbrook, Gallagher of Walbrook on the Berkshire station, Caletta of San Diego on the Buckinghamshire station. And those two scullers just starting to get attached, ready for their heat of championship single sculls. Switch back to camera 6. Oh, awesome, awesome. So we're back with that race 58 between Nottingham and Thames Rowing Club. Jennifer Titterington has done all she possibly can to hold on to the advantage right the way down the course. She's never been able to gather more than about a length, but now she can. Now she can stretch out. There's just about clear water. You can just about probably get a paper, no much more than a paper separating those two scullers as they come into the finish area. That's a fantastic performance there in a very close encounter with Abigail Pape of Thames Rowing Club. Jennifer Titterington through provisionally to the next round of championship single sculls. And we're sticking with championship single sculls, those two that we mentioned previously, Gallagher of Walbrook and Caletta of San Diego. At the moment on screen, it is Natasha Gallagher from Walbrook in the black, green and yellow kit. Her opponent just coming into view, the white with the red hoops from San Diego Rowing Club. A big trip over the Atlantic from the west coast of America. Hello to everyone over on the west coast tuning in for this broadcast. Mary's been training with San Diego's high performance group the past couple of years and has raced several US rowing national team selection events. And Mary, we are thrilled to have you here at Henley Women's Regatta 2024. Our next two scullers, though, again, championship single sculls for the George Innes Cup. Between the Tideway Scullers School closest to us, Tess Peak, and Savannah Giacovini of Boston University Rowing Club, United States of America. Thrilled to have so many international athletes coming and competing. And Lucy, particularly as a single sculler, it's a massive journey to make. I mean, we talked about the Orca scullers from the Netherlands earlier on. It's not quite as far. You can jump on the ferry or the Eurotunnel, but for the scullers from America, it's a big undertaking coming over and racing Henley Women's.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a big trip. So I think these scullers are going to come prepared to hopefully progress through a few rounds. Yeah, and I think this sculler from San Diego is no different. She looked pretty confident off the start and will be looking to go a lot further than the heat in this race. But it's all to play for. It's not over till the finish line.
We see there at the back of Mary Coletta, who, of course, as we mentioned, she competed several times at the US Rowing National Team selection events. The crews for the Olympic Games have all been confirmed, but we're thrilled to have Mary here competing at Henley Women's 2024. And she's out in front at the moment. She's in position A, exactly where she wants to be, leading this heat of championship single sculls. Natasha Gallagher is up against it, but Mary's managed to open up a clear water advantage over her opponent from Walbrook Rowing Club. And particularly if you've made the trip over, I'm not quite sure how long Mary will have been over for, but getting the first race under your belt, ticked off, it probably settles the nerves and just helps settle you into your racing rhythm for the rest of the weekend.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a long way away, but racing is the same all the way around the world. So once you've, done that first race, like you said, I'm sure she'll feel, back at home in San Diego.
I'm sure she certainly will, particularly with all of the sunshine we've been able to put on for her this weekend. But we're back at the beginning of the course, just past the quarter-mile marker, for the heat of championship singles between Tess Peak of Tideway Scullers School and Savannah Giacovini of Boston University. You see there Tess Peak in the famous white, yellow and red hoops of Tideway Scullers, and she's out in front of the sculler from Boston University, rowing out on the famous Charles River, Boston, Massachusetts. And probably moving from one of the world's most iconic rowing venues to another, from the form of Boston to Henley-on-Thames.
Yeah, exactly. Rowers from all the way around the world want to row at Henley because it's such an iconic and prestigious event. And yeah.
Tess Peak there on screen, your current race leader in this heat, has led from the beginning from her American opponent. And Tess Peak, likely not the first time she's competed here at Henley Women's. Just those long, powerful strokes that she is putting together just now. An excellent display of sculling there from Tess Peak. She's working hard though. Working hard is Tess Peak. A few glances over the shoulder. She's not quite at the finish line yet. There's still a lot of work to go, but she'll be looking around for the markers on the course, trying to just familiarise herself with where she is on the course, because she'll have planned with her coach. There'll be key pushes that are coming up at certain points on the race, depending how she's getting on with respect to her opponent from Boston University. But her and her coach will be very pleased with where she is at the moment. So it's back to Coxless fours. We've rounded out our block of championship single sculls races, and we are back to the Leicester Trophy for Club Coxless fours. This heat is between Upper Thames Rowing Club on the Berkshire Station, York City Rowing Club A on the Buckinghamshire Station, and we are underway. So we move from the start back down the course towards the finish line. And it's been a tremendous performance for the Tideway sculler. She continues to lead this heat of championship single sculls, and she's now in the position she can drop down the rate, just start to relax, conserve a little bit of energy, because there's a lot of racing to do at Henley Women's Regatta, spanning today, then over the course of the rest of the weekend, right up until finals on Sunday afternoon. Hello to everyone, though, watching on the east coast of America, watching in Boston, cheering for Savannah Giacovini. I'm sure there's plenty tuning in from Boston University, the Terriers training on the Charles. We're delighted to have you tuning in and watching. There's a dog. It's not quite a terrier, but it's close enough. We are thrilled to have you all tuning in for this broadcast of Henley Women's 2024. Giacovini continuing to race hard. She's up against a fine opponent in the form of Tess Peake. And Lucy, at this point in the race, we're just coming into the last couple of 100 metres, the last few strokes or so of this single, and it's been a cracking performance from start to finish for Tess Peake.
Yeah, really confident sculling from Tess. Looks like she'll be wanting to progress a lot further through this regatta. She's just sculling nice and calmly into the finish, hoping to avoid any disaster, but she's in control of this race, and yeah, there she goes through the finish.
Safely over the line, job done for Tess Peake, and we move back to the Coxless Fours, back to the Leicester Trophy, and back to Upper Thames Rowing Club and to York City Rowing Club. And as you can see there on screen, the two crews have just gone through. They're followed by the umpire's launch, and it was the crew from Upper Thames Rowing Club. Lauren Harrington, Yasmin Ryman King, Hope Canner and Emily Paul, your current race leaders, by a couple of lengths or so over York City Rowing Club's Louise Hawkyard, Rachel Shilto, Sarah Hyde and Sophie Nicholson. We see the Upper Thames crew on screen at the moment. And I think, Lucy, what's fascinating about this Upper Thames crew here, two of this crew were in the Aspirational Coxless 4 final in 2023. One of them was semi-finalist in Championship Pair, and one of them was in the Aspirational 8 as well. So amongst this crew, as well as training on this stretch of water every single day, they have a huge amount of experience when it comes to racing and navigating the rounds of Henley Women's.
Yeah, absolutely. This Upper Thames crew is full of experience. Yeah, full of experience, and it really is showing. They're already in their confident rhythm. They look to be taking control of this race nicely. Lots of home support, I'm sure, for this Upper Thames crew. And yeah, if they made the final last year, they'll certainly be looking to try and go one better this year. So it'll be very exciting to follow them this regatta.
So we're still riding at the moment with that race between Upper Thames and York City Rowing Club. As we've said, a huge amount of pedigree, a huge amount of experience in this crew from Upper Thames Rowing Club. A few of them went to Oxford Brookes University, and we know just how strong they are. And they've all been at Upper Thames for the past couple of seasons, so they've had a couple of years now to gel, to come together, to get used to each other as a crew. And on the first day of Reading Amateur Regatta, they showed their dominance by winning 3 women's Coxless 4s categories, with the Leicester Trophy A boat making it to the final to face their championship boat, Upper Thames. A number of Coxless 4s racing across the weekend, and this crew has also had a successful Met Regatta with second place in the B final, so bringing a huge amount of racing experience to Henley Women's this year, and we're seeing some of that experience on display here as they're going up against York City. Upper Thames Rowing Club now heading towards the rowing clubhouse, heading towards their own competitors and their fellow clubmates. Just like their 4 we saw earlier on in the competition, they'll be bound to get a huge roar, a huge cheer as they head down towards their boathouse. Even better that they're in a leading position as well. Upper Thames now in a position they can start to drop the rate, just as we saw with Tess Peak in the race previous. Just start to drop your rate. This Upper Thames crew very much in control of proceedings, with just a few strokes to go in this heat of the Leicester Trophy. But York City certainly aren't giving up, and they are starting to go through the gears, put their sprint together in the final stages of this heat. See our on screen though at the moment. Race 62 will be between Nottingham Rowing Club and Lee Rowing Club, just lining themselves up onto the stake boats at the moment. The distinctive kit of Lee Rowing Club. They can't be missed out on the course. Lee Rowing Club in their bright orange kit. Those crews just in their final stages of preparation. Just a couple of taps from the respective athletes sat in the bow seat. We can see a hand up as well. That crew from Lee Rowing Club on the top of your screen. Not quite ready, not quite happy with their positions of the start line. Upper Thames as well. Just tapping away, but we can see a final few adjustments being made by Lee Rowing Club, and underway in race 62, this heat of Club Coxless 4s for the Leicester Trophy. Plenty of spectators enjoying the sun, enjoying the festivities here at Henley Women's 2024. Lots to enjoy, lots to get stuck into over the next 3 days of racing we can look forward to. We can now see those crews from Nottingham Rowing Club and Lee Rowing Club coming into view. And this Nottingham Rowing Club crew, Lucy, of Kathy Beaumont, Frances Campbell, Annie Beaumont and Bronte Holden, will be wanting to replicate some of the magic, some of the energy we saw from Jen Titterington earlier, just a couple of races ago. And
yeah, this Nottingham boat has 3 of last year's 4 athletes that are in the same category, so they'll be looking to try and go further than they did last year. Never ideal to have a re-row, but also more race experience, so hopefully both crews can use that to their advantage.
And it looks like they are in the thick of it at the moment, up against Lee Rowing Club from Hackney in London. Lee Rowing Club's Camille Matulante, Jamila Sinclair, Granny Maguire, Cornelie and Ottoline Martin. formed this quartet, and they are giving Nottingham Rowing Club an absolute run for their money at the moment. Jamila, of course, learned to row at Lee Rowing Club. Graney is the captain this year. And the four of them combining well and look to be up at the moment as they pass the barrier. About 400 metres or so into this heat of Club Coxless fours. And for Nottingham Rowing Club, as we've mentioned, 3/4 of this crew have competed in this before, but we're starting to get quite close. We're starting to see perhaps the blades starting to come together, starting to get a bit scrappy in the Nottingham Rowing Club crew. They're going to have to keep their composure, as actually both crews are starting to splash the water. It's starting to get quite feisty out there.
Yeah, both crews look to be drifting towards the middle, but Nottingham seem to have really made a move there. They're trying to get their blades clear, out of trouble, and into their rhythm. Bronte Holden at stroke, nice and long and strong rowing. Great to see from Nottingham.
Nottingham and Lee fighting it out at the moment. It's going to be oh so close as they come down the course. We've seen City of Bristol and Molesey will be the next race on the course underway, but this encounter that is developing between Nottingham and between Lee is a fascinating one. It is blow for blow at the moment as they make their way down the famous Henley stretch. We've seen a couple of duff strokes from each of the crews, but they are very much back on top of their rhythms. Long, powerful strokes there from Nottingham Rowing Club, who are throwing absolutely everything at it in the middle of this race. So apologies, we will bring you back up that racing as and when we can. Our camera at the moment is on the start line for the next encounter of Club Coxless fours between Tideway Scullers School and Mortlake Anglian and Alpha. And we're back with Lee Rowing Club and Nottingham Rowing Club, and nothing is separating these two crews. It is still blow for blow. It is stroke for stroke. And these two crews, Lucy, are really going through their gears now. They're throwing absolutely everything at it coming into the final stages.
Yeah, they're going stroke for stroke. This race is going to go all the way to the line. All they need is a bow ball, and both crews are doing everything in their power to get theirs ahead.
Nottingham Rowing Club, of course, 3 of this crew are returning, hoping to do better than they did last year, but at the moment they are struggling to keep up with Lee Rowing Club, who have managed to get themselves out to nearly a length's advantage as we come into the final stage. It's just a few strokes to go. Nottingham Rowing Club doing all they can to hang on in there. They're holding it 3/4 of a length, but it will be Lee Rowing Club from Hackney, from North London, who are clinging on to this advantage. That has been so difficult to get that advantage throughout this race, but they've done it and they are through to the next round, and it's back to the drawing board for Nottingham. However, we are back with Molesey Boat Club and City of Bristol. It is Molesey Boat Club on the Buckinghamshire station in view at the moment. Millie Fantam in the bow seat, Kiara Stirrett, Alex Poole and April Lemon make up this Molesey composite. Molesey set an early marker in the Women's Club Coxless 4 with a win at Wallingford Regatta, and then we saw them gain a respectable second place in the B final of racing at Sunday at Met. So this crew, they've been together a couple of months now, and we're seeing that class that so often comes with Molesey Boat Club crews on display at the moment. We've also seen them head internationally as well, racing at the likes of Ghent International Regatta. And of course, 3 of this crew, graduates from Newcastle University, April, Alex and Millie. All 3 of them rode together whilst training and racing up for Newcastle University Boat Club in the northeast of England. And bringing that experience, that time together from university down south to Molesey Boat Club. And here they are at position A, enjoying this lead that they've been able to build and establish over at City of Bristol Rowing Club. And Lucy, of course, this City of Bristol crew as well, we've talked about the pedigree, the experience on board with Molesey, but the same can absolutely be said for City of Bristol.
Yeah, absolutely. They have good range of results from lots of previous Henley Women's. They've raced at lots of previous Henley Women's regattas, even though 3 of the crew only learnt to row as adults at Bristol. Fantastic to see them racing in such a competitive, high-level event now.
Yeah, a number of these rowers, 3 Henley Women's, 5 Henley Women's across a number of events, including for Annabelle Young at 3, finalists in the Coppice Cup for Aspirational 8s, also racing in the Wargrave at Henley Royal Regatta last year. That City of Bristol crew, Grace Lusby, Henrietta Irons, Annabelle Young and Jenny Johnson, doing all they can to push back at Molesey Boat Club. Molesey in a class of their own at the moment in this heat of Club Coxless 4s. We can see just passing through though the final heat for Club Coxless 4s between Tideway Scullers School and Mortlake Anglian and Alpha, the 2 crews from the Tideway stretch in London. Not too far on the river from each other, so they'll know each other, they'll see each other and they'll be familiar. They'll be looking, checking out their training, seeing what they're up to and whatnot. And at the moment it is the crew from Tideway Scullers School, Mia Dawn, Anna Beinhocker, Allegra O'Sullivan and Elizabeth Sari leading over their opponents from the Tideway. Mortlake crew made up of Shami Griffin, Anka Homers, Juliana Aris Tazabal and Hannah Mariscalchi.
Yeah, that Mortlake boat is made up entirely international crew with nationalities from China, Germany, Colombia and the USA. So really cool that they can all come together at one rowing club.
Yeah, it's fantastic. And for some of these, this is their first run down the Henley Booms, the famous Henley Booms, and the others are returning back. 3/4 of this boat's rowed for University College London at some point in their career. So they're not venturing far, staying and working in London, having graduated, and great that they can still keep those university friendships going with their club rowing as well. But Tideway Scullers, your leading crew at the moment in this heat of Club Coxless 4s, of course, competing for the Leicester Trophy. And that shot there, we can just see the back of the 2 crews. We're halfway through into the final few hundred metres. Tideway Scullers, your current race leaders, but the Mortlake crew hanging on in there. They're making it incredibly difficult for Tideway Scullers to break clear. Mortlake struggling with their steering there. There was a big yank on the steering there from the Mortlake crew, and particularly if you're making big adjustments like that with your steering, it's going to cost you, particularly in a race like this, which is probably closer than Tideway Scullers would like it to be.
Yeah, it's really hard. Once you've made a big adjustment one way, you have to make another big adjustment back, and then it's really hard to get out of. Looks like they're back on track now, maybe venturing towards the middle a bit. But they're still racing all the way to the line in this heat of the Club 4.
Tideway Scullers just taking the opportunity. A wee glance round from their bow seats from Mia Dawn. She knows that barring any disaster, this will be job done. Through to the next round for Tideway Scullers School. In the background though, Mortlake still battling away, still doing all they can to throw everything at the final stages of this heat. But Tideway Scullers just dropping the rate now, making sure they're taking care of business in these final stages. Tideway Scullers School coming up to the line in as strong as a position as they would like in this final heat of Club Coxless 4s. Back on screen though, we're sticking with Coxless 4s, but we're switching from the club side of things to the academic Coxless 4s, competing for the Cathy Cruikshank Trophy. On screen, from Boston University Rowing Club, United States of America. They're going up against Imperial College London. The Terriers there on screen at the moment. Working hard in this race against Imperial.
Oh, looks like small crab from the Terriers crew, but they've recovered it nice and quickly. Back on track.
Thrilled to welcome over the Terriers to Henley Women's Regatta this year. Hello again to everyone watching back in Massachusetts. I'm sure you'll be cheering on your crew of Cecilia Mason, Maya Popper, Nina Palmer and Carly Milosevic. And that headwind, those challenging, those bouncy conditions we were alluding to earlier, we can still see it on display there. Boston University doing all they can just to try and ride those waves through to the finish line. But on a big river like the Charles, I'm sure they'll be used to some rough water and testing times.
Yeah, absolutely. This will be familiar to them, but it can still catch anyone out at any moment. So you've got to take care of business.
Speaking of taking care of business, they're doing just that against Imperial College. That quartet of Bonnie Price, Sophie Vaughan, Molly Sharman and Zara Burgess. Hanging on in there at the moment, hanging on in there by their fingertips, but they have a mountain to climb if they are going to overhaul Boston University, who themselves have got to watch out. They've got to be careful with their steering a little bit because they're starting to get quite close to the booms, the big wooden posts, which would be an absolute boat stopper. We can see there just a little yunk on the steering, shifting back out towards the middle of the course a little bit to ensure they are safely clear of those booms. But for Imperial College London, particularly in this dual racing, it's a really tough position to come back from when you can't see your opponents.
It is, yeah. Once you've lost that overlap with the bow and stern, it takes a lot to overhaul the crew, but Imperial is still hanging on. They're rowing really well. But it looks like this crew from Boston University extending their lead and looking to sail through to tomorrow's racing.
Yeah, terrific display of Coxless fours from the Terriers from Boston University. Round one wrapping up nicely. And as we talk about one international crew, we now head over to the Netherlands once again when we say hello to Nieuwhuis on the Berkshire station and Ahir on the Buckinghamshire station. That Ahir crew on screen at the moment with a big star on the back of their all-in-ones going up against Nieuwhuis. And they have a length advantage over their country women. We'll keep you updated with that all Dutch affair. But out the blocks at the moment is the next to our heats of academic Coxless 4. We've got a nice big block of academic Coxless 4s at the moment. The next of which will be between Maastricht Studenten Rooiverheiniging Sorhuis from the Netherlands up against the University of Surrey. And we'll bring you that one in a couple of minutes' time. But we are back with Nieuwhuis against Ahir. It is the Nieuwhuis crew under pressure at the moment, with a deficit of about a length or so to overturn in the second half of this race.
Yeah, the Ahir crew handling these conditions really well, which is no surprise. They're from the most northern club in the Netherlands, where I'm sure conditions aren't exactly smooth, so they'll be looking to use that to their advantage, although they are having some steering issues heading into the middle of the course.
It's a tremendous move there with this steering, we can see, but they're far enough ahead. We can start to see the umpire getting their flag out, but both of these crews, big yanks on the rudder. We can see it from Nieuwhuis, now pointing directly back to the booms. There's going to need to be another correction if they're going to get themselves back on track. Nieuwhuis, of course, on the Berkshire station. So they're right where they need to be. But their opponents have done enough, got themselves far enough ahead and a big yank on, it's not going to cost them too much. But this crew from Newhouse are mostly a freshman crew. A lot of them only started rowing in September. And actually, what you'll be able to spot whilst watching the Newhouse crew is that there's actually a big sizable difference between quite a lot of their rowers. Big height difference between the two of them. But through the powers of rigging, the powers of adjustment, blade lengths, all sorts, pitches and everything, they've been able to bring this crew together. You can see there on screen the next heat though, between Surrey and Saurus. A very tight affair, but out in front at the moment. It is the crew from Ahir from the Netherlands, leading this all Dutch affair through the line. Job done for them ahead of their opponents from Newhouse. We're now back between this race between Saurus and Surrey. And it is the Brits at the moment. It is the University of Surrey leading this one. They've got nearly a length. They've been nearly able to break clear Surrey University's quartet of Freya Sperling, Elsie Overend, Eliza Rushworth and Eleanor Stratton. At this point in the race, Lucy, they've nearly broken clear. They've nearly got the lengths advantage. At this point, you just want to step on, stick in a big push, and kill off any chance of your opponents coming back into it.
Yeah, absolutely. You want to shut the door early on and then just control your rowing, control the racing. And it looks like they're trying to do that. They're probably nearly at the point, but good racing from the Dutch crew.
Phenomenal racing, particularly given that a number of these athletes in the Saurus crew from Maastricht, it's their first time rowing. They're currently the first year ladies crew from the Student Rowing Club of Maastricht. They are made up of 3 novice girls and 1 in their second year, but they all learned to row under their new coach, Sebastian Fortineau. It's the first time in the club's history that his crew has tried to qualify for Henley Women, so we're thrilled to have them progressing through to the side-by-side racing. They're up against the University of Surrey, but thrilled to see Maastricht in the side-by-side racing, and you're welcome back any year here at Henley Women's. Girls are currently on track to win the Novice Women's Cox 4 in the Netherlands, and certainly some experience like this up against the likes of Surrey will pay dividends when they head back home looking to win their categories back in the Netherlands. Saurus, though, still in this. Surrey haven't quite been able to finish this one off. We've seen the push that they perhaps would have wanted to put together. They're starting to HWR, but compared to some of the other crews we've seen earlier, Lucy, they've not been able to relax in the way that some of the other fours or scullers have done.
Yeah, Saurus aren't letting them have this easily. Yeah, this race is going to be pushed all the way. Really good rowing from Surrey, nice and together. It's really good in these conditions. As we see on our screen from the Surrey boat, that's Nell Papworth, Madeline Egan, Rachel State and Georgina Dunsmore at stroke. They look to be in control as we approach the finish. And here come the Saurus crew, giving it their last push, last bit of the regatta for them. And we hope to see them back next year.
Very much looking forward to seeing them back next year with a little bit more experience under their belt. For 3 of those novices on board, that's a very credible performance that they have put together. And very much wishing them all the best for their novice racing over in the Netherlands. We're sticking with academic Coxless 4s though, and we've got 2 of the big powerhouses of women's student rowing up next. University of London and Durham University. Durham in their Palatinate kit, London in their purple, and Durham University out in front, firmly in control in the early stages of this race. Racing, of course, for the Cathy Cruikshank Trophy. Durham University's Amelie Davis, Eleanor Morris, Maya Jackson and Tally Dunn. This crew is comprised of 3 first-year athletes. So they're all freshers, 3 of them. Their first time at Durham, and 1 fourth-year athlete. So it's the new generation taking the old guard for a road down the course here at Henley Women's. They're all in the Intermediate 8, which came 5th at Bucks Regatta. So an incredibly high standard of crew racing in this Coxless 4 event. And Amelie and Maya, they both came away with silver medals as well in Intermediate Quads at Bucks Regatta. So a huge amount of talent on board there in that Durham boat. And we're seeing that on display in the early stages up against University of London. Themselves struggling just to keep in contention, but they're working hard. They're working incredibly hard, knowing that any mistake from Durham could see them haul themselves back into contention. But with Durham University there, just in the background, continuing to stretch away and really showing the class act that they are at the moment. University of London, though, one of the really strong women's programs here when it comes to universities in the United Kingdom. A number of their athletes racing across the board here at Henley Women's. Also have an 8 racing at Marlow Regatta, in amongst the open events at Marlow Regatta this weekend, because they're unable due to a clash with exams taking place. So the whole squad out in force racing, getting vital experience in. But up against it, against Durham University, who over the past couple of years have just risen right to the very top when it comes to student rowing in the United Kingdom. And Lucy, as Friday night's go, out in front, a few lengths clear of some of your big opposition in the UK. Sun's starting to set a little bit. There's not many better places, is there?
No, it's a beautiful sight. The being in front of a race, being totally in control, and just seeing your opponents slowly edge further and further away. That's good for Durham. Really impressive from Durham this early on in the regatta, actually. Like, really good rowing really well together. And it'll be exciting to follow them through the regatta as they just take the rate down here, controlling their rowing through the finish. And yeah, really good to take a big scalp like UL early on.
Yeah, fantastic for Durham. A lot of these university programs, of course, entries here in aspirational academic Coxless 4s, but a number of these top programs have entries in championship 8s as well, the likes of Newcastle, Durham, Oxford, Brookes, going up against some of the top student crews from the United States. And for our club crews, there we see Durham University over the line safely and securely through to the next round of academic aspirational Coxless 4s. Their opponents there from the University of London throwing everything at it in the final stages, but it's not to be to overturn the might of that Palatinate quartet. So we have a little pause in racing at the moment before we bring you the next of our academic Coxless 4s. We're heading back to the Netherlands as we welcome back another of our Dutch crews. The next race will feature Nierhaus on the Berkshire Station. This their top crew in this event, and they'll be going up against Edinburgh University. And we can see them in shot now. It's been a tremendous opening 500 metres from the Dutch, from Nierhaus. They have a huge clear water advantage over the crew from Edinburgh University. Edinburgh University's Megan Broman, Imogen Sargent, Olivia Holcroft and Lauren Cole. They've got it all to do in the middle third of this race. But I think what's important for Edinburgh, Lucy, at this stage is that they're not backing down. They're certainly not shying away, and it looks to be a really strong rhythm they're settling into.
Yeah, absolutely. Great rowing from both crews, and really important for Edinburgh here to just stay in contact and keep that overlap with Nereus so they can see what they can make any moves further down the course. Quick look over the shoulder of the bow woman in the Edinburgh boat. She'll be telling her crew how far off they are. Looks like about a length.
It was a long look back though. When you're sat in the bow seat and you've got a long look like that, just to find your opposition rather than a quick glance over, psychologically that'll have a huge impact on the bow athlete as well, and perhaps she might tell a couple of lies to the rest of her crew.
Yeah, I'm sure she'll be telling them they're closer than they are, but Nereus here look to be stretching out their lead. Again, classic Dutch, super long rowing, really nice from them.
Nereus there on screen, one of the top crews from the Netherlands, one of the top student programs who continue to make the trip to Henley Women's year after year. And just like the rest of the crews from the Netherlands and beyond, you are so welcome here at Henley Women's 2024. Our next race on screen though, just getting loaded up, will be race 71 between Njord, another one of our Dutch crews, and the B-boat from Niehaus. We've just seen their A-boat on screen against Edinburgh University. Well, now it's the turn of their B-boat. That shot there back to the A-boat. Still taking care of business over the University of Edinburgh. The Scots making the long drive down from Edinburgh to Henley Women's. Fighting hard, but it is not to be as they come up against the might of Niehaus here in the opening round of Academic Coxless Fours. So we're coming into the final 100 metres of this heat of Academic Coxless Fours. It is Niehaus, to give them their full title, Amsterdam Studenten Gooivereniging Niehaus, out in front, leading the Scots from Edinburgh University. And that rhythm that we talked about, Lucy, earlier on in the race is starting to pay dividends a little bit from Edinburgh. Niehaus haven't been able to kill them off at this stage in the race, and we might start to see a pretty mega sprint from Edinburgh if they've got a whiff of a chance to overhaul the Dutch.
Yeah, really efficient rowing from Edinburgh, making this a really exciting race. It's absolutely not over. This one will go all the way.
This is a tremendous performance from Edinburgh, who have kept themselves right in the mix, holding at about half a length or so the Dutch are as we're coming into the last couple of strokes. Edinburgh have thrown everything at it in the final stages, but the Dutch from Niehaus have just about done enough to cling on to the win in this heat of the Academic Coxless Fours. To be like Niehaus, just caught napping a little bit in those dying stages, allowing Edinburgh to come back into contention. But it will be job done for the Dutch. Now though, on screen though, speaking of Dutch crews, on the Buckinghamshire station, it is Skoll from the Netherlands up against Oxford University. Both these crews, they're A-boats in Academic Coxless Fours. Oxford University on the Berkshire station, Paulina, Daniela, Alexia Lowe, Sierra Sparks and Tina Macaulay. Sitting a length or so down on Skoll from Amsterdam. And again, we're seeing a similar sort of race play out to the one that we've just seen, Lucy. Dutch crew getting out ahead, but the British crew, in this case, it is Oxford University. It looks to be by that boat code, the Oxford University lightweight women. Still in contention and are starting to build a bit of a bulletproof rhythm through the middle stages of the race.
Yeah, Oxford are holding that overlap and just staying within their boat, keeping as efficient as they can so they can try and overturn the Dutch crew in this race. Oh. Both crews really close. This is going to be a very exciting race.
Yes, the dark blues of Oxford University, of course, have their big grudge matches against the University of Cambridge earlier on in the year, and it looks to be a bit of a disaster. It is disaster for Oxford University. They've wrapped themselves round the booms. Steering not quite going to plan. That is going to be a big correction for the Dark Blues from Oxford to get themselves back on track. And it's not quite game over, but it's the next closest thing for Oxford. We see there in the background that crew from Skull, from Amsterdam, just starting to pull away. And if you're that crew from Skull, you want to step on at this point and really shut the door on Oxford.
Yeah, huge boost for the Skull crew. Quite a devastating disruption to Oxford. They were rowing so well and it was such a close race, but now it looks like they've got clear water ahead of Oxford and they'll be looking to run away with this and wrap it up as soon as they can to take advantage of Oxford's mistake.
Oxford University, though, they've got to start again. They've almost got to go through their entire race plan again to get the boat back up and running, because when they collided with the boys it was nigh on boat stopping, bringing the boat to a complete stop. Oxford University, now we can see racing higher than they were, looking a bit more frantic than it previously was earlier in the racing, doing what they can to claw themselves any closer to Skull in this academic Coxless Fours race. But for Skull, they should be able just to relax, just lengthen out a little bit more and enjoy the second half of this race.
Yeah, they'll also want to be barring any disaster. No booms for them, and they should be safely through to the Saturday. But great rowing from Skull and great support for them on the bank all day.
Yeah, phenomenal from Skull there. Not the race they would have hoped for or wanted. It's never the race anyone wants when someone ends up wrapped around the booms. And we can see there Skull continuing to step on, continuing to race hard nonetheless though. That rate of striking still high, and as we come into the last 100 metres or so, they're still putting their sprint together. So they're wanting to test their race plan. They're wanting to execute it right the way down to the line. So they know regardless of any racing scenario that comes up later on in the weekend, they should be okay. So in that race, it does look to be Skull heading through ahead of Oxford University. We can see there on screen though, the next race, race 70, between Njord from Netherlands and Niehaus, has paused at the moment. And we will bring you information on that as and when we get it. But they're not looking happy in that Niehaus boat. A couple of hand gestures, not looking happy with how things are unfolding. We can only assume there's been some steering, maybe a collision as well. Niehaus though paddling away, not heading back to the start. Again, another couple of crews who have travelled internationally, having raced each other domestically over in the Netherlands, Njord and Niehaus. So whilst we're not entirely sure what's happened with this race between Niehaus and Njord, what we can tell you though is that the Njord crew, just going out of shot at the moment, has been rowing in the Coxless for the national championships with a huge amount of success. These ladies also rowed in the women's four on the varsity, raced in the varsity, the famous Dutch race for Njord. The varsity is, of course, the most important. It's the most famous rowing regatta in the Netherlands, and this year was the 140th edition of that varsity race. It's worth noting that the Njord women have a huge amount of pedigree, having won the Cathy Cruikshank Trophy back in 2022 and 2019. Niehaus and Njord look to be paddling back down the course, though. However, up at the start, we've got another one of the big student matchups in the UK. We've got on the Berkshire Station, Newcastle University going up against Oxford Brookes A. Newcastle on the Berkshire Station closest to us. The blue kit and the white boat. Racing Oxford Brookes A. in the burgundy kit in the yellow boat. So the crew on screen at the moment, that's Njord from the Netherlands. And they are not a happy looking crew at the moment.
Yeah, that's a devastating way to leave the regatta if they have been disqualified, not confirmed yet.
With a huge amount of pedigree in that. Potentially disappointment for Njord, but we can see there on screen blasting out of the blocks. Oxford Brookes University against Newcastle University. And we will be bringing you that race as and when we pick it up on the course. We can see again on screen there the B crew from Newhouse. We've seen them doing a couple of bursts in as they make their way down the course. However, the next race between Newcastle and Oxford Brookes is underway. We can see there Niars crossing the finish line and just heading out of shot there was the crew from Newcastle University, rating high, but they are down on Oxford Brookes University in the opening stages of this academic Coxless 4 race. This is the final academic Coxless 4 in this block of racing, but out in front at the moment it is the might of Oxford Brookes University, who continue to go from strength to strength at this regatta.
Yeah, super high pedigree from all Oxford Brookes crews, and this one's looking particularly sharp. They'll be looking to go really far in this event, so ones to look out for, that's for sure.
Absolutely. Oxford Brookes is Maria Cowning, Katrina Norval, Cleona Murta and Ella Wilson have done the damage they need to do in the opening stages of this Coxless 4 heat against Newcastle. Newcastle's Martha Kemp, Danielle Lowe, Peaches Hale and Sophie Allenson under the stewardship of Alex Lee. And they've got a lot of work to do in the second half of this race to claw themselves back into contention against Oxford Brookes University. And these two programmes have just been going head to head, blow for blow, over the academic competitions in recent years. Newcastle going through a huge spell of dominance, particularly in the academic eights, before we see the reign of Oxford Brookes start to take over. But Newcastle, of course, so much pedigree in these events at Henley Women's Regatta, so much success up in the northeast of England. And that crew there we can see on screen: Kemp, Lowe, Hale and Allenson. Sitting but a length or so back of Clearwater on Oxford Brookes University. Brookes, of course, training up on their Wallingford stretch. Newcastle coming down from the town in the northeast of England, a river that they share with Durham University. I say share. It's Newcastle's and Durham come up and use it on a weekly basis and whatnot.
Really good rowing though from Newcastle. This boat looks very well drilled. Also a tough time for these academic crews racing here during exam season, so really impressive to be away racing and while studying as well.
Yeah, Newcastle, while down to Brooks at the moment, executing just the style of racing that their coaches will want to see, racing really hard, really aggressive up at the front end and a really dynamic swing at the back as well. They'll be looking on, Alex Lee looking on, he'll be pleased with his crew's performance, but that Brooks crew are just in a class of their own as they're coming into the final stages of this academic Coxless 4. This is our final race of academic Coxless 4s. They are, of course, competing for the Cathy Cruikshank Trophy. And then we will be moving on to the development Cox 4s, which we will be sticking with until the end of today's racing. The last of those races taking place at 7:20. However, there's so much more racing to get stuck into between now and then. And in this race at the moment, it is Oxford Brooks out in front. Just a few strokes to go in this final heat of the academic Coxless 4s. Oxford Brooks then up to the line, business as usual. Box ticked and through to the next round. A classy row from Brooks, who continue to rack up win after win here at Henley Women's. Newcastle, though, we can see coming into screen, fighting right the way through to the line, just as you'd expect from any Newcastle crew. And now it's time for the development Cox 4s. On the Berkshire station, closest to us, just coming into the foreground of the shot, University College Dublin Ladies, their B crew, up against Liverpool University.
Yeah, University College Dublin Ladies, this crew from bow to stroke, Emma O'Neill, Kate MacDonald, Kerry Hendrick, Aisling Nee and Lily Rooney coxing. This year, the club has sent their biggest squad ever to compete at Henley Women's Regatta, and they've brought their novices over as well, which is really great to see in this Development 4 event.
Yeah, brilliant to welcome University College Dublin, such a large contingent having over, and of course they are all very welcome, just like all of our international crews. There's of course the 50th anniversary of University College Dublin, which might explain the large trip, the big celebration they're having for rowing in Dublin. Worth noting actually, they are steered by Lily Rooney, who has coxed over in America before joining the Dublin crew, and she has now both an Irish University and National Championship title in Intermediate 8s. So that crew in safe hands, coxed by Lily Rooney. Their opposition, though, from Liverpool University are starting to make a bit of a tradition of qualifying for the Coxed 4s. We're starting to see them string together in recent years. Brilliant to have them continuing that trend, get their crew beyond the time trial into the side-by-side racing. And for a lot of these crews, particularly the Development 4, we had such a large entry competing for the time trials. Just to make the side-by-side racing is a huge achievement.
Yeah, it's really impressive, especially considering how these athletes are in their early years of rowing. Many of them picking up rowing just this year. And really good level, honestly, across the board. So, yeah, you've got to be pretty good to qualify in this event now.
You absolutely do. This Liverpool crew raced at Buckshead earlier on in the season, finished 10th there. They raced at Bucks Regatta as well, so they've continued that quartet right the way through the racing season, and also most recently at Met Regatta. 5th place in the B final of Met Regatta for this Coxed 4. They're coxed by Amelia Gura. It's her first year. She's studying law. She's leading this Liverpool 4 down the famous Henley stretch. Whilst there's clear water, University College Dublin haven't quite closed the door yet on Liverpool. We're coming into the final stages now, and the Irish crew are still working hard, still pushing right the way through to the finish line in this, our opening heats of the development Coxed Fours. University College Dublin ladies, there we see coming up to the line, job done for them. Now we move on to our second of our Dev Coxed 4 races between Vesta Rowing Club on Berkshire and Edinburgh University, who we can see on screen at the moment on the Buckinghamshire station. Here we see Edinburgh University's Grace Chapman, Erica Watt, Millie Drury, Katie Robinson and their Cox Theo Murphy. Edinburgh University, of course, so strong across their development programs. Such a high standard of being able to take people who have never rowed before, bring them together and create phenomenal crews for head racing and for regatta racing as well. Their novice program is one of the strongest you'll find in the country, and we can see that on display there now at the moment against their opposition from Vesta Rowing Club.
Yeah, Vesta Rowing Club with Hannah Lutke, Tina Stronach, Betty Wood, Lauren Church, steered by Annabelle Cave. They're putting in an impressive display considering this boat have only been in combination for 2.5 weeks, so very condensed preparation, but looking like a pretty experienced development for here.
Yeah, Vesta working hard, but Edinburgh University continuing to stretch their advantage. The baby Blue Army continues to march on, and it's no surprise this crew has gone from success to success, both as a quartet, as a wider novice squad, but also individually. Katie Robinson, of course, racing in the beginner single at Bucks Regatta, picking up the gold medal in that event, having transitioned over from swimming, having picked up rowing at university. She joins the beginner single bronze medalist Millie Drury, and as we've said, completing the rest of the lineup are Erica Watt and Grace Chapman, and both of these athletes bring some experience to the crew, with Chapman being part of Edinburgh's B crew that reached the semi-final of this event last year. So a mixture of some novice athletes, some athletes who have had a bit of experience as well on board, and that crew has gelled so well together, and we're seeing that on display as they are making fine work of Vesta Rowing Club in this heat of development Coxed Fours. Edinburgh University, just 100 metres or so left in their race. Much like we saw from University College Dublin ladies, they're going to be racing right the way through to the finish line, wanting to execute every part of their race plan to perfection. And as you saw that camera angle there, it's been an outstanding row from the Scots from Edinburgh. Out in front, position A, enjoying this rowing, taking care of business on this fine Friday night here at day one of Henley Women's Regatta. Just got a wee shot there of our next races between St Andrews University A crew and Surrey University's A crew, and there we see those two crews coming into view. It's the battle of the blues. The dark blues on the left hand side is Surrey University, and the lighter blues it is St Andrews University, another one of our Scottish crews coming down and competing. We've just seen success for Edinburgh University. St Andrews will be looking to replicate the same again, but a much tighter, much closer battle this one between Surrey and St Andrews as they come past our camera position. The crews there right in the thick of it, and it's so close between these two crews. St Andrews University probably have the edge at the moment as they come past, but it's a handy lead to have at this stage.
Yeah, absolutely. St Andrews will be really happy with this lead, as the University of Surrey boat, they won gold in the beginner 4 at Bucks Regatta, so they'll be looking to go further and capitalise on that success. But yeah, so far St Andrews with the lead, looking really good. Early stages of this race, but yeah, an exciting one to follow.
We've just sung the praises of the University of Edinburgh about their beginner programmes. We can see the exact same thing about the crews that Surrey University have been putting together in recent years. As Lucy said, gold in beginner Cox 4s at Bucks Regatta, the top Cox 4 at that event. But for St Andrews, there's a little bit more experience on board for them. Both Katrina Boys-Kurgis and Emma O'Hara will be leaving St Andrews this year, so this will be their final race for St Andrews, their final race for their university that they've spent 4 years at. It's worth noting that the members who are staying are going to be committee members next year, club president and women's captain and equipment and safety manager. And they've travelled all across Scotland, this St Andrew group, picking up racing experience wherever possible on the likes of Loch Ness and many other places. And they're an international crew with athletes from the United States as well. So a lot of flavour coming into this crew. And it's a crew that is mixed well together as they are out in front leading this crew from Surrey University. But I think, Lucy, one of the advantages that this Surrey crew has, because they're brand new this year, because they haven't done a full season yet, this is very much their crescendo. They've got nothing to lose, do they?
Yeah,
absolutely nothing to lose.
Absolutely, and you can just throw everything you've got at it, and that's a really fun race to race, I think. So they'll be looking to continue enjoying this race all the way to the finish and just seeing what they can do. They've got nothing to lose.
No, absolutely not. Surrey University still fighting, sitting about a length or so back on the Scots and the adopted Scots from the University of St Andrews. That blade work, particularly on stroke side of St Andrews, is looking particularly good at the moment. Perhaps sheltered a little bit from the blustery conditions because it still continues to be windy here on the Henley stretch. We're still getting gusts up and down the course. St Andrews University perhaps starting to feel the pressure now from Surrey as we're heading into the final stages. Now starting to go through their gears, starting to wind up. The rate from both these crews is increasing. And I think certainly Surrey have checked the move of St Andrews. St Andrews aren't edging out any further. And I think for the Scots now, it's all about hanging on to this advantage for the last 100 metres.
Yeah, St Andrews Cox will definitely be wanting to seal the deal here and just get ahead enough to win this race, and it looks like they are about a length and a half lead into the finish of this development for Cox 4. Last few strokes, and it looks like, yes, St Andrews take the win there against University of Surrey. Great racing from both crews.
Tremendous there from the University of St Andrews. And we're sticking with these development Cox 4s right the way through to the end of today. They are, of course, racing for the Frank V. Harry Cup, and our next two on the course in their distinctive red and white hoops is Kingston Rowing Club on the Buckinghamshire station. We can see them in shot at the moment, and they are racing Grosvenor Rowing Club. Kingston Rowing Club with the early lead at this stage in the race as they come through about 600 or 700 metres into this heat. Kingston Rowing Club there on screen. Tetiana Hubertenko, Chrissia Weir, Elizabeth Lewis, Franzi Bachmann, and their cox Isabel Martin. I think this crew from Kingston Rowing Club have got a fascinating story. Tetiana learned to row in Kiev, just aged 11, before moving to the UK just a couple of years ago, joining Kingston Rowing Club at the beginning of this season. And compare that with the likes of Chrissia, who learned to row at the University of Edinburgh. Edinburgh University coming up again just when it comes to the development of athletes. We're singing their praises of their four just a moment ago. Coming through the system and has since joined Kingston Rowing Club. And along with their crewmates are out in front with Clearwater over Grosvenor Rowing Club. Grosvenor, we can see they're just coming into view, coming into the clear shot. Charlotte Hill, Lucinda Edwards, LKD Vides, Jessica Roach, and they're coxed by Zoe Smith.
This Grosvenor Crew's motto is just hoon it, and it certainly looks like they're doing that. They're going to have to hoon it all the way to the end to cross the line first, but Kingston just extending their lead, really confident rowing and rhythm from them. They'll be ones to watch going through the rounds.
Again, this Kingston Rowing Club crew, full of great stories from their athletes. Francie Bachmann, as we mentioned earlier, she learned to scull at Lady Eleanor Hollis School back in 2021, working as a German language assistant, having previously spent 2 years in the single scull, now learning to sweep. But she was previously a national level football goalkeeper back in Germany. But she missed being part of the team, which makes sense with all the single sculling, and is now back. She's joined Kingston Rowing Club, and she is stroking this four, and at the moment stroking this four to victory in this heat of development Cox 4s. Kingston Rowing Club into the final stages. And we can see there, just the camera angle tells you just how strong a row this Kingston crew has had. Just how confident they are as a unit. Their Cox, Isabel, Martin will be delighted with their performance. And again, racing hard right the way through to the line for Kingston Rowing Club. Job done here on Friday evening. And our next race is on the course between Oxford Brookes University A and Birmingham University A. Again, we're about 3/4 of a length separating these two crews as they pass our commentary position at the moment. Brookes synonymous right at the very top of university rowing, both on the men's side and the women's side. And it's great to see them having a foray into the development side of things as well. This Brookes quartet, coached by Brookes alumnus Hugo Sanders. The novice squads, as mentioned, they've had a huge step on in recent seasons. And at Bucks Regatta, the women came home with a silver medal behind that Surrey 4 that we've just seen earlier on today. So they are Bucks silver medalists in the beginner Coxed 4. Alexandra Smith, Olivia Dodrill, Olivia Corner, Emma Harris, and their Cox Elliot Irvin. Brookes, though, up against a mighty University of Birmingham crew. Tegan Gumsley-Reid, Isabel O'Toole, Ella Oldland, Amy Newnham, and their Cox Charlotte Layfield. Ella Oldland learned to row just this year, so much like many of these Brookes athletes, it's just taking her few strokes at the beginning of the season.
Really close racing here. I think it's so exciting to see smaller rowing universities such as Birmingham go up against the likes of such well-established programs like Brookes. But here they are neck and neck, fighting it down to the line in the development 4, Cox 4.
Birmingham fighting well, leading, but at the moment it's our next race. It's East Anglia University A on the Berkshire station. They are racing the B crew from Lee Rowing Club on the Buckinghamshire station, and we'll pick that race up as and when they get further down the course. But back on screen, it is the crew from Oxford Brookes University A, their top development crew in this Coxed 4 field, up against Birmingham University. Birmingham, as we mentioned, not one of the biggest names when it comes to student rowing, but a club on the rise in recent years, picking up a number of medals at Bucks Regatta across championship intermediate events. And a club certainly to keep your eye on in recent years, and particularly when they're able to develop talent like this and get through to knockout rounds at Henley Women's Regatta. It's certainly a programme to watch out for over the next season or two. However, though, a little wobble from the Brookes crew as we're approaching the 3/4 mile marker, but they are still firmly in contention against Birmingham. Very little separating these two crews for most of the way down this course. We've only got about 300 metres left before we can decide a winner. You can see there the geese parting, flying away. The Birmingham coaches and athletes there on the screen at the moment, keeping track of how their crew's getting on further down the course. But back with their crew, back with their athletes, and I'm sure their attention will be back on the screens as well. Birmingham University right in the mix with Oxford Brookes University. This, Lucy, is turning into a phenomenal encounter.
Absolutely, and I think the Birmingham crew are handling the tricky conditions really well. Their blades are really well matched. Oxford Brookes having a little bit of trouble with the conditions. Maybe their little wobble disrupted them a bit earlier, but still really close racing, and this one's going to go right to the line.
Birmingham University still leading, but only just as we're coming into the final stages. Oxford Brookes now throwing everything at it. They've had a couple of wobbles down the course, but they are still in the mix. They can still overhaul Birmingham. Birmingham, though, starting to sprint. We're seeing them long, powerful strokes there. We're starting to see a few more of them, and they're etching out now half a length or so in favour of Birmingham as we come up to the line. Brookes, though, closing in the final stages, moving their bow ball back up the shell of the University of Birmingham crew, but it's going to be too little, too late. Birmingham University looks set to hold on in this heat of development Coxed 4s. Both those crews making sure they come right the way through the line. Birmingham thrilled with that performance as they topple Brooks in this heat. Punches of the air all round. But we're now back down the course. We are back with East Anglia, who we can see there on screen. East Anglia A, and they'll be going up against the B crew from Lee Rowing Club. Their cox Mary Finlay there, barking the orders to her crew, feeding back the information so they know exactly where they are on the course. Quick glance over, quick check, see what the margin is from Mary Finlay, and it's close. It's another close encounter here in Development Cox 4s, and it does look to be that East Anglia crew who perhaps have a little bit of advantage at this stage.
Yeah, really exciting racing in this category, the Development Cox 4s. A lot of these athletes will be their first Henley Women's Regatta, and what a great experience having such close racing all the way. Looks like East Anglia have got the slight advantage against the Lee B boat, but early stages of this race.
East Anglia on screen at the moment, working hard through the opening stages, the opening half of this heat. And as we've mentioned, it's the B crew from Lee Rowing Club. We've seen one of their Club 4s racing previously in the regatta. And Lee Rowing Club, of course, you can't miss them in their bright orange kit out in the course. Makes it very easy to identify. But this University of East Anglia crew, in the bow seat, Madison Kay, Abigail Smith, Amy Harmer, Isabel Lee, and their cox Sean Pearson. My apologies for getting my names mixed up earlier. And that shot now, as we get towards the 3/4 mile, just gives you an indication as to how close this racing is. We've had the focus, the attention on the University of East Anglia, but now we look across to the Buckinghamshire station, and Lucy, we can see that Lee Rowing Club firmly in the thick of things.
Yeah, absolutely. They've put themselves right in the mix of this race and look to be making a move towards the end. The winner of this race will go on to race the previous winner. We just saw University of Birmingham, so probably going to be another super close race tomorrow.
Yeah, this field, as we've alluded to across the Development Cox 4s, so many athletes wanting to turn up and just get into the side-by-side racing, and that's why it's so close, and the quality of rowing is so high at the moment. And it is University of East Anglia at the moment. Looks to be a bit of a push they've put on. That rating stays high, but we've seen perhaps an increase in power in the legs, just a little bit sharper at the front end over the past 10 or 15 strokes or so, and they're starting to ease away now from Lee Rowing Club.
Great to see Lee Rowing Club with 2 Cox 4s in this event. It just really shows the depth and how much they're bringing on and developing rowers at the club down at Lee.
I think it tells you everything you need to know about this field when it's just their B crew that makes it into the side-by-side racing.
Absolutely, they're pretty stacked.
But up to the line now with clear water advantage. They've really stepped on in the closing stages of this race. It is the University of East Anglia. It is Madison Kay, Abigail Smith, Amy Harmer, Isabel Lee, and their cox Sean Pearson. Now we've got just 2 races left in this evening's block. 2 races in the Development Cox 4. The first of which will be from University Rowing Aberdeen on the Berkshire station, and on the Buckinghamshire station, the city of Cambridge. And then just in the blocks at the moment will be Upper Thames Rowing Club A and Oxford University B, who are underway. That's our final race of the day here at day 1 of Henley Women's 2024. But on screen, there we can see University Rowing Aberdeen, Aileen Brecken, Megan Licence, Brooke Callender, Eleanor Black, and their cox Heather Monaghan. That crew coached by an incredible team of coaches: Lizzie, Callum, Jamie, Campbell, Gillian and Ed. More coaches than athletes who have gone and backed these girls right from stroke 1 all the way to the boys of Henley Women's Regatta. Look to be having a tremendous row at the moment. with a bit of an advantage over City of Cambridge, their opponents in this heat. City of Cambridge there on screen with hoop tops. Again, even as the evening progresses, the wind is still high, the gusts is still. These are still very challenging conditions for some of the athletes, particularly in this Development 4 race, where they haven't been rowing for years and years. They've perhaps only come into the sport this season, or perhaps in the past couple of seasons. So to be managing these conditions, Lucy, is very impressive.
Yeah, really impressive from both these crews. A credit to their coaches. They'll be getting so much valuable experience from racing in these conditions and at Henley Women's Regatta. That's definitely going to help develop their careers going forward, and hopefully they'll be back even faster next year.
Absolutely. And again, that back shot we can see at the moment, it is the crew from Aberdeen who have probably travelled the furthest, I think, in the UK. I mean, we've got a huge number of international entries, but it's a huge journey from the Aberdonians to come down, and they always travel en masse. Their juniors entering on force, their students racing on force, and the two universities up there, Robert Gordon University and Aberdeen University, combining their resources to ensure everyone gets the most out of their rowing. It's a fantastic setup there, and as we've alluded to, so many dedicated coaches playing their part. Rowing up on the Dee in Aberdeen, up in the Granite City, and those miles, believe me, they're long miles in the winters of Aberdeen. Cold, long, dark winters, but they're paying dividends at the moment as Aberdeen lead City of Cambridge in Development Cox 4s. City of Cambridge, though, in the background, their crew of Stephanie Warmack, Sophie Helmers, Louise Howell, Rebecca Alexander and their cox Bruce Bye are still in contention in the final 100 metres. They're still close, but it does look to be University Rowing Aberdeen just breaking clear with 100 metres left to go in their heat. And again, as we're seeing with so many of these Development 4s, keen to get the experience in, keen to execute their race plans, and keen to push right the way through to the finish line to make sure the job is done at the line. But we're now on the last race of the day. We're now watching Upper Thames Rowing Club A on the Berkshire station against Oxford University B on the Buckinghamshire station. And in terms of last race of the day, Lucy, this is looking like an absolute corker.
Absolutely. This category is very competitive. All crews really well matched. And this Upper Thames crew we see on the screen, Anna Bridgen, Natalie Holden, Kelly Jones, Isabel Pritchard, coxed by Elizabeth Townhill. This crew all joined Upper Thames in the past year, so really impressive that they're rowing this well within their first year of rowing. Be nice to be racing on their home stretch. Very familiar. But between the booms, less familiar, and they're handling it really well.
Upper Thames, we've seen a number of their crews performing well on the Henley course today. As Lucy said, it's no surprise. This is their home water. It's where they train every single day of the week. And as places to row go, it's not too shabby, this one on the Henley stretch. They're in a race, though. They're in a race against Oxford University, their B boat in Development 4s. Oxford University's Bryony Fishpool, Hermione Warr, Catherine Stevenson, Jemima Allen. They're coxed by Georgia Douglas. Oxford University, we've talked previously about all of their grudge matches, their experiences against Cambridge University in their boat races. This will be likely a lot of their development squad coming together who perhaps have ambitions of racing on the championship course on the Tideway against the Light Blues of Cambridge. And it all starts with their racing over the summer, getting as much experience in as possible before the start of a new boat race campaign.
Yeah, it's stroke for stroke in the last few stages of this race between Upper Thames and Oxford University B. Both crews throwing everything at it, upping their stroke rate.
Yeah, this is turning into quite the curtain call between Upper Thames and Oxford University. Neither of these crews backing down in the final stages of this race. It's going to be oh so close as we come up to the finish line. Upper Thames at the moment look to have the slight advantage. They've also got the home advantage. They've got the cheers and the roars they're about to feel as they come past their own boathouse. Oxford University will need to throw the kitchen sink at this as we come into the last 50 metres of our final race of the day. Upper Thames, though, etching away as the camera pans round. Upper Thames holding on to that advantage, pushing up to about a length or so clear of Oxford University. It's been a valiant row from the Dark Blues in the dying stages, but Upper Thames getting it done when it matters most in front of their home crowds, and that will be something to celebrate this evening. So as Upper Thames Rowing Club celebrates, Oxford University will drift through the finish line, and that will bring a wrap on the side-by-side racing for Henley Women's Regatta 2024 Day 1, and we will be back with more racing tomorrow.